unheard of around the world, especially in deep water. 85% success rate of exploration well in deep water have never been heard of anywhere in the world, whether it's deep sea or on land. Mr. Speaker, if I may give a brief background on our petroleum sector. As we know it, oil was discovered in Guyana in May of 2015, and we moved to forest oil December of 2019, producing from the Liza Destiny in the Liza field. To date, we have 2 FPSOs producing at almost 400,000 barrels per day, with a 3rd FPSO being commissioned presently, the Prosperity, and set for production in the last quarter of 2023, which will take our daily production to over 600,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, with the production licenses already signed by the government and the operator and the joint venture COVIS, that is the Yellowtail and Waru, we are set, or we are poised, that by 2027, Guyana will definitely be producing over 1 million barrels of oil per day equivalent. Mr. Speaker, and as we report these successes in the oil and gas sector offshore Guyana, we speak only of the Stabroek Block. Of course, there's significant exploration activities being carried out in the Quarantine Block with the recent discovery there at the Way 1 well, and also in the other blocks surrounding the Stabroek Block. Mr. Speaker, also with the 14 blocks that is currently up for auction, and with the government and the country looking for a very rigid work program and a strong time-bound work program, if I may say so, exploration activities is set to increase tremendously offshore Guyana. And I'm saying this because in the oil and gas sector, the opportunities lies mostly in the exploration phase and not so much in the production phase, meaning the business opportunities for Guyanese and Guyanese companies. And as a result of the local content legislation, Mr. Speaker, we have already seen Guyanese and Guyanese companies reaping significant benefits as a result of the passage of the local content bill in the National Assembly in December of 2021 and in force over almost a year and a half now. Already we have seen over $400 million benefiting local businesses or local companies in Guyana as a result of this. And Mr. Speaker, we meet with investors almost on a daily basis. And it has shifted so much since the local content legislation that before the legislation, investors were coming to our country to set up operations. After the local content legislation, investors are coming to our country looking for local partners. And as a result of that, we have seen a number of local companies and businesses entering into joint ventures and partnership with international companies across almost all the different areas or services that are required in the oil and gas sector. Even though the local content legislation is limited to 40 services in Schedule 1, and we have made a commitment that we'll review those 40 services based on capacity. Already we are seeing our capacity being built locally, which will warrant a review of those services to either increase the targets or to add more services to that list of 40. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years, as a government, we set out to build out the framework or the architecture to manage this very important sector. And we all know the importance of the oil and gas sector in the context of the development and the growing of our economy. We all know that the oil and gas sector will benefit the other sectors once it is managed in a prudent manner, as we are seeing over the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, the oil and gas sector will continue to grow, but we are faced with challenges too. And as a result of that, we must update the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1986. And all Guyana will agree, and I'm sure we have a unanimous agreement on this in the House, that the 1986 Act managing our oil and gas sector must be updated. Hence, we are here tonight to seek the support of the House for the passage of this very important bill, the Petroleum Activities Bill, Bill number 16 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, this bill will seek to do a number of things and to also strengthen the current system that we have in place, brings more accountability and transparency to the sector, and also to bring new dimensions to the oil and gas sector as it continues to grow. Mr. Speaker, the oil and gas sector, as we know it, not only in Guyana but around the world, is faced with a big challenge. And that is the challenge of emission, the challenge of climate change, the challenge of ensuring that our oil, that we can use the revenue from our oil over the small window that we have to build out a country that will benefit all Guyana and to incentivize the other sectors. Because from where we sit, and all of us, all of us sit, oil and gas will not be in demand forever. There is just a short window. So when it was mentioned by the Honorable Vice President that our decommissioning strategy should be to get the oil out of the ground as fast as possible and use the revenue to build out our country, to use the revenue to incentivize the other sectors, which provides far more employment and opportunities to our people than oil and gas. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the challenge that we are facing as a country and as an industry. But the question must be asked, if it is it that there is a problem with the use of fossil? Or is it the emission from the fossil that is a problem? Because there are some extremists in our society, locally and internationally, that may want to say that we don't want fossil fuel at all. But is it that fossil fuel is the problem? Or is it emission from the fossil fuel is the problem? So we need to determine which one is the problem. And in my view, it is the emission. It is the emission. And there are a number of measures being taken around the world by countries and companies to deal with the emission. And in our bill, we have included a new permit that this bill can actually give power to issue, which we call the geological permit, or simply put, the carbon capture and storage permit. And most countries, especially those countries that don't possess a forest like Guyana, they're already moving towards carbon capture and storage. Even though it is a bit more expensive, it is necessary and it is required. Most of the countries in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker, UAE, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, these countries are already moving towards carbon capture and storage. So it means that the industry and countries that depend heavily on fossil fuel is working towards getting rid of the emission. Getting rid of the emission so that we can help to safeguard the environment. However, in Guyana, Mr. Speaker, we are lucky. And I like to say that we are a blessed country, because what we possess As a country, there are very few oil-producing countries in the world that actually possess that. And that is our forests. That is our forest. Our forest is no longer a national asset. Our forest now has become more of a global asset. And we as a country, as a people, as a government, we are committed to keeping our forests standing. And today, it has shown that your forest is worth more standing than dead. And in our low carbon development strategy, Mr. Speaker, it speaks clearly. It speaks clearly towards keeping our deforestation rate down to below 0.07%. We are doing way better than that as a country. As a matter of fact, we have one of the lowest deforestation rate in the world, 0.036%. I don't think that there are many other countries, no other country in the world with a deforestation rate of 0.03%, but yet still have a viable forestry sector. So, Mr. Speaker, we as a country and as an oil and gas producing nation, we are serious. We want to say to the world that we are serious about our environmental credential, because among oil producing countries, we probably have one of the best environmental credential. And that is something that all of us must be proud of. That is something all of us must boast of, because this is our country and this is what we possess in our country. Mr. Speaker, so the new bill caters for the issuance of a geological permit, which would allow companies, oil companies, to now re-inject carbon dioxide into reservoirs that are available, taking care of the emission that may cause destruction to the ozone layer, and as a result of that, climate change. And we are already seeing the effects and impacts of climate change around the world. We have seen it so much that I think the world has already started to move away from looking at mitigation, and now we are more looking at adaptation, which of course is very costly, and which of course is essential for us to extract our oil resources and use that revenue to prepare for what is to come ahead. So the point, Mr. Speaker, is that oil will not be in demand for an extended period of time. Unfortunately, I would say unfortunately, as a country, we maybe discover oil at a difficult period of time, when the conversation on climate change and when we are witnessing so much impact of climate change, we discover, many countries discover centuries ago, decades ago, and they would have benefited significantly from this resource. So, Mr. Speaker, it was very necessary of us as a government that we put in place a strong regulatory framework. And this is something that is promised in our manifesto. And over the last 3 years, we have set out to ensure that we put these systems in place. I can remember clearly 2 campaign promises on the 2020 election campaign trail. One is that we will ensure that we put proper framework and mechanism in place to ensure that there is proper accountability and transparency in the oil and gas sector. And I believe we would have delivered on that over the last 3 years, especially with amendments to the Natural Resources Fund Act, which also was passed in December of 2021. And I know that night is a bit infamous. Mr. Speaker, this act, of course, it was passed after the no confidence motion by the previous administration, but it was strengthened in 2021 to ensure that there is proper accountability, proper transparency, that the inflows of revenue into the Natural Resources Fund Act can be seen by anyone, whether inside or outside of Guyana, because it is gazetted. At the ending of the year, 31st December 2023, anyone can go online and they can add down all the revenue that we received during the course of 2023 and have a total of all revenue, being it the share of oil or royalty, and know how much was collected in the year 2023. That is the kind of transparency we brought to the oil and gas sector through the Natural Resources Fund Act, where we also state that if the Minister of Finance don't declare in the National Assembly revenue collected, that he can be jailed. That he can be jailed. It is in the Act. It is in the Act. And I know he was in Bangladesh previously. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the mechanisms that we put in place to ensure that is proper oversight. Because what do you want? What do you want as proper oversight of the oil and gas sector? You want every single Guyanese or anyone to know how much money you collected in any given year. You want people to know how much revenue flowed into the Natural Resources Fund. And Ganesh, not like the 18 million. So that Honorable Ganesh. And that, Mr. Speaker, is transparency. That is what Guyanese want to see. They want to see how much money goes into the Natural Resources Fund Act. And the simple formula would show you how much would flow into the national budget, which is presented in National Assembly, which is debated in National Assembly, and which is scrutinized in the National Assembly. That is the kind of transparency and accountability we have brought to the sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second promise that I can clearly remember that we campaign on in the oil and gas sector is that we will use the revenue from the oil and gas sector to ensure that it benefits every single Guyanese. Whether you live in Region 6, in the Quarantine Coast, whether you live in the Rupununi, whether you live in Linden or in Georgetown, you must benefit in some way or the other from the oil and gas sector. And my friend, Honorable Mr. Henry, I'm sure his children or his grandchildren is benefiting from the 40,000 cash grant. And so, Mr. Speaker, and we have set out to do that. We have set out to do that by a number of measures, And I mentioned one very important one, the local content legislation that was passed. And that is creating so much opportunities for Guyanese today to be directly involved in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, today we boast of over 5,000 Guyanese working directly in the oil and gas sector. That is quite significant, knowing that we only discovered oil in 2015 and we had forest oil in 2019. And to have over 5,000 Guyanese working directly in the oil and gas sector, I must say, Mr. Speaker, is commendable. But are we satisfied? No, we're not satisfied, because we believe more of our people can be employed in the sector. But how will they be employed, Mr. Speaker? They must be trained. They must be trained. And that obviously would have been an issue with a country, a new oil-producing country where we had no previous experience, where our university was not offering these courses in the past because nobody knew Guyana would become an oil-producing nation. Many Guyanese were not going overseas to study in this field because there weren't opportunities in Guyana. So today, we as a government, we're working towards building capacity in our human resources to ensure that more of our people are employed in the oil and gas sector. And that will happen through the Guyana Technical Training College in Port Moran, Berbice, and through many other joint ventures and partnerships that we're overseeing and supporting as a government, privately as well. So, Mr. Speaker, these are all steps that are taken to ensure that our people benefit directly from the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, the oil and gas sector the oil and gas sector as we know it will never be a labor-intensive sector. It is more capital-driven, technology-driven. So at the same time we're developing our oil and gas sector, it is imperative too that we continue to build out the other sectors, to incentivize the traditional sectors using resources from the oil and gas sector, and to create new sectors like the ICT sector, like developing our tourism, which has great potential in Guyana. Because these are the sectors, Mr. Speaker, that will create the bulk of employment and opportunities from our people as a spin-off from the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, added to what I would have mentioned, in continuing to build out this new framework to manage the oil and gas sector, we had promised a model PSA, a model production sharing agreement, and we have delivered on that. Today we have 2 new production sharing agreements, one for shallow water and one for deep water, which is directly related to this bill that we're debating here tonight. And Mr. Speaker, as promised in this new PSA, we said that we're going to ensure that once we have a new production sharing agreement with any new company, then our take or the benefit for Guyana must increase. And we can boast of that today because the new fiscal regime in the PSA, because it's linked, the new fiscal regime in the PSA speaks towards, instead of a 2% royalty, it has increased to 10% royalty. I've seen the suggestion from my friend, the Honorable Patterson, of not less than 10, but not more than 15. But unfortunately, we only got 2 in Stabroek. So we are proposing, or as a matter of fact, in the new PSA, Mr. Speaker, royalty will move to 10%. 10%. There is no tax in the old PSA. There will be a 10% tax in any new production sharing agreement signed with any new company from now. We have moved the cost recovery from 75% to 65%. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that from startup, we will enjoy a greater share of oil, which translates into revenue. Now, the present PSA, it is a 75% cost recovery ratio, meaning that 25% is only allocated for the COVIs and Guyana. In the new arrangement, from startup, 35% will be allocated. So it means that from day one, we'll be benefiting more than we are benefiting today from the agreement in the Stabroek block. And our position is clear. And I noticed in the speaking lineup a number of speakers from the opposition, including the Honorable Opposition Leader. And of course, we would like to hear from the Honorable Opposition Leader what is the position in regards to the Stabroek block, because we have made our position clear that we are not going to renegotiate the existing PSA for the Stabroek block, but the fiscal regime that I speak of now will cover any new production sharing agreement that we sign from now into the future, regardless if it is the quarantine, if it is the Kanji, if it's the Kaichor, or it's the 14 blocks that is up for auction, that it will be faced with that new fiscal regime and not the one that is in the Stabroek PSA. So, Mr. Speaker, these are all mechanism or framework that has been built to ensure that there is proper oversight, proper management of the oil and gas sector over the last 3 years. And I spoke of our environment earlier. And we have also moved towards strengthening our environmental permits that were offered. And recall A 20-year permit was issued by the then government, which we changed because it is illegal. It is actually illegal to issue a 20-year environmental permit as a 5-year permit is required. That has been changed, and we have changed a number of measures in that permit. For example, Mr. Speaker, the cradle to grave management of waste. How do we deal with flaring? Because when we took over in August 2020, there was an issue. I think all of us know that. There was an issue with the flash gas compressor on the Liza Destiny FPSO. And it continued. It continued for quite a few months into our government as we tried to work with the operator to get it fixed. Thankfully today, Mr. Speaker, it is fixed and we have not had any issue. Maybe about 2 years or more than 2 years now, we have not had any issue with that flash gas compressor on Destiny. And Unity is producing now. We have not had an issue with flaring. But of course, we know that there will be routine, minimal flaring during startup, during maintenance. That is a routine part of any oil and gas operation. But nevertheless, because we realized that the problem was festering on Destiny, we introduced a fee, a flaring fee in the environmental permit to say to Exxon that if you're flaring, then you have to pay $50 per ton. For every ton of carbon dioxide that goes up into the air, you have to pay that to the EPA. So it was not used as a gateway for Exxon to continue flaring because nobody wants to lose money. It was used to ensure that they get it fixed and get it fixed quickly so that they don't have to pay any money. So it was not put into place to gain revenue out of flaring, but to force the company to ensure that they fix the issue so that they don't have to pay money to EPA. Today, it has worked because we don't have the issue of flaring on any of the 2 FPSOs in production, and Prosperity is already on trial. We have not had an issue with Prosperity either, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the treatment of water, we have also strengthened as to how we deal with water. Of course, the best model, and Honorable Mr. Patterson will know the best model is to re-inject the water with the gas to optimize production. However, we need to look at the cost too. We need to look at the economics as a country because we are paying for part of it too. So do we want to pay to re-inject water into the well, or we prefer for them to treat it to international standard and then dump? It's 5,000 feet deep water we're talking about. So we chose the second option, that is to treat the international standard and then dump. And of course, the question might be asked, how is it that we know they're actually treating the water to international standard? We have inspectors on all the FPSOs, including Prosperity now, from GNBS, as well as from the Environmental Protection Agency. And it is recorded, it is computerized, so it is recorded, and it is seen at the Environmental Protection Agency almost in real time. So there is actually no way that we can be misled or fooled by the operator with regards to how they treat water before dumping into the ocean. So these are some safeguards that were put in place, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there is proper management in the oil and gas sector if we really want to be an oil and gas producing nation and at the same time to maintain our environmental credential. Because we don't want to be seen around the world as a new country producing oil and gas and we forsake or we neglect the care of our environment. And something that we must be proud of, not only our deforestation rate is low, but we have committed as a government and as a country to increase our protected areas by 30% by 2030. Today, it is probably close to 10%. We have made a commitment to increase that to 30% by 2030. We have also made a commitment that we are going to restore our biodiversity by 30% by 2030. So these are important facts to note because it shows how serious we are as a country and government with regards to maintaining our environment. because it is critical, Mr. Speaker. You cannot go to any oil and gas conference in the world and they don't speak about the environment today. And they don't speak about the environment or carbon capture and storage. It almost goes hand in hand today around the world. Mr. Speaker, on the issue, I know this issue, insurance, the insurance has been an issue that has been in the public domain for quite a while. It has been ventilated a lot, not only by the opposition, but by commentators in the country and out of the country. I'm happy to say that we have actually signed a deal with the operator for that 2 billion coverage. I know it was being negotiated in the past, but there was no solid agreement. We have solidified that agreement and we have signed the 2 billion agreement with the company and also the parent guarantee, which is important, added to the 600 million that is set aside in the event of any oil spill. Also, Mr. Speaker, in the yellowtail production license, and we have always prided ourselves that we are going to improve every single production license as we issue them. And we have seen that in the yellowtail production license, there is provision for a cap and stack in country. And this is important, and it is necessary, and it is significant for a small, new oil producing country like Guyana. Because there are many countries that are producing oil for decades, and they don't have a cap and stack in country. We will probably be one of the first small country around this territory that will have a cap and stack in country from next year. And that has been included in the yellowtail production license. Of course, it is in the yellowtail production license, but it can be deployed to any development in the Stabroek Block. And what is this cap and stack, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the people who are listening to us, not in here because I know we are aware, but the people who are listening to us and may not be too au fait with some of these terms. The cap and stack, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that if there is any blowout, or if there is any blowout or spill from any well, we can deploy that cap and stack almost immediately from Port Georgetown to the Stabroek Block, 100 miles offshore. We can do that almost immediately, as against mobilizing and bringing that cap and stack from Houston, Texas, which is the practice before Yellowtail, that we pay a subscription for a cap and stack that is stored in Houston, Texas. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I mentioned that it's significant that as a small and new oil producing country, we can manage to have a cap and stack in country, in the event of any unfortunate incident offshore Guyana. Of course, it's not something that none of us pray for or ask for, but just in the event. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the safeguards, some of the mechanisms that we have put in place to manage the sector over the last 3 years. Because we know that this sector is important and it must be managed properly. Otherwise, we can go down the road like many other oil producing countries went down. Mr. Speaker, in the bill, of course, the Petroleum Activities Act, which of course will replace the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, Chapter 6504, as I mentioned, and Chapter 6505. It provides significant improvement in the governance of activities related to petroleum exploration and production, as well as to expand the scope of the act to include midstream activities. And these are some of the new implementation. These are some of the new areas that are added to the bill that didn't exist in the 1986 Act. Transportation and storage of hydrocarbons. The 1986 Act speaks mostly towards exploration production. Now we're adding new dimension in the form of storage and transportation of hydrocarbons. And as I would have mentioned earlier, the geological storage license for carbon dioxide. This is also included as a new feature in the Petroleum Activities Bill. Also added to this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the GNG survey. That is the Geological and Geophysical Survey permit, which this bill will now enable us to issue if there is need to do those surveys, whether it's offshore or onshore, like we did for the gas to energy project. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill will also enable the smooth implementation and the smooth operationalization of the gas to energy project with the issuance of permit to transport and to store hydrocarbons. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, there is no provision that caters for the transportation of gas from offshore Stabroek Block, transporting it 200 kilometers to the Wales development area. This new bill now will cater for that. The transportation of hydrocarbons in pipeline, and also the storage of liquids as we move to that stage from the gas coming in to the Wales developmental area. And Mr. Speaker, it is important because that project, and I think we have mentioned that over and over, and I think Guyanese especially need to understand the magnitude of this project, need to understand that this single project will change the landscape of our country. This single project will decrease the cost of living and improve the standard of living for our people. This single project will build out our manufacturing sector, our industry, which we've been lacking so long. And that is an issue why we have never really realized the true potential from our natural resources, because we have always exported primary products and we have never really moved towards value-added or downstream processing, mainly because of the high costs of power generation and the reliability of power generation in the past. This project will address that. And if we can produce more, Mr. Speaker, it means that we will import less. It means saving foreign currency. It means creating opportunities for Guyanese to develop businesses, industries, manufacturing, agro-processing, all of these. And that is why the Wales development area, the Wales area was chosen, because we have the land available there. It is away from the residential area. I have access to the Demerara River. I know when the previous administration was looking at this project, there were a number of other sites, as was mentioned by the Honorable Patterson during previous debates, that they were looking at other sites at Maikoni, Maika, Ogle, Vridinu. Those were some of the sites based on reports that I saw too. But we decided that we're going to go 15 kilometers more into an area that will be away from the residential area and where we can build out maybe one of the largest manufacturing industrial complex in the Caribbean or in CARICOM, right in that zone where you have cheap power available and also steam. So, Mr. Speaker, that project is or will be the most transformational project in the history of our country. It will transform the landscape of our country. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, this bill is important to facilitate the implementation and the functioning of that project through the new implementation in the bill, that is the transportation and storage of hydrocarbon, the geological geophysical survey permit that can be issued in this new bill. And of course, Mr. Speaker, and I cannot overemphasize the geological storage license, which is critical. It may not be so critical for us now at this point in time in Guyana, because we have this wonderful forest that stores 19.5 gigaton of carbon per annum. But at some point in time, we may still have to look towards carbon capture and storage. Most of the countries that don't have forests that are producing oil, they're already involved in carbon capture and storage. And I mentioned a few earlier. At some point in time, we may very well have to even cut our emission even further. And speaking of emission, Mr. Speaker, the gas to energy project will cut emission for power generation by another 70%. By another 70%, which is important, especially in the context of our environment and emission level. Because we know today, Mr. Speaker, we are using HFO diesel, and we know it is high in emission compared to gas, which is seen more as a transitional fuel moving towards renewable. So, Mr. Speaker, what this bill will facilitate too is the utilization and monetization of our gas reserves. And we must be honest to ourselves. Over the last few years, both administrations, we have focused a lot on oil and the production of oil, but we have not actually focused so much on the utilization and monetization of our gas reserves. And we do have. And by saying that, I'm not only referring to the gas to energy project. We have already been guaranteed and through an agreement that we will get sufficient gas for the 300 megawatts power plant that is being built presently. We have already been guaranteed through an agreement that we will get gas coming through that pipeline from day one. But I'm speaking of the gas reserves that have been discovered offshore in a few of the pure gas field, and also in the other projects like Whiptail, Yellowtail, Payara, and the others. So this bill will facilitate or will enable us to move towards developing our gas reserves, which is important because gas is now seen as a transitional fuel. So when the demand for oil reduces, in my view, the demand for gas will increase until we can get or close to 2050, where most of the countries in the world committed to moving towards 100% renewable by 2050. A lot of people are optimistic about it, but it costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money to move towards renewable by 2050, 100% renewable by 2050. So gas may very well be the new goal. Mr. Speaker, also in the bill, it speaks towards decommissioning. And decommissioning, Mr. Speaker, is something that we have to look at seriously because fields will become depleted. Of course, they will become depleted over a period of time. It is not something that replaces itself overnight. It will be depleted over a period of time. And we have to ensure that the operators bear the responsibility of the decommissioning process. And in this bill, it will set up a decommissioning fund that the operator will have to put money into that fund 2 years before the end of life to ensure that funds are available for the cleanup after the reservoirs would have gone dry. Also in the bill, Mr. Speaker, I know you've indicated my time. If I can go through just one or two more areas quickly, if you permit me, as I know it's Thursday already. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, and I'm happy that the AG just spoke to me, because when we were doing the Payara license 1 month after taking government in August 2020, we were in quite a dilemma. When the operator asked us for a unitization agreement. we didn't know anything much about the unitization agreement because we were never faced with quite a situation like that before. So we decided that we were going to include it in the Petroleum Activities Bill so that if the situation arises again, where we have to do a unitization agreement, whether it's across fields, whether it's across blocks, or whether it's across countries, it is catered for in this new bill as to how we will deal with it. And if I may quickly just explain what it means, Mr. Speaker. For Payara, for example, there was one well that was in the Liza license area, but it was not producing in the Destiny or the Unity FPSO. So it means that if government didn't allow Exxon to pull from that well in the Liza development, in the Prosperity FPSO, that resources would have been stranded there. So we had to agree that yes, Payara can pull from one well in the Liza development or under the Liza license. So that is a unitization between fields, the Liza field and the Payara field. The blocks now, Mr. Speaker, and the good thing is that we weren't faced with a challenging situation because it is the same block and it's the same operator. However, it can become challenging when you're dealing with two different operators and two different blocks. For example, if there's the Quarantine block and the Stabroek block, and we know we have reserves close by, one of the company may very well want to produce from the other block. And that is where the negotiation will take place and government will have to issue a permit so that maybe CGX can pull from Stabroek or Stabroek can pull from CGX. And then it goes further. Because if the Quarantine block is adjoined to Suriname, and then there are reserves on both sides, but it can be developed quickly and easily in Guyana, then our Foreign Affairs Minister would have to engage the Surinamese government to ensure that we have an agreement with them. So all of that, Mr. Speaker, is catered for in this new bill. So it is quite a very comprehensive bill that touches almost every single aspect in the management of the oil and gas sector, even with regards to feedstock coming in for a refinery, because at some point in time, Mr. Speaker, we have to move towards that. Because I just said, Mr. Speaker, that for too long we have been exporting primary products, and then we buy back the finished products. We sell the cherry and the orange, and we buy back the orange juice and cherry juice. We sell our logs, and we buy back the furniture. We can't sell our crude and buy back petroleum products forever. So at some point in time, Mr. Speaker, we will have to set up a refinery in Guyana so that we can benefit even more from these resources. And in this bill, Mr. Speaker, it caters for that. It actually is saying that the government can say to the operator, the COVs, that if we need the feedstock locally and it is not available from government share, that then they will have to sell us. So it means that in nowhere we'll have a refinery in country, but we cannot provide the feedstock for them. And that is very important because nobody would want to invest in a refinery in your country when you cannot guarantee the feedstock, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the areas that we would have improved on in the Petroleum Activities Bill of 2023 to ensure that we continue to build out that framework that will manage the sector in the future so that we can benefit every single Guyanese. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask from my colleagues on our side and my colleagues on the opposition side that while we deliberate on this bill tonight, that we see some good in it and we have the successful passage of it this morning. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now for the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I started out this morning, of course. Didn't expect to be presenting at 12:28 yesterday morning, my apologies. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the Petroleum Activities Bill of 2023. Sir, let me say from the outset, and let the records reflect, that we on this side of the House welcome the introduction of this new legislation. Since, when enacted, it will repeal and replace the existing Petroleum Exploration and Production Act and Petroleum Exploration Act, which were passed in this National Assembly more than 3 decades before Guyana became an oil-producing country. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister said, oil was first discovered in 2015 and production commenced in late 2019. During this period, the country has discovered several challenges associated with being an oil-producing country. During the last 8 years since the discovery, there has been spirited discussions regarding such topics as signature bonuses, royalties, ring fencing, insurance coverage, environmental protection, accountability, transparency, and a petroleum commission. Plus, of course, Mr. Speaker, the PPP's 2020 manifesto commitment to renegotiate the existing petroleum license. No mention money, this, sir, and of course they like to say the manifesto is their contract with the people, and they're a party that keeps their promises. Sir, it's in their manifesto. In this light, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, as well as the entire country, fully expected a revised bill that would address all of these thorny issues to the satisfaction of the people. Sadly, this proposed bill falls well short of that expectation, since it fails to shed any light or lend any weight to the challenges that the country now faces or will be facing in the future. The Petroleum Activities Bill concentrates all the power and decision-making into the hands of the minister, with no oversight from any other agency, not even the National Assembly. This, Mr. Speaker, is problematic from a government perspective.
Yes.
With regards to the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, the Petroleum Activities Bill before us refers to the National Assembly only, sir, on 4 occasions. Twice, sir, of course, on page 1, which obviously the introduction, which goes following which, as it's here, following which will be the following bill shall be introduced in the National Assembly. Of course, after the name of the clerk of the Assembly. So that's on the first page, and then of course, on page 58, on the administration of the tax law, which empowers the Minister of Finance to place orders with regards to income tax, VAT, and cooperation. And of course, in the explanatory memorandum section, which also refers back to the tax law. Mr. Speaker, I took the time to highlight this fact because the minister assigned with the responsibility for petroleum is listed 336 times in this bill. 336 times in this bill. National Assemblies are 4 times, as I said, just the introduction. And of these 336 times, nowhere directs the minister to lay a single report in this National Assembly. The highest forum in this country, no reports, no obligations whatsoever to provide this House or anybody with any updates, no directions to seek parliamentary approval for a single item with regards to petroleum activities. Sir, we've passed several bills in this House, in this 12th Assembly, which contain provisions for the minister to report back to this Assembly, sir. The Natural Resource Fund bill, the minister is obligated to come back here and present our annual report. The local content bill, which he mentioned, he's obligated to come back here and present the report, sir. The single window bill, he's obligated, sir, to come back here and present a report, sir. In fact, sir, almost all bills that we've passed in this 12th Assembly on the PP and our people placed an obligation to the minister to be the conduit between his sector and the National Assembly and the people. Nowhere in this bill, sir, is that obligation there, sir. Sir, this bill can be renamed, sir, from petroleum activities bill, sir, to proclamation bills. Because since it's more about the coronation of a minister rather than the safeguarding of our natural patrimony. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the previous bill, which will be repealed, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, included an entire section on the administration of that act, whereby public officers or employees at GGMC could have been designated as the chief inspectors and inspectors for administration of the petroleum sector, sir. That was the bill that we passed in 1986. That has all been removed. Absolutely nothing on the administration of this sector in this bill, other than the minister, the newly anointed king and emperor over all things petroleum in this country. Mr. Speaker, permit me, sir, to highlight some additional areas where this proposed bill is completely silent. Not a single word on the preservation of our indigenous, our Amerindian lands and their enshrined right to free, prior, informed consent. Not a single word, sir. In fact, sir, the words Amerindian or Indigenous don't even appear even once in this bill, sir. One would have expected that with the challenges facing our Amerindian brothers and sisters in Chinese landing and the Darmden report and recommendations of the IACHR, that this government would acknowledge that where there will be conflicts between mining activities and indigenous communities, and at least have the minimum respect for our first people by affording them the opportunity of some sort of consultation and consent. This is a government, sir, that claims it respects the indigenous communities, yet brings bills to this assembly which excludes them. Sir, you're right, sir. Sir, I'm sure my colleague Vincent Henry will bring you the sentiment of the indigenous peoples on this disrespect, sir. And you see, sir, that's some of that's some of the simplistic explanations that we would get, and I would expect from the colleagues over there. Sir, they think we're making a petroleum activities bill for offshore only. Sir, this is petroleum activities for the entire country. It's there, sir. There will be at some point in time, I have no doubt, sir, onshore discoveries. Sir, so you have to, and if you come here, sir, you start from scratch, you have to take all of that in account. Sir, the AG's comment is just simplistic at the best. Sir, Mr. Speaker, well, you can ask yourself that. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this bill, I mean, the minister mentioned it, but nowhere in this bill mentions anything about labor and local content. Guyanese would have expected a caring government to ensure that enshrined in this bill was a section reinforcing our drive for the local content in the application and approval process for petroleum licenses. The section on training, sir, does not even require the licensees to adhere to our labor and local contact acts and laws. The government, Mr. Speaker, will claim, of course, and I'm saying that that's exactly what they're doing, that these issues are covered under the existing Local Content Act. However, sir, non-adherence to our local content laws should have been listed as one of the grounds for possible cancellation or revocation of a license. Mr. Speaker, not a single word on the depositing of funds into the National Resources Fund. Granted that there's an entire act, one that one would have expected that there would have been at least a clause stating that all revenues garnered under Part 7 of this bill must be deposited in accordance with our, sir. That is why we legislate it and we enshrine it in legislation. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister speak about carbon capture. Sir, a fact that Guyana is the highest emitter per capita of scope, the highest emitter per capita of scope 3 greenhouse gases in the world per capita, sir. That's only from 2 wells. Highest emitter. So we always hear the nice fluffy one that we have the most oil reserve per capita. Consequence of that, sir, we're the highest emitter per capita of scope 3 greenhouse. You can challenge me, sir. Sir, this is coming from a party that is being led by the champion of the earth. This is shameful and unacceptable, sir. Sir, I know my colleague Ricky Ramsey will address that as well. Mr. Speaker, the PPP government, by virtue of bringing this bill for approval with such significant omissions, is signaling to the world, sir, and I'm now quoting because I know you're very particular on this. I'm quoting, sir, from the words of the late great Bob Marley, that we are now, Guyana is now a pimper's paradise. Pimper's paradise, sir, so operators can come and do as they want. Thankfully, sir, democracy requires an opposition. Therefore, while not addressing all the issues, since that will require a complete rewrite of this bill, something that we strongly recommend, we have submitted some amendments. Even if these amendments are approved in their entirety, sir, they'd only go a small way in curing defects in this bill. However, sir, with these proposed amendments, we on this side of the House are confident that these changes would ensure that there are greater mechanisms to ensure transparency, fiscal responsibility, as well as environmental safeguards. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues will expand on the various aspects of these amendments. Therefore, it's my task, sir, to present to this House and the country the opposition's amendments. Sir, and I start off from the very first, sir, the inclusion of a National Petroleum Commission. No mention whatsoever of this in the bill, sir. Sir, a National Petroleum Commission would be the body, sir, that would provide technical and administrative support to the management of the petroleum sector. Sir, that commission, if established, would receive and process license, and sir, it would provide advice to the minister. Sir, in other extractive sectors, we already have these sort of commissions in place, sir. GGMC, for example, for the gold mining, forestry commission, sir, even the Lands and Surveys Commission. Sir, these bodies, by virtue, submit annual reports to the National Assembly, sir. Sir, this amendment that we are putting here seeks to remedy this defect. Sir, and obviously the establishment of a National Petroleum Commission, sir, takes away affects no rights of the minister. They submitted to him, sir, technical, sound recommendations on which he is now enabled to act upon. No mention to that, sir. The minister got up and spoke, sir, for over 45 minutes. I hope I've given that luxury as well, sir. I timed the extra bit, sir. So he made no mention of the Petroleum Commission. Sir, we have amendments that, sir, included new or amended clause to 6, 12, 19, 29, 33. Sir, these are all amendments seeking to outline the function and the operations of a National Petroleum Commission. Sir, importantly, nowhere in these amendments reduce the responsibilities or the duties of the minister. Sir, we are simply saying, sir, we've made an amendment in clause 29.2. 29.2, sir, which seeks to remove the sole, there is enshrined in this bill, the sole discretion of the minister. Sole discretion of the minister. Sir, we're saying that that's unacceptable in this day and age, sir. And we would ask that you would have to at least seek the opinions of the Petroleum Committee. Sir, clause 7.1, sir, we've asked to have that amended. Sir, on the clause 7.1, sir, it allows the minister, sir, it allows the minister to conduct direct negotiations for granting a license. It gives reasons, several reasons, which I would, including national interests and those things. And sir, we acknowledge that may become the case, sir. But we're moving an amendment, sir, that for the purposes of transparency and accountability, sir, after the cabinet gives approval for this direct negotiation, that the minister has to come to this National Assembly and explain to the National Assembly reasons why and the conditions under these direct negotiations happen, sir. And sir, we didn't put this here. We didn't put this here, sir. We didn't put this here for flippantly. Sir, notwithstanding the murmurings on the side, sir, I want this nation, and sir, I want this assembly, Mr. Speaker, I want this assembly to recall in 2020, a Saudi prince arrived in Guyana to look at, and this is publicly stated, he came here to look at agriculture, housing, and infrastructure projects. Sir, but he left after 3 days, sir. Sir, a prince, sir, for Arabian prince, sir, maybe not Saudi, Sheikh, right? But he left after 3 days, sir, with a $50 million contract to supply COVID vaccines with the approval of the cabinet. And when challenged, the same clause here, national interest and emergency. So we are putting in this clause, sir, to prevent another prince arriving here to go and visit an eco resort, sir, and leaving here with a petroleum license under cabinet approval for national interest, etc., sir. So we're saying, sir, so if he comes and you decide that you're interested in him nationally, you have to come back to this parliament and tell the people the conditions under which you have awarded the contract. And sir, that is transparency in the 21st century. Sir, we've asked for a time limit for appraisals. Sir, despite, as the minister gloatingly said, sir, we have 32 commercial discoveries. Sir, our reported proven reserve still remains at $11 billion. Sir, international agencies are saying, sir, on the 27th, international agencies, sir, said our proven reserves should be higher. But sir, if the country is aware and we increase our proven reserves, sir, the calls for renegotiation, the calls for better management, the calls for better conditions to the people will increase. Sir, so we only, sir, since 2020 when we left office, sir, our proven reserves was $11 billion. 3 years after, 3 billion barrels. Thank you very much. 3 billion barrels, sir. It still remains 11 billion barrels. My apologies. 11 billion barrels. Sir, it will be a PR nightmare to this government. And the call for renegotiation will become even louder, sir, when if our proven reserves are increased. Sir, we have clause 29.4, sir, the retention of recoveries. Sir, I wouldn't go into that. We have. Don't worry, Tim. Sir, we've asked for clause 32.3b to be deleted. Sir, this clause says, sir, that if you have a well that has been appraised and have proven commercial, it has been signified that it has commercial qualities, sir, it has been appraised, but the operator decides that he cannot, he does not, or he cannot, for whatever reason, cannot continue. The minister, sir, is empowered under clause 32.3b to conduct either to sell this asset off either by public tender, which we agree, but also by direct negotiation. Sir, so you have so in other fact, you have a proven national asset, sir, and the minister under this act is now empowered to go and have direct negotiations with somebody to dispose of this asset. Sir, our Procurement Act, right, requires national assets, national patrimonies to go through a process, sir. So we're asking and we're demanding, sir, that be removed. And if you have such an asset, it goes to public tender. Sir, we have clauses on the amendments on the signature bonus. Sir, most importantly, sir, clause 49.16, sir, we're asking to put a time limit on audits. Sir, we're saying that audits, cost recovery audits, sir, should be done annually and completed in 9 months. Sir, the Auditor General produces our annual report for the entire country, and he does that in 9 months, sir, and he lays it and he submits it to you, Mr. Speaker. We don't see any reason why annually, and which is done in all other countries, sir, annually we cannot do our audits. And sir, once you start to do it annually, at the end of the fiscal year, you do it, we will be able to get better. As opposed to, sir, we can't even get the audits that was started and completed under the previous coalition. So that hadn't been laid there. 3 years after it was signified, completed by GRA. And sir, early on last year, we were told last year this same ministers came in this National Assembly and said that this second audit, sir, for the $7.6 billion would be available in this assembly by March 2023, sir. It's now August 2023. I'm not the site of that report. Hence, we are asking that. Sir, we have clause 49.17. Sir, this is ring fencing, and we've included a provision for the strict separation of exploration and recovery expenses, in the sense that an operator cannot reclaim exploration expenses on the cost recovery oils. And sir, we've skipped it. Sir, training, sir, there is clause 52.3. We've set a minimum, sir, for a training fee, sir. Should be at minimum 1.5 million United States dollars for development. Sir, we currently get $300,000, sir, which represents 0.004 of the annual $0.004, $300,000 of the Lisa Destiny's annual production. So are we thinking that, sir, that is absolutely ridiculous? And we acknowledge it with the that sum was put in under the coalition, but we all know better now. Sir, we're insisting that if we want to get all this local content, we want to train our young people, we want to be able to service the industry locally, we're insisting that that is there, sir. Sir, the minister mentioned decommissioning funds, sir. We're asking, and there's a particular reason why we're asking it, sir, that the decommissioning fund, which we support, be placed in escrow. Sir, what is currently in the bill, sir, the fund, the operator retains the fund, but he must put it in before the expiration, before 2 years before the expiration of the bill. So right now, in California and other places in America, they're having issues with the decommissioning fund, because what normally happens, or what can happen in the industry, is that an operator toward the end of a field, they normally farm out this the well or the operation, because economies of scale, sir. As you know, the production of Lisa Destiny in 15 years, sir, will drop from 120 just by natural progression as the oil depletes, and it may go down to a very small number of 40,000 barrels a year. It does per day. So it does not benefit Exxon and those big things that have large tankers and economy scale to continue running a FPSO with such a low number. So what they normally do, sir, they will farm it out to a smaller operator. In California, as we speak, sir, they're as the end of the useful life of these fields come about, sir, there is issues on the decommissioning fund, sir. So we're saying that they should be put in escrow. So therefore, even if they farm it out, sir, that money is there all the while. Sir, we have an issue with the bill, sir. The bill permits drilling up to 200 meters away from a town or a village. In particular, sir, our indigenous community, sir, if oil is found offshore, the Takatu onshore at the Takatu Basin, sir, you can't permit drilling 200 meters away from a village, which is the closest village there, sir. Sir, fishing lands, we put in proposals, sir, to ensure that the Amerindian title lands are included in the Act, and that consent must be given before a license is issued. Sir, we have in there, sir, fishing lands. Sir, we know, sir, that despite all the lovely conversations by the Minister of Agriculture, fishing lands, our fisher folks continue to suffer. Sir, there is a clause 82, sir, which speaks about fishing, sir. We've now asked and demanded and enshrined in this legislation, we would like to enshrine this legislation, that the operator must conduct a baseline study to see what fish and fauna are there in this fishing and navigation areas. So that, sir, if in the event, sir, that the fishing stock is affected by the operations, our fisher folks can make a clear claim. Sir, and this must be monitored the duration of the petroleum activities. Sir, seeing I come there. Finally, sir, on our proposals, I didn't go through all. So we've included, sir, a new clause 99. Sir, we acknowledge that clause 98 preserves the right of existing license, and we agree with that. However, we've included a new clause 99, which says 7 years after the operation coming into effect of the new Petroleum Act, this act, sir, that all new production license must be follow the are subject to this act, sir. And what that means, sir, that as the minister said, oh, there are four. What I mean, there are 4 licenses already, 5 licenses already, sir. By 2030, which is 7 years from now, sir, there may be 10, 12 licenses, sir. The conditions under those 10, 12 licenses remain the same, sir. Sir, and if there are 12, sir, from the 13th, the new conditions under this act here. Sir, this is we find is a suitable middle ground, sir. It recognizes the pioneering inputs from the operators, the current operators. We recognize that they took a risk on Guyana. However, what the PSA they have, sir, should not be never-ending and open-ended for the rest of the natural life, sir. There are 33, Exxon alone, sir, has 33 discoveries. And there's one in the country block. Sir, we're saying, so we are acknowledging it. If we don't want to renegotiate, this is a way whereby they can recoup their funds under the whatever license you issue between now and 2030. However, from the January 1st, 2030, sir, we're saying that all new licenses come under this act, sir. So those are the proposals that we would like to have and that we would like enshrined and we like the nation. Sir, I've already, the government has already indicated, sir, I was going to dinner or lunch there. I mean, I heard their commander-in-chief giving them instructions not to accept a single amendment. I heard not to accept a single, chief officer, not to accept a single amendment, sir, which is a pity. Sir, there are 6 other speakers. There are 6 other speakers. Sir, 6 other speakers behind me, sir, and I would love to be proven wrong. Sir, I would love to have to eat humble pie. And one of the speakers there to get up and say, they'll get up and say that MP Patterson is incorrect, that we will accept all of these amendments, sir. Sir, we put these on the records because you often hear, coming from that side of the house, that the opposition never comes with proposals. We have. Sir, I would also like to put you on notice, all of you, sir, all of those who are sleeping, sir, including the commander-in-chief, sir, that we will be going to division on our amendment. So it should be enshrined in the Hansard, enshrined in the Hansard, and that in future generations, should the perils and the issues which we know will ensure come, your names, sir, shall be attached to it, sir. No longer, sir. Tonight, sir, we draw a line in the sun. We draw a line in the sun with petroleum activities, sir. So from tonight on, sir, it shall be, the burden shall be on your backs and in your court. Sir, with those few comments, sir, I thank you and I await particularly the Attorney General when he gets up to say that all the time, absolutely wrong, and I should apologize to this House that he will be supporting any and all of these amendments. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Minister in the Ministry of Public Works, the Honorable Member Deodat Indar.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give my 2 cents on this legislation. I know we are in the graveyard shift, but this piece of legislation here, I believe that is one of the most modern piece of legislation that can address a modern oil and gas sector. and I will make my points to support that just now. But because we're in a debate, and I heard a number of things from the Honorable Member Patterson that I have to answer, and I have to rebut, simply because what he said does not reflect the reality of the past years that they were in government and this legislation that is before the House. The first thing that I would like to point out, the Honorable Member said local content is not mentioned nowhere in this legislation. He says nowhere. Mr. Speaker, it's in the definition here. If it's in the definition, it's in the law. You don't put something in the definition without putting it in the law. You are all lawmakers in the House. It's right here. You're going to check it. Look, turn the page. I circle it for you, Mr. Patterson. So that is the first thing. The first thing. The second thing is that these amendments that were put forward here, they are not seismic changes to this legislation. These amendments that are put forward here, the lion's share of these amendments refer to a National Petroleum Commission. They are commissioned. The Petroleum Commission legislation will follow in due course, and then you'll have all of these things to talk about. What you have here is a Petroleum Activities Bill. It's a different story. In his amendments, he spoke about revenue and rents and royalty should go into the fund. We have an entire legislation. That's correct. A National Resources Fund legislation will be passed right in this very House that deals with all manner. It encompasses the entire universe of revenues that come from the petroleum sector. So you don't need to put it in this legislation when you have an entire legislation to deal with it. The other thing the Honorable Member says is that this legislation doesn't have enough to speak to training, that the PSA had 300,000 US, the one that their government signed, and that this legislation does not have enough to cover for the operations of Exxon, because if the resources exceed 11 billion, that we should have we should have more in it, and we should get more out of it. I just beg to the question, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Honorable Member forgot that he was part of the cabinet that signed that production sharing agreement with the operator ExxonMobil. They forgot that they were the ones who signed it, and they sit around the room. Well, we didn't read what we were signing. Did nobody show the rest of the cabinet what was signed? I just have the question to ask, if you come into this House and portraying a position that you're some genius kid in a corner, and you have all of the brightest ideas to come to now put into this here, it is not fair. It is not fair to this House and to the people of this country. Because when they were in government, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member and some of the other colleagues, them that were in the past government, they had a chance to do these very things and they did not do it. They did not do it. The 1986 Petroleum and Exploration Act, that's what this is dealing with. They had 5 years in there and they did not do it. They have AP and UAFC. They didn't do anything. You all had a local content legislation that we went to three draft. They didn't do anything. But yet you all come and try to lecture what we should put in some amendments here that in where they're most, in my view, they're text-smitten. These amendments. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Member made is that 300 and something times the minister is mentioned in the legislation. Mr. Speaker, everywhere, every jurisdiction in the region, the minister responsible for natural resources, energy or whatnot, normally oversees the sector. It normally oversees the sector. Trinidad, look at right next door, Trinidad. They discovered oil, Mr. Speaker, first commercial year production, 1908. That is 100+ years. They don't have the kind of legislation that we have in Guyana. They don't have a local content legislation. They don't have those things. Guyana, in a short period under the APPP government, has put in place local content legislation, natural resources fund act, and now we have the petroleum activities bill. 3 major legislation to govern the sector. Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn to this bill. I want to talk a little about this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me to, before I go into this bill, I see the Honorable AG walking back. His drafting staff, they're sitting somewhere in the back. You have Kiran Matai, you have Shoshana Lal, you have Bobby Gosai. These are the people in the drafting department of the AG chamber who put together this piece of legislation. This legislation is a reflection of what is happening on the ground and how you have to deal with it. And I will show you. Mr. Speaker, I remember a drill ship called the Deepwater Champion. The Deepwater Champion was the first drill ship that was out there when we first had exploration. Had 3 PSVs around the Deepwater Champion, and we discovered oil. When we discovered oil, it was the Liza well system. That was the first well system that was discovered. Mr. Speaker, is 1.2 billion barrels of recoverable oil. 1.2. They call that in the oil world, Mr. Speaker, a elephant. And they say elephant don't go alone. They don't travel alone. Meaning that if you find that kind of reserve with that kind of size, it is not an isolated incident. It means that around the periphery of that block, you will find more. So that reality came to pass from the first find. And you have 33 plus counting different finds in the Stabroek block alone. And it will continue to grow because the basin is one that is prolific. Now, these legislation that we have put in place, they have to come early. You cannot wait until the sector has matured, and the sector has matured. This oil and gas sector has matured elsewhere on earth. If you go to Newfoundland, Labrador, you have legislation there to deal with managing their sector, the Atlantic Accord, and they have a petroleum commission and so on. If you go to Norway, they have their own. Most oil producing nations have legislation to govern. And their ministers, who are the energy ministers, the petroleum ministers, or natural resources, they normally manage a sector. It gives oversight. It gives responsibility to a ministry and a minister. And you know who to go and ask when you have a problem, or if the sector is not developing, who to go and blame. So it puts the responsibility on the minister. I don't know if the AP and UAFC and some of the MPs that are here now that sit in the last government, if they believe that we should go and ask the friends of the fish shop to manage the sector. We can, or some man on the street to go manage the sector. The sector needs to be managed by a government official that is senior in their ranking, because there's a reason for that. It's when you go overseas to these conferences that the Honorable Vikram Bharat spoke of, people who are aged in the sector, who've developed skill, deep knowledge of the sector, they look who is representing the country. And when you turn your back, they say, well, you know, those people know what they're doing. Or they can do the opposite and say, well, those guys don't know what they're about. And we could wrap rings around them. These legislation and the provisions of these legislation will say that we know what we're doing. They are not borrowed from anywhere. They're not borrowed. These are modern legislation, and they have the provisions inside. I'll go to a couple of them, some of the main ones. The first thing, they have the administration of authority enshrined in this law. The second thing, it deals with the entire exploration and all of the activities that there are under exploration. It speaks to, apart from exploration, the development of well systems and the production side of the operation. It also deals with unitization, a term that is new, but a term that we never dealt with in Guyana, as the minister said. And it deals with cross-border oil wells when you have different countries. Remember, friends, colleagues, engineers, technicians, they draw the line on maps to give you the boundaries of maps and blocks. Geological formation don't work with engineers who draw lines around maps. Geological formation, oil can be in different strata of the earth at different sites. And that is a reality on the ground. This legislation speaks to how you deal with that. Whether it's in Guyana national borders or whether it's straddling one border into another country's land or waters. And the legislation speaks to how you deal with that. Every aspect of it. If it's an ex-licensee, if the land is not owned by anybody or the waters are not owned by anybody, if it's straddling an ex-country, how do you operate? How do you go about doing it? And it speaks to that. And this is the reality of the current situation that we have offshore. So I'm saying that I will point to the areas in this legislation that speaks to the reality on the ground. So the legislation is living. It's not something that deals with airy-fairy stuff. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, it talks about revenue and financial guarantee, an entire section, and one on decommissioning. But it also talks about transportation and storage. One of the big things that we have in the world today is the fight between renewables and the fight between fossil, and using gas as a bridging fuel, And this deals with that. This legislation deals with that. It also deals with carbon dioxide storage. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I had the privilege of representing Guyana at the World Petroleum Congress in Houston. And at that Congress, every single operator, every government official, everyone that was there, they spoke about renewable and how you can deal with carbon capture and its storage. How do you deal with that? And every single person that were there had something to say about carbon capture. The people in Alberta already putting it in cement. Carbon capture. Mr. Speaker, so this legislation deals with that. That is what you're dealing with. So you have a country, Guyana, that has natural resources in the earth offshore, and we found so far. You have natural resources that are in the forest that sequester about 154 million tons of CO2 every year. You have to make sure you balance the two. We have a gas to energy project that we're dealing with that will utilize gas from the production systems offshore that we'll pipe in. So we have to balance all of these moving parts. And this legislation deals with that. It recognizes the reality of the ground, and it recognizes our commitments that we have in the LCDS and our commitments that we make globally as a leader in energy. But we are finding the mid-ground. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about one specific thing in this legislation that talks about relinquishments. Now, relinquishment in the PSA that was signed with Exxon by the AP and UAFC, when a person or a licensee does not explore particular areas that they were granted a license, they have to relinquish that under the 1986 Act. In the PSA that was signed, if persons go and read it, they will find that that entire arrangement of a relinquishment went lopsided. It was messed up. They had to give up this block and this portion and this portion. It was not the 20% that was in the Act. The model PSA that we now have, that the Honorable Member Patterson was talking about, which I think he failed to even read, because they did not, when the PSA went for consultation, no commentary came back, none came back. But yet you come to the Parliament and take a position like if you're a genius kid in a corner and you have this wise knowledge that nobody else has. And that is not so, because a single comment did not come back on the model PSC that we have that deals with deep water operations and shallow water operations. Now, on sections 24.1, relinquishment area upon renewal. Mr. Speaker, in this part here, it speaks to that original position, and it's tied to the PSA that is developed by the ministry that went out to consultation that we now have in place. And that PSA it does four things. One, the new PSA for the 14 blocks cap the expense for a single year at 65%. You had it at 75, so you can't roll over more expenses into a new year. That's the first thing. That's the first criticism of the PSA that the APNU signed. The other thing is the royalty of 2% that they signed. Now this model PSA moves it to 10%. Hold on, like I raise up an answer over there when I talk. Mr. Speaker, but like that's not a normal answer. That's a cop answer. Mr. Speaker, the tax, 10% tax on profits. Mr. Speaker, the PSA that say no tax. That no tax. You check section 15 of that PSA, you won't find nothing like tax. Nothing. So they can't come here and lecture us about PSA modeling. The last one is a profit share of 50%. And the other thing that the PSA dealt with is ring fencing. The Honorable Member Patterson spoke about ring fencing. Mr. Speaker, by the advent of the size of the block that we have out now, the 14 blocks, by the advent of the size, it is ring fencing in their nature because the blocks are smaller. They are not 6.6 million acres that ExxonMobil has. They are small blocks, and by advent of them being small, that itself acts as a form of ring fencing. So it addresses 5 separate areas that were the downfall of the major criticism of the PSA that was signed by the AP and UAFC. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill that we have in the House, and I'm sorry that, again, the last time we had the single window bill, now we have this bill, debating it at graveyard shift, and the country can't see the benefits of what is putting together a framework that will govern the sector. Mr. Speaker, the last thing that I want to say, I will take the track of the Honorable Member Patterson did in quoting Bob Marley about Pimper's Paradise. I will take a similar track, but I will quote the wise and knowledgeable Nicki Minaj. Give them the rollerblades, let them skate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Dionarai Ramsey.
I gotta let you the auditor report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, esteemed members, Parliament, and fellow citizens. I believe 3/4 is probably sleeping by now. Today, as I rise before this August Assembly to express my deep concern regarding the Petroleum Bill 2023. But before I go, Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to my good friend who seems to regurgitate what the Honorable Member, Mr. Vikram Bharat, was in his presentation. But I want to mention one particular point, Mr. Speaker, that he mentioned that the local content policy was in a definition in this act. And then he went on to say that the Petroleum Commission will come after, but nowhere in this act, Mr. Speaker, mentioned anything about the Petroleum Commission. Nowhere inside. So how can you say that the local content policy is mentioned, but yet you're going to bring a Petroleum Commission? Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention a few points that the Honorable Member, Mr. Vikram Bharat, mentioned about the 14 oil blocks that is up for auction. Mr. Speaker, why pushing for this bill it is my suspicion, Mr. Speaker, that whilst we're pushing for this bill, that something, rather than a Petroleum Commission bill, there's something up the sleeve of the government to having this 14 blocks auction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to address another point about this small window. The small window that the minister speak to extract all this oil. Mr. Speaker, the small window, I can understand the rush to extract our petroleum products, but Mr. Speaker, I will address during my presentation the sustainability of this industry that can go on for decades. Mr. Speaker, while I recognize the significance of our nation's oil resources and the potential benefits to the whole, it is my firm belief that the current form of this bill presents several significant flaws that must be addressed before we move forward. And Mr. Speaker, we have presented to this National Assembly about 30-something clauses that we should be included in this bill. Sir, this act intends to repeal and replace the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, Chapter 6504, and the Petroleum Production Act, Chapter 6505, to provide for the exploration, storage, and transportation of petroleum in Guyana, and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, one's first impression or expectation when a bill is repealed is that it must have modern amendments, cater for inclusiveness of all Guyanese, and must include transparency and accountability. Not only mention it, Mr. Speaker, but it must include it. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my concern and support to the proposed amendments my colleagues, Honorable David Patterson, submitted. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is a lack of adequate environmental safeguards. My primary concern with this petroleum activities bill lies in its apparent lack of sufficient environmental safeguards. As we ventured into offshore oil exploration and production, we must prioritize the protection of our delicate marine ecosystem and coastal areas. Without robust provision to address potential oil spills, pollutions, and the long-term impacts, we risk irreversible damage to our environment and the livelihoods of countless Guyanese who depend on it. The bill must have an environmental protection section, Mr. Speaker. You cannot isolate the Environmental Protection Act from this bill, Mr. Speaker. It must have an aspect inside that reflects or adds to that safeguard, Mr. Speaker. We must strengthen the bill with comprehensive environmental safeguards, including strict regulations on oil spill response and mitigation, environmental impact assessment, and provisions for ecosystem restoration in the event of an environmental damage. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have an activity bill in isolation, as I mentioned, from the Environmental Protection Act. The petroleum sector can cause serious hazard to our environment, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to expound on this issue because apparently the government has no clue or memory shortage when it comes to Guyana environmental commitment, Mr. Speaker. And I want to repeat that. When it comes to Guyana environmental commitment, Guyana is a net emitter of greenhouse gases because of its surface gold mining and timber logging. We are far from having policies and activities to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases from mining and logging. Guyana is responsible for failing to control the Scope 1 emission from the flaring of offshore associated gas. A small and fiscally ineffective penalty is levied on gas volume, which are declared by oil product producers, but unverified by any government agencies or commissioned independent auditor, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Guyana has no control over the Scope 2 emissions from tankers carrying away its oil, or over the Scope 3 emission resulting from the combustion of fuel derived from the Guyana's oil. The rapid development of our oil field in this southeast corner of Stabroek Tract results in Guyana being the country with the largest per capita emission of greenhouse gases as mentioned by my former colleagues, Mr. Speaker. This unenviable status contradicts the claim made in the context of Guyana National Determined Contribution, the LDCs, to mitigation the climate change heating under the Paris Agreement of the United Convention of Climate Change, UNFCCC. Mr. Speaker, this is what I want to remind the government of when they sign on to, Mr. Speaker. The principal shareholders in the Stabroek Track Production Sharing Agreement are the EEPGL 45% share and the Hess Guyana Exploration Limited 30% share, and both have company commitments in relation to mitigate climate heating. These commitments include net reduction in emission of greenhouse gases. Guyana has not insisted that the technological improvement to reduce greenhouse gases during our production are incorporated in the Stabroek Track operation, although this is entirely possible through revision of the EPA environmental operating permits, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps, sir, perhaps the best win-win situation to fit both our companies' commitments and the obvious interests of Guyana in prolonging the income from oil and gas production is through a national petroleum depletion policy. Guyana must recognize that the global trend is to decarbonize economies by moving from petroleum-based fuel to electric and hydropower transport. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the value of petroleum as a hugely important industrial raw material for chemical synthesis is rising. And ExxonMobil, at least, is a major player in such refineries and synthesizers. Mr. Speaker, I was going to say this morning, but yesterday morning, the head of the government has signed an MOU with the Dominican Republic to have a refinery with a capacity of 50,000 barrels. And Mr. Speaker, I recall that there was an article by the Guyana Chronicle newspaper where one person said they had the agreement for a refinery in Guyana. And the very afternoon, Mr. Speaker, the Vice President made a statement that nobody has issued a refinery license or permit. Mr. Speaker, after 2 weeks after, Mr. Speaker, there was an expression of interest for refineries, and 4, Mr. Speaker, were shortlisted. 4 were shortlisted, Mr. Speaker. And my question is, what happened to the 4th refinery? Mr. Speaker, what happens to the 4th refinery? Somebody, Mr. Speaker, or is showing who is really boss, and we're gonna see, Mr. Speaker. Because one person is signing an MOU while the others shortlisted 4 refineries. We are waiting to see the result, Mr. Speaker. There is therefore a mutual interest, right. There is therefore a mutual interest between Guyana and the petroleum producers, Mr. Speaker, in a depletion policy which prolongs the life of Guyana's offshore petroleum as an industrial raw material and which contribute to the reduction of greenhouse emission as an element of the Guyana's NDC. Therefore, Honorable Minister Vikram Bharat, it can be sustainably. You don't have to rush to extract all the oil. I know that our intention is to set up a 10 platform, but for 4 platform, we can create a win-win situation for Guyana, and every Guyanese will be benefit. It is part of the policy of the bill. This is what the bill should address, Honorable AG. It fails to address what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker. It must be known, sir, that the PPP rejects the oil and gas depletion policy guidelines of the Inter-America Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, and you can check. It's yesterday. Yesterday was 1 year. It was check KaichuNewsOnline.com 2022-0809. Or you can go check the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank website. You will see it. Mr. Speaker, as proposed by my colleagues, to have a petroleum commission which will have the overarching management of the petroleum sector. This commission will have two policies, Mr. Speaker. One, the national for a petroleum policy, and the second one is a petroleum depletion policy. The national petroleum policy will act as a guide for the longevity and the sustainability of these natural resources, just like we have for the forestry sector, Mr. Speaker. The national forestry policy statement and plan, and that's how we manage that natural resources, Mr. Speaker. GGMC also, which the Honorable Minister have a report that was done by a Jamaican firm, to restructure the Geology and Mines Commission, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister have that report. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention that for the similar way how the Forestry Commission and the GGMC set up is the same way we are proposing that this natural resources should be set up so that you can have an inclusive management and accountability and transparency of these natural resources. I want to add, Mr. Speaker, under the APN UFC government, when it comes to governance of this petroleum sector, we had a plan for 2017 to 2019. And let me list it, Mr. Speaker. Ministry, the report is with the minister. You can have a look at it. Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Speaker, the policy development and implementation oversight. The ministerial responsibility in accordance with the petroleum legislative and regulatory regime and other related requirements and structure. Mr. Speaker, we also had the Petroleum Commission of Guyana, which is what we implemented in 2018, which is a regulatory oversight upstream of the activities, Mr. Speaker. Then we had a Petroleum Scientific Institute, 2018 to 2020, which supports a regulatory oversight through the provision of an archiving technical research training and related service activities and processes. Then we had, Mr. Speaker, a national oil company for 2018. Oversight of the commercial activities and the government commercial interests, Mr. Speaker. And then we had the institutional oversight, which is the Ministry of Finance with the Guyana Revenue Authority and the Bank of Guyana. That will deal with the revenue and the taxation policy and management. Then we had the Ministry of Infrastructure, which have the Guyana Energy Agency and the Guyana Power and Light, which deal with the gas energy project. Then you had the Ministry of Business under the Go Invest, which had the development of local content policy, which was drafted, that was mentioned. Then we had the Ministry of Presidency, the Department of Energy, Mr. Speaker, that deals with, and the Sea Defense, which deal with the overall residual authority. Mr. Speaker, this is all that was in the pipeline to help manage the resources. It was an overarching framework, Mr. Speaker, but not to come here and bring a bill that exclude all this here and come and tell us here about management of our natural resources, Mr. Speaker. This is what we have, and this is how my friend is, I don't want to mention it, but he did a very good study that wanted to manage these resources, Mr. Speaker. But we will talk after this. The Petroleum Commission bill, Mr. Speaker, we are draft. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Petroleum Commission bill, where a draft was already done. It was critiqued by the Commonwealth and was sent to the World Bank for the inputs. This commission would establish a board of directors to manage the affairs, and the composition of this board, Mr. Speaker, caters for the inclusivity. It has 6 members, Mr. Speaker, made up of persons from the civil society, minimum of 2 women, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary opposition in addition, and the chairperson and the commissioner that who is an ex officio, Mr. Speaker. This is what you call inclusive governance. Sir, I would like to remind this House that at the last sitting, the 66th sitting of this National Assembly, that we passed a real estate bill that is a private sector driven business. And here we are, Mr. Speaker, talking about a natural resources, which is the biggest one of Guyana. And we can't have a commission or a management body to oversee this operation. But everything, as mentioned, 300 and how much 30 something mentioned of one person to manage this sector, Mr. Speaker. And we're not too sure if it's the Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the depletion policy that I spoke of, which will have a section within the Petroleum Activities Bill as follows. Our petroleum resources are not renewable. The national interest requires that we provide a legislation for the optimum rates of depletion to maximize the socioeconomic benefit. Almost all the national discussion in the media is driven by a consideration of petroleum only, or mostly a liquid fuel, to be consumed until alternative fuel becomes cheap and energy efficient, Mr. Speaker. We must look beyond this relatively brief historical period of oil combustion and provide petroleum as an industrial base. It still be exhausting, but the policy we both satisfy our direct international climate mitigation obligation and our national income generation, Mr. Speaker. Accordingly, sir, our policy, Ricky Ramsuru. Accordingly, sir, our policy requires the Petroleum Commission to be responsible for engaging at the earliest practicable date with global specialists to identify and propose timelines for future major petroleum-based products, which can be synthesized through a refined process, especially from the light sweet crude oil proven in Guyana offshore deepwater fields. Mr. Speaker, a far-sighted policy based on the best available information and specialist advice is the APNU AFC alternative to the oil companies. Our focus on the petroleum mainly as liquid fuel, whose combustion is uncontestable a major cause of destabilizing climate heating. The effects of climate heating are obviously detrimental to the coastline and majority of the coastal population of Guyana. Increasingly, Mr. Speaker, the thermal expansion of the ocean and overwhelming the taking of our sea defenses. Focus, boy, focus. The argument, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana should support and encourage maximum production of petroleum for fuel to prevent standing of these assets is short-sighted, Mr. Speaker. Short-sighted, since our existing production greatly exceeds national consumption and is mainly resulting in rapid inflation of the economy and the acquisition of huge national debts for unplanned vanity projects, Mr. Speaker. That's what we'll end up with. Mr. Speaker, let me bring the revenue management and accountability here. The bill current revenue management framework raises concern about accountability and transparency. We must ensure the oil revenues are just judiciously to benefit all citizens rather than falling into a pit of management or corruption. Without stringent checks and balances, there is a risk that our nation could squander this opportunity for the betterment of all Guyanese. To instill public confidence, Mr. Speaker, the bill should establish the Petroleum Commission responsible for the monitoring of our revenues and ensuring they are allocated to a critical sector such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure development with regular public reporting. Right, Mr. Madison? Reporting. At Bank of Guyana? Mr. Speaker, the socio-economic disparities and local content. While the bill mentioned local content development, there is a lack of concrete measures to ensure the fair participation of Guyanese workers and businesses in the oil industry. Failure to address this issue may exacerbate existing socioeconomic disparities and hinder the growth of local businesses. The bill should promote local content by setting clear targets for the hiring of Guyanese workers and the procurement of goods and services from local businesses. This will create a thriving ecosystem, homegrown talent, and companies, Mr. Speaker. And my final point, Mr. Speaker, on this here, the resource course and economic vulnerabilities. The petroleum bill must address the potential for the resource course, a phenomenon where resource-rich countries experience economic instability and governance challenges. If not adequately managed, Mr. Speaker, oil well can lead to over-reliance on a single sector, stifling diversification, efforts on exposing our economy to volatile oil prices, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen that the other non-oil sector, as mentioned by my member in our last presentation, the decline of the non-oil sector, Mr. Speaker. We must incorporate the provisions to encourage economic diversification and long-term planning beyond oil revenue, ensuring a more stable and resilient economy that benefits all the citizens. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, sir, while I acknowledge the potential benefit that the Petroleum Bill of 2023 might bring to our nation, I cannot in good conscience support it in its current form. But we have a moral obligation to safeguard our environment, protect the interests of our citizens, and ensure that the exploitation of our natural resources is done responsibly and sustainably. I urge my esteemed colleagues to join me in calling for the necessary amendments to address the concern raised and ensure that the Petroleum Bill aligns with the best interests of all Guyanese. Together, we can forge a brighter and a more prosperous future for our nation while protecting the values that define us. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister of Labour, the Honorable Joseph Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, anytime we're discussing the oil and gas sector in Guyana, the APNU AFC Member of Parliament should not speak at all on this matter. Because they have no moral authority to discuss in good faith and good conscience oil and gas and the interests of the people of Guyana. That's right. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to understand that our colleagues across the aisle, they are always able to give us all the necessary advice in the opposition. And when they were in government, all the advice they now can find to give this government, they couldn't utilize it for them to stay in government. Mr. Speaker, when you hear our colleagues across this aisle speak, it is useful for us to do some reminders and then contrast what they did with oil and gas sector and what we have done. Mr. Speaker, reminder and contrast. We are not at a place where we were in 2016, Mr. Speaker, when we have, as Guyanese, we had a PSA that was signed. We had a PSA that was signed, not just signed, it was signed and hidden from the Guyanese people. And Mr. Ramsaroop got it gall to talk about transparency and accountability. I recall when this matter was raised, the then Minister of Natural Resources and the Finance Minister, the advice they gave to the Guyanese people that you should have gone to the registry to check. This document was lying in the registry for several years, never made available. Yes, for several years, never made available to the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, again, another reminder. $18 million, one time, US dollars, where the minister at the time, he said to the Guyanese people. Firstly, we never requested, neither have we collected a signing bonus. Then he went on to say that he thought that it was a gift given to the Guyana government. Well, we weren't sure whether it's the Guyana government or whether it was a gift that was given to the APNO AFC. We are still to confirm whichever one. So you had a bad PSA, hidden PSA. You had a sign-in bonus that was hidden. And Mr. Speaker, the person who signed the PSA on behalf of the government just a couple of weeks ago is indicating to the Guyanese people that if he had to do it again, he would do it differently. If he had to do it again, he will do it differently. Further, he says, he was instructed to sign. We're still waiting to know who instructed him to sign. That's right. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the reminder for the Guyanese people at this hour of the morning. Contrast that. Oh, and then Mr. Ramsarup talked about transparency and accountability. The Minister of Finance then took a National Resource Fund to the Parliament when already they lost the no confidence motion. And if that was not bad enough, he made himself minister, he made himself the board, and he made himself the CEO. In the event you didn't have a CEO, he becomes the CEO. In the event you didn't have a board, he becomes the board. Mr. Speaker, when we contrast that, what APNO AFC did regarding this sector, what we have today, in 3 years, we have a natural resource fund that can stand scrutiny. That can stand scrutiny. Where every dollar we take out of there, it comes to the National Assembly via the Minister of Finance. So we are talking about accountability and transparency. We are the ones who have effected accountability and transparency regarding the oil and gas sector. That's right. Mr. Speaker, we have a model PSA. A model, I wouldn't even comment on that. Mr. Ramjatan, go back to what you were doing, sleeping. Mr. Speaker, we have a Local Content Act. And I didn't know Mr. Ramsarup somehow, Honorable Member, we're discussing the Petroleum Activities Bill. And Mr. Ramsarup, Honorable Member, is suggesting to us, let us collapse all the other legislation we have into this. That is what he was saying. Yeah. Because he was talking about the EPA, and it should be in here. He was talking about the Forestry Commission, it should be in here. GGMC, all should be in this bill. Local content, even though we have a Local Content Act, he was saying that it should be in here. Mr. Speaker, so Local Content Act, and now we bring to the National Assembly the Petroleum Activities Bill. That will be passed tonight. And let me make this point, because Mr. Patterson spent a lot of time, Honorable Member, counting how many times the ministers mentioned in the bill. Who do you want us to put in here? The opposition leader? No, you don't qualify to be in the bill. Who do you want us to be in here? The opposition leader? And who you want us to put in here? It can only be the Minister of Natural Resources, and presently his name is Honorable Vikram Bharat of the People's Progressive Party. Sebe, the opposition leader will never go in here. He don't qualify to be in here. Mr. Speaker, the other important point before I take my seat I want to speak to quickly. You know, 5 years in government, and the APNU AFC, all the conversations they have now, an important matter regarding this sector, they never paid attention to. That is health and safety and security. It is in this legislation. You never ever pass. You never paid attention to the matters like they don't exist. It didn't exist under APNU AFC. We are fixing that. We are fixing that. And for your information, people on the other side of town, where you will stay forever and ever, ever. Amen. The first time, an occupation safety and health officer went to inspect an FPSO is under the People's Progressive Party citizen. Even before this legislation. And that will continue, because just last week, we had an engagement with ExxonMobil, paying attention to the matter and indicating to them that this must be a quarterly activity where we can regulate and we can do proper oversight of the sector. APNU AFC and Mr. David Patterson, with all his gap, honorable member, never even consider that in this sector, you need the regulation and oversight as regards occupation safety and health. This legislation takes care of that. This legislation. And for your information, let me read. And I'm sure that they have not even considered it. Not one of their speakers will speak to this matter because it's not important to them. It's not important. Mr. Speaker, yes, they're concerned about how much time the minister is in there. Yes. The opposition leader will be in here 0 time. Mr. Speaker, Part 13 of this legislation proposed speaks to safety, security, and emergency response, Mr. Ramsarup, honorable member. 73.1 says, the minister shall make regulations to govern the safety of petroleum operations carried out under this act. Y'all were in government for 5 years. Oil and gas, never paid attention to it. Not one piece of safety regulation to govern oil and gas. And they had an expert they call, a guy who used to be at EPA. He was the end all of this matter. Yes, and they never considered this matter to be important. Notwithstanding the generality of the foregoing, the minister, Mr. Ramsarup, honorable member, the minister may make regulations for A, protecting the health, safety, and welfare of persons engaged in oil and gas operations and the communities. In your state of incompetence, you never even comprehend that this should be there. Never even comprehend. B says securing the safe design, construction, and operation of all facilities. Mr. Speaker, securing safe and environmentally sound decommissioning operations. D, maintaining a high level of safety at all facilities. E, promoting orderly exploration, appraisals, development, and production of petroleum. F, preventing damages to or waste of any natural resources, property, or the environment. And G, promoting a safety culture. APNO AFC didn't understand. Oh, you understood it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, safety measures in compliance with this act, applicable laws related to health, safety, and environment, and best international industry standards to practice. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, that is what is wrong with over there. What is wrong with over there is, if we are discussing, like the last time we discussed the single window system, we heard from over there, we had it to bring if we stay in government. If you talk about the bridge across the river, another plan we had, the feasibility for a three-lane bridge rather. Everything you speak about. Oh, and if you talk about the infectious disease hospital, that was a shell. If we didn't get through, we would have finished it. Mr. Speaker, that is the issue. Two things you all are good at. You are always able to advise when you're not in a position to operationalize. You're good at that, I could say. You're bad at a lot of things, but you're good at that. No, I accept your advice. And you couldn't even advise yourself to stay in government. Why would we accept your advice? Mr. Speaker, so tonight, as we discuss the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023 that will be passed, that will be passed this morning, I will hope that our friends across the aisle, they got aboard the program. They got aboard the train. Because the train of development of Guyana, that is called the People's Progressive Party simply, will not stop and wait for you. The train has left the station. And this is one other piece of legislation to indicate to the Guyanese people that the People's Progressive Party Civic will continue to manage and regulate the oil and gas sector to their benefit and to ensure that we utilize the resources for the development of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Vincent Henry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Halika Jakuba. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Guyana Action Party, a member of the coalition, I hereby stand to make my presentation on the proposed Petroleum Activities Bill of 2023. However, Mr. Speaker, Please allow me to firstly, in a belated manner, express greetings to all and especially to my Indigenous brothers and sisters on the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. Like I said, somewhat belatedly. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the Indigenous peoples are and have done so much for Guyana and the world at large. We are known, and that's no secret, as the safekeepers of the health of the world's environment. Mr. Speaker, please also allow me to express condolences to the family and friends of the 20 Indigenous children who perished in the Malia fire. Mr. Speaker, I further beg your indulgence, if you so agree, to allow this noble House to pay respect to the memories of the 20 Indigenous youths who perished by leading us in Parliament in a 1 minute of silence. And you may deduct that time from the amount of time allocated to me. Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, I'm being advised that this was already done, so please continue. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, when was this done? Did the MPs on the opposition side stand and observe it? To my knowledge, only those on our side, no AFC stood up and observed it. I cannot recollect those on the opposition side.
Honorable Member, it is being verified, so can we please continue until it's verified?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, according to our Indigenous beliefs, we have to pay respect to those who depart, who are deceased, so that their souls may rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, the Petroleum Bill 2023 provides for the exploration, production, storage, and transportation of petroleum in Guyana and for related matters. But before I delve into that, I would like to mention, as a rebuttal to the last speaker, who focused a lot on an $18 million US bonus, and that bonus was in the account of the Bank of Guyana. If it was somewhere else, and I know the PPP, they would have charged somebody and put them at the courts. They did not do it, so therefore you know it was in the bank. And to further say something about it, that money, we all Guyanese know that that money was used to defend Guyana's integrity. There to defend us. You might not understand how we, the Indigenous people, feel who live in Essequibo, to have that sort of defense and to keep us safe. We are the front line to danger, and you come and mock us here. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the APNU AFC for safeguarding us, the Indigenous people, when we were facing the devil and danger. Mr. Speaker, further, I would like to, since you mentioned the $18 million US.
Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker has taken a break. Madam Deputy Speaker is in. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm so accustomed. I wish the Speaker who mentioned the $18 million bonus US to tell us about the $214 million US that was there from the first oil audit. Where is that money? $214 million US. You crying for monies that are there to defend us. Tell us about that. Mr. Speaker, this act in its current form contains some 85 clauses. And I'm hearing about the minister being mentioned over 300 times, almost one time for every single day in the year. But it does not give justice to the representation and respect of the rights of the first peoples of Guyana. It does not. Mr. Speaker, this act seems to focus on petroleum activities that occur or may occur off the coast of Guyana. However, the exploration, production, storage, and transportation of petroleum in Guyana and its related matters will not only happen in our maritime space, but may also occur in any part of Guyana. This, Mr. Speaker, brings to mind the hunt oil petroleum activities that resulted in high-quality raw crude oil being discovered in the Rupununi. It must be noted that this discovery, though halted, can or maybe in the future be considered for further exploration and possibly getting active. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that the hunt oil is located on an area identified as one of the environmentally important wetlands in Guyana. This wetland naturally connects to the wetlands of northern Roraima in Brazil during the rainy season, and it allows nature to replenish itself with the intermingling of the fauna from Guyana and Brazil. It is also situated relatively near to the 14 indigenous villages of North Rupununi. Mr. Speaker, the Rupununi River and its tributaries meander in close proximity or within the rich hunt oil reserves location. It must be noted that the Rupununi River supplies the North Rupununi villages with fresh water and related resources that are vital for the survival of the indigenous peoples and others who live in that location. Madam Speaker, sorry.
Honorable Member, before you continue, I will allow 1 minute of silence and observation for the children that passed away when you're ready.
Now?
We can go ahead now, okay?
Let's do it now, please. Thank you. You will guide us.
Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Many of us indigenous peoples, we cried bitterly when this happened. And today you're helping us to heal our hearts. Madam Speaker, the International Labour Organization in its ILO 169 decree stated of the indigenous peoples, and I quote, Article 7, the peoples concerned shall have the right to decide their own priorities for the process of development as it affects their lives, beliefs, institutions, and spiritual well-being, and the lands they occupy or otherwise use, and to exercise control to the extent possible over their economic, social, and cultural development. In addition, they shall participate in the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of plans and programs for national and regional development which may affect them directly. The improvement of the conditions of life and work and health, levels of health and education of the peoples concerned, with their participation and cooperation, shall be a matter of priority in plans for their overall economic development or areas they inhabit. Special projects for development of the areas in question shall also be so designed as to promote such improvement. Governments shall ensure that whenever appropriate studies are carried out in cooperation with peoples concerned to assess the social, spiritual, cultural, and environmental impact on them of planned developmental activities. The result of these studies shall be considered as fundamental criteria for the implementation of these activities. And 4, government shall take measures in cooperation with the peoples concerned to protect and preserve the environment of the territories they inhabit. And in Article 15, continue the rights of the peoples concerned to the natural resources pertaining to their lands shall be specially safeguarded. These rights include the right of the peoples to participate in the use, management, and conservation of the resources. In cases in which the state retains ownership, this is appropriate, of mineral or subsurface resources or rights to other resources pertaining to lands, governments shall establish or maintain procedures through which they shall consult these peoples with a view to ascertaining whether and to what degree their interests will be prejudiced before undertaking or permitting any programs for the exploration or exploitation of such resources pertaining to their lands. The peoples concerned shall, wherever possible, participate in the benefits of such activities and shall receive fair compensation for any damages which may sustain as a result of such activities. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, it is somewhat disheartening that Guyana is not a signatory to this treaty, ILO 169. I do encourage this government, on behalf of the indigenous peoples of Guyana, to ratify the ILO 169 as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, this Petroleum Act does not allow for free prior informed consent. Part 2 of the Act, which deals with administration and authority, places the center of power squarely in the hands of the Minister of Natural Resources. In this section of the Act, the Minister identifies the areas or blocks, whatever you call them, for potential exploration, invites companies to apply for permission to explore, and issues approval for the granting of the license. If this license is for exploration to be done in the hinterland, there will be no opportunity for the people who live there to be consulted or allowed to give their free prior informed consent. Mr. Speaker, I repeat that this current act that is before us tonight morning, does not allow for free prior informed consent by the indigenous peoples and Guyanese as a whole for petroleum activities to be done within or near to their communities. Mr. Speaker, according to the World Rainforest Movement Article 262 dated 12th of September 2022, and I quote, Solinga and Leon have systemized information about oil spills in the Peruvian Amazon, showing that environmental authorities have recorded up to 474 spills from oil infrastructure between 2000 and 2019. They have also shown that the total amount of oil produced waters dumped into the river, soils, and wetlands in the northern Peruvian Amazon reached 7.09 billion barrels between 1974 and 2009. These produced waters contain thousands of tons of different highly toxic chemical compounds. It is worth noting that the Peruvian state has had official information at least the early since 1980s, when lead was first reported to be found in sediments, water, and animals consumed by the indigenous Achuar communities in the Corrientes River Basin. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, both surface and underground oil spills have potential to contaminate soil sediments, ground and surface waters and air due to the many volatile compounds emitted in the air when there is an oil spill. Mr. Speaker, according to IS Global organizations, and I have the contact there, living in the Peruvian Amazon near oil fields, the indigenous peoples living in the Peruvian Amazon near oil fields have high levels of mercury, cadmium, and lead in their bodies. It must be noted that serious contaminants are left behind after resources are extracted. Mr. Speaker, this Petroleum Act, Madam Speaker, this Petroleum Act that is the subject of the current debate spells out in detail that the subject minister has all the powers to make unilateral decisions related to this industry. Of course, he or she will have to report to the cabinet, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not right that one individual should be allowed so much authority over such an important facet of our lives. Mr. Speaker, that this is why we ask that the powers mentioned should be replaced in the hands of a broader body, which might be called the National Petroleum Commission. Mr. Speaker, for us, the indigenous peoples of Guyana, this Petroleum Act number 16 of 2023, in its current form, is a move by the People's Progressive Party to continue the erosion of the rights of the indigenous peoples of Guyana and Guyanese as a whole. Mr. Speaker, there are many instances in this act in which the need for free prior informed consent has been ignored or have been ignored. In Part 6, under the heading Unitization, Clause 44.7, I quote, where the holder of a petroleum license identifies a reservoir that extends beyond the boundary of the license area onto an unlicensed area within the national territory, the minister may direct the licensee to submit an application to the minister to incorporate the unlicensed area that contains part of the reservoir identified by the licensee under this subsection. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, let us suppose that the Huntile block becomes activated. As an example, there could be one at Sawariro also, for what we have been hearing. And a large petroleum reservoir is found in the title lands and land contiguous to the indigenous villages of North Rupununi. According to this act, the minister will have all the powers to direct the licensee to submit an application to the minister to incorporate the unlicensed area within the lands titled to or are contiguous to the indigenous villages of the North Rupununi. Mr. Speaker, this example, and there are many others in this act, that deliberately throw the concept of free prior informed consent out of the window together with the baby's water. Mr. Speaker, this example of the bypassing of the FPIC is a continuation of many examples of this government not wanting to treat the indigenous peoples with the respect they desire or deserve. Mr. Speaker, a glaring example of this is the government's selling of the carbon credits of indigenous peoples without FPIC and then unilaterally giving them a contribution, yes, a contribution of 15% of the proceeds. Where in the world would it be acceptable for anyone to sell your asset without your free prior informed consent and then contribute 15% of the monies back that they receive back to you? And to make it worse, they deliberately misrepresented the Amerindian Act of 2006 by saying that the National Two-Ships Council is the authority to give consent for this ice pass to happen. The world knows that only the village general meetings of the indigenous peoples have the legal authority to give such consent, and this must be done via the process of free, prior, informed consent. Madam Speaker, the call for ethic in matters related to indigenous development is serious. Madam Speaker, recently we saw the deaths of 20 of our indigenous youths by fire in Malia. Madam Speaker, were the indigenous and other peoples consulted on the design of the dormitory? Did they agree for the designs to include grills? Did they agree for the children to be kept as if they were prisoners? And to make matters worse, why is this PPP government allegedly forcing the parents of the deceased indigenous children to accept a meager $5 million as a final settlement for the state-sponsored debts even before the Commission of Inquiry is properly constituted? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, on the part 14,
Honorable
restriction.
Member, can we please stick to the bill?
Madam Speaker, I am speaking to the bill, but I will observe what you have said. Mr. Speaker, on the part 14, restriction on rights on license, it states, and I quote 78.1.b, a licensee shall not exercise any of his rights under this act or a license except with the written consent of the lawful occupier thereof, in respect of any land within 200 meters of such or such greater distance as may be prescribed of the boundaries of any village, or any land set apart or required for a village, a new village or a village extension, except with the written consent of the minister. The minister, the minister, the minister. 300 and how much? 30-something times. Mr. Speaker, here again, this act does not bind the all-powerful minister to follow the principles of free, prior, informed consent before adjudicating and making a decision on the granting or non-granting of a license. Madam Speaker, this act in its current form is certainly not indigenous peoples friendly. In section 81.3, it condescendingly states that the lawful occupier of any land in a development and production area shall not erect any building and structure in the area without the consent of the holder of the petroleum production license. So even we gotta get permission from the people with the license now. However, Mr. Speaker, in section 80, Madam Speaker, in section 81.3.
Excuse me, you have 2 minutes, so please start wrapping up.
Yeah, I'm almost finished.
Thank you.
However, Madam Speaker, in section 81.3, the lawful occupier has the right to graze livestock upon or to cultivate the surface of the land, except insofar as such uses of the land may unreasonably interfere with the petroleum operations. So, we do have rights, but rights that are superseded by the rights of the developer. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in closing, I repeat that this bill is condescending and unfriendly to the indigenous peoples of Guyana. It is unfortunate that this bill is being debated on the World Indigenous Peoples Day. This morning we were to have done it. This bill gives the minister dictatorial powers that can see the further trampling of the rights of the indigenous peoples and Guyanese as whole. One only has to look how the people of Chinese landing are currently being treated by the PPP. One must note that it took the intervention of the IAS to make them act. But even now, they are being told that they have to be careful because representing themselves will put the minuscule amount of cash grants that this benevolent PPP gives from the Guyanese people's coffer of $200 for 1 year in jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, the bill opens the door for more under-the-table exploits by the PPP by giving absolute power to the minister, power that should be residing in the hands of a petroleum commission. Mr. Speaker, with the Mr. Speaker, the Amerindian Act, though is in need of revision, We ask that it not be superseded by this petroleum activities bill. Mr. Speaker, with the aforementioned facts, I now request that this bill be sent to a special select committee. And I thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Vincent Henry. I now call on the Honorable Minister Robson Ben to make his presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members, for the opportunity to make a short presentation on this question of the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, first off, I wish to strongly object to a statement just made by the honorable member speaking before me, where he said that the deaths of the 20 persons, young people, all people, our youths in Madi was state-sponsored. I think it's highly offensive. The honorable member himself wasn't there when I was there 2:30 in the morning and dealing with the issue. The honorable member, I'm not sure what role he played in anything that had to do with it, but I'm at the personal level, I'm registering my strong objection to that statement. That is a statement. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I wish to clearly point out that this bill number 16 of 2023 refers simply perhaps to petroleum activities. It refers to petroleum activities. And I have to say that somehow I found my way here at this present time, perhaps of being at the recent beginning of our exploration in oil in Guyana. Both as a geologist, shooting seismics out there, both in the Takutu Basin, which was just spoken of, both as Commissioner of Geology and Mines, also as the one who signed with the courageous Janet Jagan, the first documentation which brought the Exxon, the EGPL, into exploration and discovery of oil in Guyana. I have to say that at various times since leaving the GGMC, and particularly at the time when we finally found the oil, which we knew we would have found at some certain point in time, and this was after we had gone to Houston and had a quarrel with Exxon about the pace at which they were doing exploration and the fact that we wanted to have the discovery much earlier than it occurred. And the fact that we were insisting on three-dimensional seismics to be done to push the discovery much faster and with efficaciousness than the way they were doing it at that time, when they were quarreling with Venezuela, with the Chavez government in relation to their occupancy and developments there. When I sit here and hear some of the discussion, much of it from the other side, you get the feeling that we're still not ready, that this former coalition partnership, which was in power and where there were many references to the missteps. I'm not going into the question of whether we were legally in power in 2015. I have my grave doubts about that. I won't get into that now. However, we are carrying on debates and discussion, not only in the newspaper, in the social media, in the certain newspapers, where the discussion is, in too many cases, reckless, in too many instances, insultive, like what we saw in the Stabroek News, in the Kaito News rather, I think yesterday about Exxon and what the CEO of Exxon in Guyana is purported to have said, because it was in close, open and close exclamation marks after referencing him. I think that we run the risk that if we continue the debate in the forum, in the public, and in this house, where we engender reckless and irresponsible criticism and approaches and perceptions in relation to oil and gas and other resources in Guyana. The Kaito News article yesterday referred to who are the new slave masters. And here we are this morning debating this bill, which aliases, but for certain nuances, many other forms of similar petroleum activities bill in many other countries. This is no miracle. This is not something that is pulled out of the hat. This could not have appeared here in the way that it has appeared here without having the careful consideration of the drafters who are here, of persons who have had insight and information in relation to our issue, in relation to the fact that we are still evolving in terms of what the ultimate legislation and supporting issues have to be in relation to petroleum activities and its development and its exploitation. And I hear the drumbeat, and sometimes you get the impression that the feeding frenzy we have seemingly irrationally over the development of the sector of this industry, new still in itself, is one which is for Karen Crow's. It's Karen Crow frenzy. You get the impression from the other side that they don't want it to develop. You get the impression always that you want to put a stop to any activity, any initiative. That is what these amendments suggest. You don't want the minister, the person responsible, to have the weighting, the responsibility, and the knowledge and the legislation in relation to making sure that this activity, the activities related to oil and gas, are developed in a structured, programmed way. You want to have now a new petroleum commission in a certain way, and only because you do not want to have, you believe that if the PVP puts anything in place, good or bad, that is something to be opposed. That you do not want the ministers to have the power which ministers should have. That you don't want the development to occur. That irrationally, without considering the matters, you want to put up all kinds of disagreements, irrational arguments in relation to these developments. There is no mystery in this petroleum activities bill. There's no mystery. And the suggestion of all of these amendments and the fact that the bill refers to the minister who's responsible and how many number of times in the bill is of no relevance. It's of no relevance. And if any one of the persons on that side of the house were in the same position as the minister, it would not have been different. It perhaps would have been much worse. it would have perhaps could have been much worse, falling on the issues related to the signing bonus and other issues, all of which perhaps we've not spoken of in this house. There are other things which you could speak about in relation to the matter. Madam Speaker, I want to sound a warning, perhaps, that there are other countries who have had experiences where, perhaps in some instances where there hasn't been a fair share of the resources on which we have to take account of. That the honorable member speaking before me spoke about the questions in Peru, I think, and Ecuador in relation to the exploration and exploitation of oil in the Amazonian forest there. There's some countries which have become have run off the rails in respect to the use, the extraction of petroleum and other energy resources. The most recent issue, of course, has been the problem in and amongst those Europeans who all seem to be finding reasons to fight each other and kill each other just now, and having now forgotten everything in relation to the Paris climate change accords. The Germans have come off from the issue of where they said they were only going with renewals, wind power and other things. They've gone back to lignite, brown coal. And the UK Prime Minister, Mr. Rishi Sunak, a couple of years ago talked about the windfall tax for the oil and gas sector because they were earning a lot of money. And then I think last week he went out to the North Sea in Glasgow or somewhere and was talking about encouraging more drilling in the North Sea. So they have found themselves in a reversal in relation to the accords, the Paris Accords, and what should be done in relation to the overall question of energy. So overall, we're still in dangerous waters just now. There's still the question of what opportunity we have. The window of opportunity, the Honorable Minister Vikram Bharat spoke about the time period we may have to make the best gains and use of this wonderful discovery of oil in Guyana, something that for generations was wished and wanted and wondered about. But now everybody's interested, but too many people are interested in a negative way. They're only interested in a negative way, and the discussion and the debate for persons who should otherwise know better and who claim to be leaders in the society and have constituents will not bring us to any good or gain in the country. It will not bring us to any good or gain. In relation to putting in all of these amendments, which the Honorable Member Patterson, Madam Speaker, has drafted out here, there are relations to other, I don't know, isn't there an EPA Act? Are there other acts which have direct relationship to this thing? Do we have to put every other act that is out there and make a big thing like this so that we could debate and go to, and that we don't have to go to an select committees in really, well, exactly. Sterile debate. Useless debate, designed to put a stop out of malign interests in the development of the country and its people. That's what it is about. That is what it is about. And I wish this really was not so, Madam Speaker. Guyana has one good shot now at this development. One good shot. One good shot, given the window of opportunity that is there, given the issues related to climate change and global warming, given the question we talk about utilizing the benefits from the forests, which have already been shared with our Amerindian brothers and sisters, we have one good shot. And this one shot that we have, it has to be successful. It has to be successful. And it couldn't be that the honorable members who have stood up here and read long things from wherever about whatever on this matter really think, really have a sense in fact and in truth and in information that is out there written down here that what they're saying makes any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. I've said before that we waste a lot of parliamentary time, good parliamentary time, lots of staff and facilitators wasting on us, the country listening to us. It's gone out there in the Hansard, it goes out there in social media for me repetitiously put out again and again for people to hear. We have school children, young persons who are coming up to take over from us and to run our issues going forward. And this is what we do. I don't think, well, perhaps in some circumstances, debates which come from this House, particularly from that other side of this House, will form a storehouse of some kind of knowledge for great wonder of a negative kind, and for really wondering and thinking how we have come to what we are coming here in this House. We have to put an end to this. Some countries have had troubles in relation to resource use. We've talked about resource scores. Neighboring Venezuela, there was a time when PDVSA gave 95% or more of all the money coming into the country, provided all of that in terms of foreign income. It created problems in terms of the usage of the money, the question of whether the elites were using too much of it for themselves. What about the poor and the deprived and underdeveloped and the indigenous too? Those issues came forward, and you had the Chavez Revolution and the results thereof. And we're seeing the fallout of that great disagreement now here in Guyana. And these are the things we have to be worrying about, working against to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes, But we cannot start out on the basis of amendments, on the basis of continuing superstition. Well, I got to say there's some superstition in it. In the basis of thinking that any and everything which comes here and which could be checked against other legislation in other countries. If you look at Ghana, the petroleum activities bill. If you look at Angola, if you look at British Columbia, if you look at Norway, it's essentially the same things in here. And the amount of research, it seems that people are standing up at that podium over there and reading from long things, reading things which they have excerpted, I wouldn't say plagiarized, from other places, would suggest that the simplest thing was to go and look at what other countries have and see where we fall, where we meet in that space. And so I don't want to go too much into issues of exploration, the question of whether the deposit goes over into unlicensed territory and all those things. All of those things are to be worked out easily and dealt with. There's nothing new there. And I've been looking at these things for many years, and I'm sorry. You want me to read it again like you've been standing up there reading stuff? You want me to stand up and read again like how you've been reading long paragraphs of stuff? And I wasn't really wanting to say that things were being plagiarized and put into the record here.
You write down, Mr. Speaker, for you to change that.
Madam Speaker, I want to again sound the warning about our approaching matters of serious national development, where we're required to take initiatives to bring our people along, where we're required essentially to hand over a better life to our children, that we have to have a better approach, a more reasoned and rational approach to these matters. That is what we need to do. And the little work I and others would have done to bring us to this point where we could quarrel over these things is of no use if it comes to naught. It's of no use if it does not progress the issue. It's of no use if we can't have consensus on these fairly simple issues otherwise. We don't have to vote for it ourselves only on this side. You don't need to be silent on it on that side of the house. You too could stand up and say, yes, we agree, it's rational, it has aliases, there are no miracles there, let us go together. But here a gentleman brings a whole set of stuff designed to create trouble, quarrel, feed for newspapers who have no real interest in progress in the matter, and have us in a continuous state of turmoil. That is what we're in relation to these critical debates and discussions in our country. So that's what I want to say in this matter, Madam Speaker. I fully support the Petroleum Activities Bill in the form that it is and without amendment. That is the way, that is my position in the matter, and I come from particular, peculiar, and valid perspectives on this matter. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for your presentation, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member Sherwin Holder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise this morning to make my contribution on what was expected to be a groundbreaking piece of legislation, the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation, its core is what is expected to determine the way our petroleum industry will be managed and governed for a significant period of time. It comes at a time when we're just about to approve new oil fields and merely weeks from an auction that will see agreements being made for exploration and production in 14 new oil blocks. Madam Speaker, while the bill attempts to update our petroleum exploration and production laws, the process at arriving where we are today, unfortunately, was not executed in the spirit of genuine inclusive democracy. Mr. Speaker, this proposed bill consists of 18 sections and 98 clauses, some having multiple subclauses. For this government to lay this bill in an attempt to ram it through the National Assembly via their one-seat majority demonstrates their unwillingness to work with the opposition in the best interest of the people, and frankly speaking, their contempt for all Guyanese. Further, Madam Speaker, it goes against the fundamental principle of transparency and democracy. Madam Speaker, let me say from the onset that this bill in its current form is grossly deficient and illustrates that the People's Progressive Party's thirst yet again for total domination and control. Madam Speaker, when you read this bill, if you don't know better, you'd believe that the minister is the Alpha and Omega, the omnipotent and the omnipresent. The word minister is mentioned, and I had my daughter count the number of times the word minister is mentioned. My colleague said 300 and something. I counted, or my daughter rather, counted over 435 times. Mister, it doesn't matter who can count and who can't. The point is being made. Mr. Speaker, in their defense, the government side, as usual, will tell us and continues to tell the nation that they were elected, so they are responsible. And that is the way of the Westminster-style governance framework. But that is a sorry attempt. A sorry attempt if one considers the norms of modern democratic societies, especially as it relates to the oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, there is, I could tell you what the word is, I could tell you, but I won't. Mr. Speaker, there is an absolute over-concentration of power in the hands of the minister. I believe we understand fully as a nation what power does, especially in the petroleum industry, and how it corrupts governments and its devastating impact on the country and its people. Madam Speaker, under this PPP government, the country always finds itself moving one step forward, then two steps backward. Madam Speaker, the current act, which this bill seeks to repeal, since it was passed into law over 3 decades ago, provided for the minister to delegate responsibility to various public officers in areas of the act which require technical assistance. Clause 3, for example, explicitly states that the minister may designate a public officer or any employee of GMC as chief inspector. Mr. Speaker, this was done since 1986. The government at that time recognized that the governance structure of the oil and gas industry required some decisions to be made by technical experts, and those officers must be given an instrument of authority to be able to operate and make decisions without political interference. Mr. Speaker, while this bill signals in Clause 3 delegation of power, it does not identify any of the officers nor their designations. Further, Mr. Speaker, it emphatically states in the very next clause, Clause 4, that notwithstanding any delegation, the minister may continue to exercise any power or perform any duty of the minister in accordance with the act. So the minister can override any officer that powers are delegated to at any point. The next 2 clauses go on to declare that any delegation or any act done in pursuance of that delegation is subject to review and variation by the minister, and that the minister can revoke any delegation. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of what obtained with the PSC members when they were suspended. Mr. Speaker, and I must say simply because the government did not agree with the direction of the PSC, and so they were simply suspended to get rid of them, and then decisions were made thereafter. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that if any delegation is made and those technical decisions do not see favor with the minister, then he will change it unilaterally and or revoke those powers given to the technical officer. This is the definition of domination and control politics. The PPP always has to feed its obsession with power. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most disappointing issue of this bill is the absence of the National Petroleum Commission. There is absolutely no reference to it. Mr. Speaker, the APNU plus AFC share the view that our oil and gas sector should be insulated from politicization, and as such, the sector should be managed by a competent multidisciplinary group, which would comprise the Petroleum Commission. The coalition, after just 2 years in office, attempted to do just that through the Petroleum Commission Bill of 2017. This bill, hold up. This bill sought to establish the Petroleum Commission to oversee and manage the oil and gas industry, to deal with compliance with policies, laws, and agreements, compliance with safety, health, and environmental standards, research, safe, efficient, effective, and environmentally responsible exploration, optimum production methods, etc. It is the advisory body to the minister who, in turn, would be responsible for the policy direction. Mr. Speaker, this same PPP, then in opposition, you complain bitterly about the powers vested in the minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm complaining bitterly that he keeps calling you Mr. Speaker. You wrote it down in
Madam Speaker,
I'm complaining bitterly about that.
Madam Speaker,
everything that you said should be
Madam
exposed.
Speaker, I beg your protection. I beg your protection. I beg your protection, since the minister is standing on no standing order, no established standing order. Comrade Speaker, it is this same PPP government who the comrade that just stood up was a part of, then in opposition, complained bitterly, Comrade Ben, about the powers vested in the minister, even though the minister himself, at that time, Comrade Trotman, would have declared prior that he believed some of the powers have to be delegated and committed, the bill to a special select committee. Mr. Speaker, no lesser a person than the opposition member of parliament, Irfan Ali, honorable member at that time, argued on the floor of the National Assembly. He complained, Madam Speaker, that the minister had too much power, that he was not only allowed to provide policy guidance, but also give direction to the commission. Honorable Member Ali went on to tell the Guyana Chronicle, and yes, they were allowed to give their view to the government news apparatus and have it reported fairly at that time, that the minister can approve, amend, or reject plans, proposals, reports, analyses, data, etc. He said, we don't support it. We believe that the minister should not have that amount of power. The sector should be depoliticized. And it doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. The current minister, Honorable Member Vikram Bharat, who now seeks all this power in this bill, is in that very debate on the Petroleum Commission bill, as an opposition MP, only a few years ago said, hear what he said, while reading the Petroleum Commission bill, that he was confused. He was confused to the point that he was wondering whether we actually needed a commission, and why not just allow the minister to control the sector. Judging from the amount of power the bill, hold up. Judging from the amount of power the bill will give to the minister, Madam Speaker, I want to ask the very honorable minister, Vikram Bharat, if he is confused now. Are you confused now, comrade? Are you confused now with all the powers that you now seek for yourself? If we look at clause 14.1, just look at the bill, or clause 39.1, the powers they complained about while in opposition are essentially the identical powers they seek to give the minister in this bill. It is a travesty, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the greatest manifestation of hypocrisy and utter shamelessness that the PPP, now in government, brings a bill absent of any reference to a team of experts, as in the case of the Petroleum Commission, but hands all the power in a direct way to the minister. Madam Speaker, hypocrites who set to deceive this nation, you can't trust them. You can't trust them. I'm not saying that the PPP are hypocrites. I am saying that hypocrites who set to deceive the nation. I'm saying hypocrites who set to deceive the nation. You can't trust them.
Member.
I'm not making a direct reference to the PPP.
Mr. Madam
Honorable
Speaker,
Minister,
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Go ahead.
The honorable member seems to think he's at a Congress meeting instead of in the National Assembly. He cannot understanding orders 40 and 41 being imputing and calling members of this House hypocrites. It's not allowed, it's unparliamentary, and he should withdraw it. If he wants to keep that language, let him talk at his council meetings, the general council meetings of the PNC.
Honorable member, please withdraw.
I'm guided, Madam Speaker. I'm guided, Madam Speaker. You know, all right, let me move forward.
Honorable member, I need you to withdraw, please.
Well, I'm guided, Madam Speaker. I think that says that I withdraw.
For the record.
I withdraw. If I didn't, I would say that it's hypocrisy in them not holding their Congress for many years as well. But I will not say that I will withdraw, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, they say one thing in opposition when it's politically convenient for them, but do the total opposite when they get power. They are now totally against the establishment of a petroleum commission. Madam Speaker, I will tell you why. I will produce more evidence from their own record as to why you can't trust the People's Progressive Party with the oil industry. Madam Speaker, the same member of parliament who was harping to the Guyana Chronicle, as I mentioned earlier, who is now, while in opposition and now holds the highest office of the land, stated emphatically to the media on the 8th of August 2020, he said, I quote, "We will establish the Petroleum Commission to ensure that the oil and gas sector is not subjected to undue political interference." 3 weeks later, Madam Speaker, 3 weeks, they have to be ruffled by it because it is their own words. It is what they said. It is their record. Madam Speaker, 3 weeks later, the confused PPP MP, now turned Natural Resource Minister, Honorable Vikram Bharat, is right there on September 4th, 2020, told the Guyana Chronicle as well. And this is what he said: the government is working towards retabling of the Petroleum Commission bill within a timeline of 4 to 6 months. Madam Speaker, 36 months has elapsed. Another word on the Petroleum Commission, even as they bring a new petroleum bill. This is how power and oil money sometimes corrupt those in government. So, Madam Speaker, the PPP has essentially shifted their position from opposing the powers of the minister while in opposition to fully endorsing it when they get into power. Madam Speaker, they have shifted from supporting the establishment of an independent petroleum commission while in opposition to retabling the bill within 6 months within 6 months of them getting power to their current position of complete absence from the petroleum bill, while the VP, Honorable Bharat Jagdeo, has boldly said recently to the media that that is not a priority. Here is a fundamental difference, Madam Speaker, between the PPP and the coalition. The PPP doesn't care about good governance, Madam Speaker. Even if the petroleum bill was not perfect, the fact that the coalition tabled it and was willing to send it to a special select committee just after a mere 2 years in office indicates our commitment to transparency and democracy and our commitment to govern the oil and gas sector in a matter that is in the best interest of our people and our country. Madam Speaker, it is evident from the contents of this bill, or lack of thereof, that the People's Progressive Party has surreptitious motives and bad intentions with regard to the present and future management of our oil industry. Madam Speaker, as we did in 2017, the APNU plus AFC government in waiting commits to the people of Guyana that when we form the next government, the establishment of a petroleum commission will be one of our top priorities. Madam Speaker, I now wish to turn your attention to clause 49, which speaks to the payment of royalty. Madam Speaker, this clause is clearly defective. Except for declaring that the oil company must pay a royalty, it fails to set out any limit or range in which those payments must fall. Instead, it was purposefully left for the minister to negotiate. There is a reason for that. But before I go there, Madam Speaker, let me backtrack a bit. The issue of royalty has long been a contentious one. In 1999, the PPP government under President Janet Jagan and Bara Jagdeo, you know, they like to blame Comrade Jagan, but we forget that Comrade Jagdeo was, I believe, the finance minister at that time, agreed to a mere 1% royalty. And they can argue that the conditions did not permit asking for more at that time. In 2016, the coalition government subsequently doubled it. At that point, the PPP in opposition led the charge, criticizing it, mischievously disregarding the context of the negotiations. Madam Speaker, there was a lack of human resource skill, knowledge and experience existing locally in the sector. The state of our territorial dispute and the past and current aggression by our neighbors, our economic standing, capital investment required, and the associated risks, etc., had to be considered. Madam Speaker, with our oil industry now booming and on a path of such rapid increase in production, being classified in the upper brackets of oil producers around the world, such minimal levels of royalty is simply unacceptable. We believe at this point that a minimum baseline must be fixed in law via this petroleum bill, rather than to leave it to negotiation through the product sharing agreement. Madam Speaker, in 2017, the International Monetary Fund, in their own assessment of the Petroleum Act being repealed now, labeled as deficiency the discretional nature of the fiscal provision, such as royalty payments. This specifics being dealt with at the negotiation levels of the PSA, rather than through rigid legislation. Madam Speaker, the opposition believes that this is an amendment that the PPP will not consider and prefer to vote down while making frivolous excuse. In fact, we would be surprised if they do support it. They would naturally prefer to determine royalty rates through negotiations, thereby creating opportunities for backdoor and under-the-table deals. The APNUAFC, through the relevant amendments submitted, intends to limit the possibility of corruption and guarantee a reasonable rate of royalty payment, all done in the light of transparency and accountability, and in the best interest of our people. Madam Speaker, there is so much more in this bill that I would like to comment on, but time does not permit. Madam Speaker, we can't leave this at the discretion of the government, with a track record of a series of failed projects and one who is constantly accused of corrupt practices. Madam Speaker, they have already reneged on their promise to establish an independent petroleum commission to manage the industry, but seeks to grab every ounce of power in their quest to dominate and control the industry. Madam Speaker, we cannot leave this to be negotiated in the living room of the Honorable VP through middlemen like Sue, as suggested by the Vice Media video recorders. No, Madam Speaker, we can't afford that. Madam Speaker, what is even worse is that the bill lists a string of measures to be taken if the royalty is not paid at all or according to the timeline set by the minister. But the bill fails to explicitly declare any royalty paid as non-recoverable. So the oil companies will have no problem paying any reasonable sum, since they can simply recover it as an expense from cost oil. Maybe the VP might call this a no-brainer at his press conferences, that royalty can't be recoverable. So the opposition don't know what they're saying. Madam Speaker, as an alternative government, we want it to be explicitly stated in rigid legislation that it is non-recoverable. The same way the very next clause, number 52, which deals with training fees, declares the training fees as non-recoverable. The same way that clause 47.4 declares all signing bonuses as non-recoverable. Mr. Speaker, if you peruse this, Madam Speaker, if you peruse this bill, you will find that other than training fees being non-recoverable, the only other fees that fall into this category are sign-in bonuses and programs in the production license of financial support for the environment, etc. Madam Speaker, what about projects in the category of oil companies corporate responsibility, like advertising? What about an oil company through its own advertising initiative, for example, sponsors the Amazon warriors, for example? While all Guyanese will be elated, it will be equally disturbing if those huge sums are recovered at the expense of our people. Madam Speaker, I will try to close here, notwithstanding I was obstructed and lost some time through the intervention of the minister. Madam Speaker, rather than have these non-recoverables in an ad hoc manner clumsily placed across the bill, we believe that a list of all non-recoverable expenditures should be clearly encoded in the law. Don't try to confuse or hide anything from the Guyanese people. Madam Speaker, in clause 32, I want to say that clause 32 should be struck from this proposed bill. Clause 32 seeks to allow the minister to negotiate. That is under option B. Under option B, and I want to find it here, which deals with the exploration with an exploration area.
Your time is up.
All right, could I just wrap up,
Madam Speaker, I move for the honourable member to be given 5 minutes extension to complete and wrap up his presentation.
How long?
5 minutes. It is the agreed time that we have here, 20 plus 5.
He's at 25 minutes now.
Yes, but Madam Speaker, with the fullest of respect to you and your chair, the chief whip on the government side and myself, we agreed to 20 plus 5. The practice, Madam Speaker, with the fullest of respect, the practice in this house is when the 20 minutes is up, a mover will stand and request an extension. The honourable member,
he had 20 minutes. I indicated 5 to him, and he had an additional 5.
Madam Speaker,
so 25 minutes were granted.
Madam Speaker, what I'm simply saying is that all speakers in this house, as customary, all speakers in this house, when their 20 minutes is up or their 30, whichever we agree on, they are told such, and then you are given the opportunity for an extension. And I'm simply asking, but given that you
Honorable Sherwin, hold on, I'll give you 1 minute to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, much can be done. Much can be done, and much has to be done to produce a bill that will be satisfactory to all stakeholders. Madam Speaker, I say to this House that much is at stake here. The future of our oil and gas industry now rests with this bill, soon to become law. And so it will need as much input as possible. And while there is a need to approve it quickly, we must be careful not to rush it over and produce a set of laws that will be counterproductive and against the interests of the people of Guyana. I urge the government to do the right thing. Practice what you preach. Show the Guyanese people your true commitment to the One Guyana mantra. Let us demonstrate that we can be a responsible government and a responsible opposition. Let us come together and produce a bill that is true, that is truly in the best interest of our country and our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, Charles Ramson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to say it's a very special breed of people who would have performed so poorly in their management of the oil and gas sector, in their time in power just a few years ago. And come with all of the suggestions, pontifications, and glowing description of their disillusioned time in government. And I remember while I was doing a presentation one time in 2015, the Honorable Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves introduced me to this term called the Gnostics, not agnostics, Gnostics. The all-knowing, Gnostics, the all-knowing, that only the APNU AFC group becomes all-knowing when they are in opposition. Circumstances that we lived in leading into the 2015 election. But when they assumed power, the record in oil and gas has been a tragedy. Some of my colleagues were able to describe some of what the events that transpired during that period of time, but I want to take this House through that period very clearly, and I also will take the opportunity to describe what transpired leading into the People's Progressive Party, or I should say that leading into oil discovery during the People's Progressive Party's tenure in government. First of all, I would like to deal with our time in government. 1992 to 2015. It was during that time that Exxon came to Guyana. It was the People's Progressive Party that brought them here. And it's important to note that on that 1999 contract, the fiscal terms which formed part of that contract, where the 1% royalty was captured, what people in the country need to be aware of is that never had the world experienced $100 a barrel oil price in the history of oil production. In the history of oil production, they had never experienced $100 a barrel oil price. And when that contract was signed in 1999, oil prices were hovering around $19 a barrel. And when we were you may not notice on the other side that a royalty tax is a regressive tax. It disincentivizes the investors. So when you have a low oil price or in a low oil price environment, which was extended during that period, if you didn't have the attractive terms, considering that we were a new player, an unproven area, you had to have attractive terms. What was also important is that when the exploration started, in the year 2000, in our offshore basin, gunboats from Suriname had come to seize the explorers, the persons who were operating, not operating, but exploring, seized the boats and claimed the territory as theirs. Which government was the government in power that took the matter to the ICJ and secured, under that dispute resolution mechanism, under international law, that was brought under UNCLOS, United Nations Conventions of the Law of the Sea. It was the People's Progressive Party that took it there and secured 93% of the disputed territory. What is also important, and for the record, is that which government also ratified the International Convention of the Law of the Sea, brought it into force in our domestic legislation. It was the People's Progressive Party in 1993 or 1994. Having secured that, because once the area is in dispute, no exploration activity or drilling and production activity could have occurred. In fact, Exxon would have enforced their force majeure clause in their provision so that they don't have to relinquish acreage. And then the discovery was made. Incidentally, I also want to mention that it wasn't Exxon alone that came to the country as an investor in our oil and gas market. During that time, during our time in office, Repsol was here, CGX was here, and the discovery happened just before we exited office in 2015. That's the record. That is our record in 1992 to 2015. On the other hand, this is the record of the APNU AFC in government. First of all, they renegotiated a contract with Exxon without telling and publicly declaring that that negotiation was happening. They negotiated without the experts to advise them. So there was a clear asymmetry of information, unequal bargaining position. After the contract was signed, the contract was hidden for almost 2 years. 2 years, despite public pressure, constant and daily public pressure, it was hidden for almost 2 years. And then the reasons that they said, they proffered reasons as to why they should not disclose the contract to the public. First, they said that the contract contained a confidentiality clause. that turned out to be false. The confidentiality clause pertained strictly to data. Data, or if they have any kind of patented type of information. Second, they said that there was a change in the law in 1997, which there was a change in the law, but not to prohibit the disclosure of contracts. It only referred to any kind of data. Then they said that it was a threat to national security. Even though it was subsequently discovered that the document was filed in the deeds registry, a public space, a deeds registry, and having been disclosed to the public, no one could have ever explained how it was a threat to national security. But what it turned out is that they were hiding a big secret. Number one, they were hiding the signature bonus, which famously when the former finance minister was asked, he said there was none. There was no 20 million signature bonus. He never sought nor received, and guided by the Honorable Minister Ashney, never sought nor received. And then he gave an interview where he said that he thought it was a gift coming not to us, he said coming to us. You know, like how you have Toys R Us, coming to us. Then after it was disclosed, they couldn't hide that they received a signing bonus and that it was the worst fiscal terms negotiated for the most attractive basin in the world. They then turned to say to the public that there was no renegotiation. And their own advisor, Jan Mangal, had to come out and make a public statement and said, he himself said that there was a renegotiation. Exxon themselves also said that it was a renegotiation. And then the Honorable Member Patterson, all part of their record. The Honorable Member Patterson, as part of a AFC or APNU AFC press conference, made a statement at that press conference saying that the PPP give out all the oil blocks. And GGMC had to issue a statement along with a map showing that what the Honorable Member Patterson was saying was false. Then we subsequently discovered that Total had farmed in an option at the Eco Tolo block around 2016, that they had farmed in on that block. So we learned that Tolo was able to receive a block from the government, from the APNU AFC government in 2016, without there being any awareness to the public that that block was being given out. And it was only until Total made a public disclosure that they were farming in on that interest, that Guyanese were able to know that that block was available and was given out in a unilateral and direct engagement.
What shame.
And then they like to say that they have moved their royalty from 1% to 2% under the Exxon contract. But in that Tullow block, what do you think was the royalty in that Tullow block, which having already discovered that this is the largest oil discovery in recent history, what do you think the royalty was? 1%. 1%. What is important is that that block was never auctioned. Guyanese people were never aware that it was even available to other companies. And then the Honorable Minister, Raphael Trotman, made a public statement and said he was ordered to sign the agreement. He never said who, but he said publicly that he was ordered to sign the agreement. And when all of the scandal came out, after 2 years, the public was finally able to put a question to David Granger, former president. And he said he was unaware of the situation and that he was going to look into it.
He was unaware of most things.
2 years had gone by after hearing all of the scandal, and he was not aware of the fiscal terms of the contract. In that Tullow agreement, there was no signature bonus. Very light on any additional terms that would be beneficial to us, fiscal terms that would be beneficial to us. And I want to say something about fiscal terms, as I've heard a number of the members speak about where does the fiscal terms appear in the Act. The fiscal terms will appear in the production sharing agreement. That is where the fiscal terms will appear. And for our geology, that is the best place for where the fiscal terms should be placed. Keeping in mind that what this act does is that it makes the criteria, it outlines the criteria for a competitive bidding process for our blocks. That was never done before. And that was a commitment that we made in our manifesto. And since the honorable member mentions renegotiation, I want to state very clearly what on our manifesto says. And you're a man of the robe, so I know that you're supposed to be familiar with the language. Here is what it says in the manifesto. Immediately engage the oil and gas companies in better contract administration / renegotiation. The / captures an or. So better contract administration or renegotiation.
Plain English language.
There is no Delphic meaning in the express terms that is contained there. And I have attended or have watched every single press conference that we had while we were in opposition. And the leader of the opposition had said multiple times, many times, even I said it when I was questioned, that we would not renegotiate the Exxon contract. And that is when that was specifically expressed in that term. Now, I know that I'm running short on time, but even despite all of the public disapprobation of the APNU's AFC's record and their renegotiation, not getting the best terms for Guyana in their fiscal terms, in our fiscal terms. Leading into the election, this is what the APNU AFC published in the newspaper. Caption Truth and Facts. And they take from Rystad a graph which captures a number of other countries, and they situate Guyana somewhere in the middle, and it places Guyana with a 60% share for our government take. That's where they placed it. And in there, this is what the ad says. It says, this article continues. In the current fiscal regime, the government collects its share through a 2% royalty and a 50% profit oil levy. Rystad Energy estimates that it will give the government 60% of the profit from the various projects government take, while remaining 40% will go to the international E&P companies. So they rely on a study from Rystad, even though they know that the profit share is 50-50 and the royalty is 2%. Now, how in heaven's name can you take 2% plus 50% on your production sharing and have that equate to 60%? So, for them to rely on that publication, and then Mr. Ramjatan goes on a press conference or does a live on Facebook, Honorable Ramjatan does a live on Facebook immediately after and says that anyone who's criticizing this deal is ill-advised. Ill-advised. Madam Speaker, I wanted to add clarity to the context of our oil and gas industry. A number of things have been said in relation to our bill that we are proposing, of which I have contributed towards. I support entirely. It has my and our full support. But when it comes to taking the advice, the suggestions from a special breed of people who have failed so miserably in the management of our oil and gas sector and betrayed every single patriotic responsibility that they had when the time was there, are not people who are deserving of the opportunity to speak and to give suggestions in this honorable house on this subject. And I would like to conclude by saying that all of the shortcomings that we spoke about while in opposition is captured in this bill. The Petroleum Commission bill, which they never allowed to see the light of day. hastily pushed through the NRF, even despite losing a no confidence motion. I am confident that that Petroleum Commission bill will be passed by this People's Progressive Party government, because we are committed to every single promise and commitment that we have made. And I want to say to the people of Guyana, and I believe that I stand with many people in this house who have stood in the interest of Guyana's rights in many areas, including our democracy. But I also want to acknowledge some of the hardworking technocrats from the oil and gas, petroleum sector, ministry, also the Attorney General's ministry, some of whom I share my university alma mater, of which I've taken the privilege of wearing my cufflinks of my university, which the honorable member, Dr. Gusai, had brought for me on a gift that I requested. I would like to congratulate them, and I would like to take the opportunity to commend this bill to the Honorable House, because we believe that it is important for the transformation, the continued transformation of the oil and gas sector and the country that we love so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ganesh Maipal, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on this side of the House at this wee hour of the morning. It's now 3:44 a.m., Thursday, the 10th of August, 2023, to make my contribution to this bill. And I am not at this hour going to play tit-for-tat politics, notwithstanding me documenting some of the points raised by my colleagues on the opposite side. But I do recognize that I have a time imposition, and that was understandably imposed on me. I want to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is perhaps one of the most important pieces of legislation that we are debating in this House at this hour. And it is very important for us to recognize that what we decide here will determine the future of this country, basically, especially with reference to development of our country and the betterment of our people. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that in the interest of transparency and accountability, it is prudent on the government's side of this House to take what we are suggesting as amendments to this piece of bill very, very seriously, because it has a direct impact on our population. Madam Speaker, we are sitting on this side of the House, representing, if not the largest portion of people in this country. And I say that with confidence because I know that there are a number of persons, several persons in various communities that are very disgruntled with the manner in which the People's Progressive Party is handling the country's finances and rules and regulations. And they have signaled their unwavering support for the APNU, AFC. And I have no doubt, as I've said countless times, Madam Deputy Speaker, that at the next election, they will re-elect the APNU, AFC to office. Madam Speaker, when you look at this piece of legislation and you compare it to what was said in the manifesto of the People's Progressive Party, it makes you wonder if this government, this regime, really and truly have the best interest of the Guyanese people at heart. And I would like to quote from the manifesto of the People's Progressive Party, which I have here in my hands. And the manifesto on page 22 spoke to securing the benefits of oil and gas for all Guyanese. And what was said in this manifesto is the People's Progressive Party, Civic, will approach the oil and gas sector in a national, non-partisan manner. And my simple question to my honorable friends on the other side, how is this piece of legislation non-partisan? How is this piece of legislation non-partisan? You, in your manifesto, indicated that you will approach the oil and gas sector in a non-partisan manner. And I don't understand if that means to exclude completely the parliamentary opposition, which represents the largest portion of people in this country. And again, I say that with confidence, Madam Speaker. It goes on to say that the oil and gas will bring not only significant financial resources and enormous transformational opportunities, but also many challenges. There are many examples around the world where developing countries have obtained windfalls from oil and gas, but have eventually ended up poorer than before. Central to our strategy is in the sector will be the following three critical areas. One, a framework for proper management of the resource. How is this piece of legislation a framework for proper management of the resource when you have all of the powers placed in a single individual as opposed to a commission, which is what the APNU-AFC is articulating and has articulated many times before. The manifesto goes on to say, the PPP manifesto, transparency and accountability. One person from the People's Progressive Party, a minister, has all the powers in this piece of legislation, and yet this regime stands here at this ungodly hour to tell us that it is transparent and accountability, with one single individual having all the authority surrounding our oil and gas resource. They said securing benefits for Guyanese. We can't believe that. Because of all that has happened within the 3 years that they have been in government, we simply can't believe that. Madam Speaker, another part of the manifesto said immediately. Now they have been in office 3 years. 3 years they have been in office, squatting albeit. And they said that they will immediately engage the oil and gas companies in better contract administration / renegotiation. They said that 3 years after. Apparently, we have a new definition for the word immediately. Establish a regulatory framework which is independent of politicians. Now, come on, Madam Speaker. This is what the People's Progressive Party said in their manifesto. And important to note is this particular line. They stood before the Guyanese people and they said that this oil and gas sector is going to be, we are going to establish a regulatory framework which is independent of politicians. Honorable Vikram Bharat, you're not a politician, are you? Madam Speaker, I think that alone is enough for the Guyanese people to see who really and truly have two faces. That alone is enough for the Guyanese people to draw a conclusion as to who really fooled them. Because you, again, I reiterate, said you are going to ensure that it is established in such a way, independent of politicians. Goes on to say, training of thousands of Guyanese at every level to create national corps of managers and workforce to chart the future direction and effectively manage the sector. Another promise to the Guyanese people 3 years after, and clearly it's a failure. In the Public Accounts Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Commissioner General at the Guyana Revenue Authority revealed to us that they are understaffed heavily when it comes to the oil and gas sector, especially with reference to audits. And this regime said to the people of Guyana in their manifesto that they will immediately focus on training of thousands of Guyanese at every level. 3 years after, more than half of their 5-year term, and we're still in a state of wonder whether that will happen or not. Madam Speaker, ensure there are regular audits. It's not me, Sessa, Madam Speaker. The People's Progressive Party said that they will ensure there are regular audits. That is what they told the Guyanese people. We know about the audits. We know what is going on with it. We know how hard it is to get it done. And we know how they're trying to hide the audit reports too from the Guyanese people. But they said that they will ensure that we have regular audits. They said civil society will be involved in a central role to monitor compliance and accountability. What better role is there for civil society than to include them in a petroleum commission? What better role is there for civil society and all stakeholders in this country than to include them in a national petroleum commission? You said this in your manifesto, and all of you who have spoken before me stood up there, played tit-for-tat politics with the Guyanese people and the resource that is supposed to benefit them, that 3 years after they're still awaiting to benefit from. You said in this very manifesto, the oil resource belongs to the people of Guyana, but yet they are awaiting to see a proper framework managed by competent authority so that they can indeed secure benefits for themselves. We will ensure, the manifesto again, we will ensure that oil revenue works for all Guyanese. All Guyanese are still waiting. Right now, oil revenue is only working for a small percentage. The ordinary people are still crying out daily about this heavy cost of living. The ordinary Guyanese citizens are still complaining about infrastructure in the health sector and all the other sectors. And where it is, 3 years after being in office, Madam Deputy Speaker, and is spent on improving people's lives and the support for job creation. Some areas in which oil revenue will be directed are support for job creation. Yet we hear that GRA is still looking for people to be trained in the oil and gas sector so that they can provide the service to the Guyanese people. World-class education and health care for Guyanese. World-class education. We're still waiting for free university education. We are still awaiting free university education. There was once in this country free university education from nursery to tertiary, and the very man that they all want to accuse as bad was the one that educated this nation free of cost from nursery to university, Lyndon Fobb Sampson Burnham. It was 1994, the year of the People's Progressive Party in government, that tuition fee was introduced to the University of Guyana, and it was introduced at 127,000 Guyana dollars, the equivalent at the time to 1,000 US dollars. And today we hear them talking about free education at the University of Guyana. We're still waiting 3 years after they have been in office, and they promised free education. They promised free education in this country. And world-class health care for Guyanese. Well, if, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, it's 3:58 a.m. Can we please speak to the Petroleum Activities Bill, because you're quoting the manifesto instead of speaking directly to the bill?
Madam Deputy Speaker, with the greatest of respect to you and your chair, the bill that is before us is a bill that was presented by the People's Progressive Party. The People's Progressive Party indicated on numerous occasions in this House that this is their world-class plan. And where I am quoting from, specifically the headline, is securing the benefits of oil and gas for all Guyanese. And I am making it relevant in the context of this bill that is before the Guyanese people to show that it will not give them none of the promises that the People's Progressive Party made in their manifesto, when that is what it was supposed to do, because that is what they promised the people. That is what they came to the people with, and that is why it is relevant. And respectfully, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is in relevance to the bill that is before us. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, in this manifesto, they also said that there will be targeted cash transfer to Guyanese, particularly the elderly, children, the poor, and other vulnerable groups. We're still waiting. 3 years after, targeted cash transfer to Guyanese, particularly the elderly, children, the poor, and other vulnerable groups. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is quite evident that whatever was promised in this manifesto to deal with securing the benefits of oil and gas for all Guyanese was nothing else but fooling the people of Guyana. And I am happy to be given this opportunity at this hour of the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, to let the Guyanese people know that there's nothing else they can expect from the People's Progressive Party for the ordinary Guyanese of this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I speak about the Petroleum Commission and its importance in managing the oil and gas sector, I have to go back in history. And my honorable friend Sherwin Holder did a fantastic job at outlining what happened when the People's Progressive Party was in opposition. And I want to build on that. And I want to take you back, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the people of Guyana, to Monday, the 8th of May, 2017, at the 64th sitting of the National Assembly. And I want to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when the Petroleum Commission of Guyana Bill 2017, Bill number 4 of 2017, was up for the second reading, the Honorable Raphael Trotman in government, in the APNU-AFC government, had these words to say. I pause to inform the House that currently the regime that governs and oversees all aspects of petroleum in Guyana is contained within the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1986, which was later amended in 1997. This act makes the minister the sole arbiter and decider of all matters. The granting and refusal of license, the penalties to be prescribed, the hiring and firing of staff, and the appointment of all persons. It was felt, as I would develop the argument later, that given our structure and the steps we are taking towards production of petroleum in a few years, some of these powers should be devolved to a commission or a regulatory agency so that the minister will no longer have all of the powers as contained in this act. We are taking a step towards enlightenment. A government minister of the APNU AFC. We had all the power in our hands as a government, and we did not seek to exclude the participation of civil society, and we did not seek to exclude the parliamentary opposition. And I will prove to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we did not exclude the parliamentary opposition when we were considering the Petroleum Commission of Guyana Bill of 2017. Raphael Trotman, the then minister, clearly outlined that we need to have a commission in place. Madam Deputy Speaker, this same sitting, Madam Deputy Speaker, Minister Trotman went on to say, oil is coming to Guyana. We must prepare for that eventuality, and this allows us the opportunity to do so together. I say together because we have written into this bill the provisions that on the board there shall be a representative of the parliamentary opposition. The APNU AFC in government, that was their position. There should be a representative of the parliamentary opposition. In the past, when we had inclusive democracy, it was a matter of gentleman's agreement that we adhere to. But we have placed into this bill that a parliamentary opposition member shall be on the board, meaning that even if there is a minister who wished to run afoul, there would be the oversight, not in parliament, but in the board by the opposition, by the parliamentary opposition. We have also stated that member of civil society shall also be on this board to ensure again a second layer of scrutiny on our activities. We have nothing to run from. We have nothing to be afraid of. We have nothing to hide. We wish to develop this resource together. And this is why this bill is going to a special select committee so that we may get the benefit of any good and worthwhile comments and suggestions from the parliamentary opposition. That was the APNU AFC's position in government. There was no act on our side to omit any participation from the parliamentary opposition at the time, and that was the People's Progressive Party in opposition. The honorable gentleman who now sits as president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, he made contributions to this bill. And he said, and I quote, "First of all, let me say that all of our contributions to the development of legislation and bills must be honorable. It is not for any one of us to appear saintly by our words in saying that we will operate in an honorable manner. The purpose of legislation, laws, bills, and regulations are to set transparent and fair structure that will govern the way we operate, and it is for us to determine whether we operate in that manner. That is the purpose of these laws. The 1997 amendments, which the honorable member spoke of, was in a particular time when we were in the exploration stage. We did not find the great reserve. We were in search of the reserves. The legislation at that time was crafted for the period of exploration. Now that we have found oil, it is our responsibility to draft legislation and draft laws that are transparent and open, that will safeguard and secure the management of this resource that is coming our way. The very gentleman went on to say, that is now sitting in the office of the president as president, I must say, though, that we take with sincerity the statement by the minister that we will approach this matter, every aspect of this matter, in a bipartisan manner. In a bipartisan manner. So the approach to a bipartisan way of dealing with the oil and gas sector was deemed as sincerity when they were on the opposition side. When the gentleman who is sitting as president of this country was in the opposition, he now sits as president, as executive president, and he has that ability. He has that period now to show the sincerity of a bipartisan approach. He has that in his hands. So I hope, sir, that I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that after hearing what I have said here just now, he will pick up the phone, dial the Honorable Teixeira or the Honorable Acting Prime Minister Anil Nandalal and say, listen, let us send it to a special select committee. We await to see if that phone call will come through. The special select committee would review, and the government side will be open to the suggestions that we will make here and make at that committee. We also hope that at that committee, it will be open up for that as much of Guyana and as many stakeholders who are interested in this legislation would have the opportunity to make their contribution before the special select committee. So when we talk about managing the oil sector, and I know that I have 30 plus 5 minutes, Madam Speaker. I have 30 plus 5, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know that after embracing such a belief in opposition, that will also be embraced now by the gentleman, since he is being reminded of what was his position. Otherwise, it is duplicitous. And I don't believe that that is an unparliamentary term. Madam Deputy Speaker, the honorable gentleman went on to say, based on my review of similar legislation in other countries, we were unable to locate one that has bestowed comparable powers to the minister. Indeed, based on our review, we found that the only power the minister is granted in other countries is to provide policy guidance. So let me ask the People's Progressive Party, why have you created a piece of legislation and has given so much power to a minister when no less a person than the head of state in opposition contributing to this bill indicated that in other legislations there is nothing else the minister does other than provide policy guidance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn your attention to my friend, the Honorable Vikram Bharat. Vikram Bharat contributed to that piece of legislation too. And Vikram Bharat said, the honorable member, Guyana must not go down the same desolate road as those countries in neglecting their traditional productive sectors for oil and gas. The resource and revenue earner must be seen as a bonus to our economy and not the trump card for an economic turnaround. So I hope my friends on the other side will not forget the soil because they have found oil. The Honorable Vikram Bharat also said, the power that will be given, and listen to this, Madam Deputy Speaker, the power that will be given to the Minister over the Petroleum Commission as stated in this bill is one that is unacceptable and strange in comparison to other oil-producing countries. I wonder if the amount of power that will be vested in him now is acceptable and not so strange. Again, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Honorable Minister diverts from this position, it speaks to the word duplicitous. And I don't wish to categorize him in that way. I know he has to come again before this House to close, and I hope he sees merit in sending this piece of bill to a special select committee for inclusion and participation of the opposition and also all other stakeholders. He had this to say also about the Petroleum Commission. Our proposal is that the board of directors be nominated and appointed by the minister through transparency and consultation by the government, the opposition, and other stakeholders. Further, the bill should include that all academic information of the board of directors and the chairperson should be gazetted for transparency and accountability purposes. Further, it is our view that the board of directors should and must include at least one female. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we in the People's Progressive Party, the Honorable Vikram Bharat that is, we in the People's Progressive Party welcome the concept of having a petroleum commission on Guyana, which is necessary as we venture into oil production in 2020. However, this body must be devoid from political interference and directives. This process can only start with the appointment of a board through a more inclusive and consultative process. Hence, we look forward to working with the government in the Special Select Committee to ensure that this bill is tailored in the interest of the people of Guyana. I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing,
Honorable Member, it has been brought to my attention that the word duplicity is unparliamentary. So we're going to ask you to withdraw it, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm guided. I withdraw, and I will replace it with two-faced. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to quote the Honorable Bharat Jagdeo, who made a presentation on this very bill. And he said, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Minister for his statement, indicating that this bill will be sent to a special select committee, and that in the committee, we will have an opportunity to share our views on elements of the bill. We hope that those views will be taken seriously, given his statement that he hopes to address this issue in a non-partisan manner. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Special Select Committee met, the gentleman who was sitting, His Excellency the President, Irfan Ali, he was a member of the Special Select Committee when it met. And he said, I think that the objective is to have a bill that benefits from a wide input as possible from all the stakeholders, in addition to the advertisements and the various agencies identified by Mr. Shearer. Mr. Shearer identified some agencies, the Private Sector Commission, the Guyana Oil and Gas Association, among others. There are the oil chambers. So Mr. President knew that there is the oil chambers. Of course, they will have an opportunity to respond to the public advertisement. There is also the Guyana Manufacturing and Services Association and the Transparency International, and he went on and on and on about various organizations to have an input. Through a consultative process, which is totally respecting Article 13 of our Constitution, which we have been harping on this side since 2020 that there is need for consultative processes. There is need for meaningful consultation, national consultation, especially on legislations of this nature. Mr. Shearer, honorable member, in all honesty, this is how I'm quoting, in all honesty, if you look at us sitting in this room, none of us have any experience with petroleum. None of us, not one of us have any experience in petroleum. It is brand new. We may have an idea of a bill and a commission, but not on petroleum. But suddenly, Honorable Vikram Bharat has all the experience in petroleum. He is the most qualified person suddenly. 5 years after this was said, Honorable Vikram is the best person we have in petroleum. So we're going to hand him all the powers. And we're going to say, you go and manage. When you read this bill, it's as though he has more powers than the Vice President of this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, I'm going to close with the same words as my friend Honorable Vikram Bharat echoed a couple of years back. In conclusion, we in the APNU AFC welcome the concept of having a Petroleum Activities Bill 2023, which is necessary as we venture and as we are in oil production. However, we deserve a petroleum commission to manage our oil and gas resource with competent technical personnel that will give us the best results and where there is no political interference or directives. This process can only start with the appointment of a petroleum commission through a more inclusive and consultative process. Hence, we on this side, the APNU AFC, we look forward to working with the government in the Special Select Committee to ensure that this bill is tailored in the interest of the people of Guyana, because at the end of it all, it is them who must benefit and not just a 1% of our population. I thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Don Hastings William.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nyan nagong kapong amak awraway bayish pamangko mamiao amak nong dong moyerong nara. Yesterday was the day to observe the International Day of World's Indigenous Peoples, and the theme was We Celebrate You. I wish to quote from the UN Secretary General's message, and I quote, "The theme of this year's International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples is youth. We celebrate young Indigenous peoples and their role in creating change and shaping the future. Across the world, Indigenous peoples face serious challenges with their lands and resources threatened, their rights undermined, and their persistent vulnerability to marginalization and exclusion." End of quote. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for asking the House to respect with 1 minute of silence for the loss of the 20 young Indigenous young persons who lost their life to fire, who were robbed, Madam Speaker, of their role in creating change and shaping the future for their communities and Guyana as a whole. I now wish to make my contribution on the Bill number 16 of 2023. But before which, while PPP focused on 18 million signing bonus, they tried to hide the whole oil industry because they knew just before they were voted out in 2015 that oil was discovered. And this was confirmed by Minister of Youth and Sport a few hours ago. Also, we would not be having this debate if the APNU-AFC did not bring the industry on stream. Madam Speaker, I must state from the outset that we on this side of the House do not disagree at all that there is a need to update this act, since we have moved beyond discovery and exploration. We have begun to produce at least 400,000 barrels of oil per day as ExxonMobil and other companies accelerate their operations in Guyana. And when the new FPSO Prosperity is in operation, the production is expected to increase to 600,000 barrels per day. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I wish to elaborate on the need to establish a National Petroleum Commission. This, in my view, Madam Speaker, is a major omission which contradicts with the harping and calling of the establishment of the commission then by the very persons who are now in government when they were on the opposition benches. What we are seeing now, Madam Speaker, is that the PPP never intended to establish the National Petroleum Commission. They have missed a golden and an historical opportunity to show the nation and the world that transparency and accountability are of paramount importance in good governance of the petroleum activities. Madam Speaker, with this commission in place, I believe the minister and the oil and gas sector would have benefited from a less political or apolitical technical oversight body as it relates to exploration and production costs, license applications, and environmental safeguards. Madam Speaker, the bill as it is presented has given the minister excessive power, whereas if the commission was in place, he would have gotten advice from experts in financial investment and training and other expertise. Madam Speaker, I now wish to touch on the development of indigenous communities and hinterland regions as it relates to petroleum activities. In the quest of development of indigenous communities and regions, we must never forget or exempt by all possible means the aspect of FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, especially when we have recently read about the situation of Chinese landing and Isineru, both of which are indigenous communities where mining activities have led to significant risk for habitat destruction, erosion of community control, and reduction of conservation of local biodiversity. These risks, Madam Speaker, will continue to exist when local people have little or no control over their own development trajectory. The minister mentioned that over 5,000 Guyanese are working in the oil and gas sector. This is good for the nation, Madam Speaker. However, what will be more commendable is to know how many of them are indigenous or of indigenous origin. Added to this, Madam Speaker, how many of our young indigenous men and women are being trained to occupy their rightful place in the oil and gas sector. One of the aims of this bill should then be to strengthen the community capacity in order to benefit not only from the revenues gained, but also from the exploration and all other petroleum activities. Madam Speaker, I don't see how the indigenous peoples of this country are poised to benefit from the exploration and other activities, knowing that they are considered as the most vulnerable and poor population of this country. Even though most of our hinterland regions has always been rich with natural resources, whether it be gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese, waterfalls, flora and fauna, and forestry. It is the people, and in this case, is the indigenous people who live in these hinterland regions are poor and continues to remain poor. Just as how all of us must be proud of our low deforestation rate, we must ensure by all means that all Guyanese benefit equally from petroleum activities. According to the 2012 census, 89.1% of the 751,223 population resides on the coast, while unemployment stood at 12% as of 2017. Significant human capital and physical infrastructure gaps exist across the country, largely as a result of the concentration of economic and other activities along the coast. This disparity stymies productivity and connectivity, resulting in relatively higher and varied costs of services and production among the 10 administrative regions. Madam Speaker, there is therefore an urgent need for strengthened institutions and systems to support strong governance and oversight. Effective monitoring and evaluation are critical to ensuring transparency and accountability. As a nation, an historical opportunity is before us today. Maximizing every Guyanese woman, man, and child is government's responsibility. And in doing so is what will make Guyana stand out as a people and to the world a nation worthy of emulation. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would want to ask this House, I beg of this House, to send this bill to the Special Select Committee for further deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Sanjeev Dattadin.
Good night, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've heard much tonight about the future Petroleum Commission bill. Maybe what we can do is adopt all the speeches from the opposition benches and simply take them as having been made when we bring that bill to this Parliament. The Minister, the Honourable Minister Vikram Bharat, was at pains to say that this is essentially framework legislation and that in the future, there will be a Petroleum Commission bill brought to this House. What is not clear about that? This is not the Petroleum Commission bill. You have to let it go. It simply is not the Petroleum Commission bill. You can't continue to speak, speaker after speaker, hour after hour, speaking about something that is not before the House. Now, in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, permit me to just clear up a couple of things. They have waxed, the opposition, the honorable members of the opposition have waxed lyrical about the minister having all of these powers, doing all of these things on his own. But again, if you read and if you understand what you read, it's quite clear. 7.2 says, the minister, in exercise of the powers and the performance of duties of the minister, prescribed, comes from scribe, means what's written in here, shall conform with the general or specific directions given to the minister by the cabinet. This is an elected government in a democracy. Who else is supposed to make the decisions? Where else will we rest power? Executive power must lie with the government. These are undisputed facts of a Westminster-style government. Because you don't understand, Member Mahipal, that a commission would be advisory to the minister. And even under the bill that you wanted to bring, he had the power to disregard the commission, to fire the commission, to act in place of the commission. All of this you ignore. Now, understand that the minister exercises the powers under this act as directed by cabinet, the elected government. That is how all democratic countries are run. When we were in opposition, we've debated a petroleum commission. Please, for the love of God, we are not debating a petroleum commission bill. We are debating petroleum activities bill. You know what that means? Exploration, production. These are the issues that are relevant. But if you would bother to read the legislation, and we all know that apparently mathematics is a problem, but English seems to be similarly so. How could you not understand that the bill is not a commission bill and it relates to a framework, the activities that relate to it? Please read it. Now, the other thing that is said is that direct negotiation is somehow the greatest ill of this bill. The direct negotiation, which is permitted by 7.1b, says direct negotiation where the minister, acting on the directions of cabinet, the elected government, determines special circumstances which in the national interest or national security justify the use of direct negotiation. It doesn't mean that the minister can decide to have direct negotiations. He can't do it on his own. He must first, one, get the direction from cabinet. 2, demonstrate special circumstances exist. And 3, it must be in the national interest. Read, read, read. If you only read, you wouldn't sound so foolish. Now, once for once, actually do the business.
Honorable member, the word, I'm being advised that the word foolish is unparliamentary. Kindly withdraw.
Regrettably, that might be poor advice, but I withdraw it. But, still poor advice. Notwithstanding, you wouldn't sound as if you don't know what you're speaking about. You wouldn't waste hours at 5 a.m., 4:30, speaking about things that are not being debated by the House. This view that you have, that this is a petroleum commission bill, is sadly misplaced. Now, the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, wanted to see Amerindian rights over Amerindian lands to be provided for in this legislation. I can only humbly suggest to him he might find that in the Amerindian Act. Now, as the Honorable Attorney General remarked to me earlier, we passed last week 2 or 3 pieces of legislation that did not say anything about the Amerindian Act. And maybe we should, because if every piece of legislation has to repeat the act, then we might as well get along with it. The environmental issues which you fear will befall Guyana, and the issues of insurance and guarantee, once again, may I suggest you read the Environmental Protection Act for that. This is not that piece of legislation. So you can't decide in one piece of legislation to take all the other legislation we have and put it in this one. If that was so, do you want us to put the Criminal Law Offences Act in here too? Do you want us to put the Deeds Registry Act in here too? God forbid you expected the Local Content Act in here. How could that make sense? The Local Content Act exists, it's operational, it is functioning, it is doing its job, but that's not enough. The reason why you have these great fears is, quite frankly, you make inexplicable assumptions. Your conclusions are preposterous. How could it be otherwise? Because you're picking up the piece of legislation, you're reading it, you recommended God knows how many amendments, all of which have to do with a commission. Not one solitary amendment proposed relates to anything other than a commission. How could that make sense? But this is what the honorable members in the opposition came here today and spoke about, all these things of transparency and how much you love Guyana and how much you love the people and how much you want to protect their interests. Bleeding heart. You know, if we had no memory of before, we would think these people really care. The honorable members of the opposition, are we to forget? Are we to forget that the PSA that was signed, the existing one, nobody knew about it, as the Honorable Minister Ramson pointed out, for 2 years. We were lectured about transparency. And while in government, the honorable members of the opposition went and secretly signed a PSA, received $18 million, and refused to tell the people of Guyana about it. You know, there was a report. There was a report about what happened. No, this report is interesting. So it said Exxon required a deal favorable to the company and would stop development in the fields unless one was obtained. And I quote, enter Raphael Trotman, Guyana's Natural Resources Minister, who later that month stepped out of a limousine into the sunny spring heat outside Exxon's Texas headquarters. Trotman and 2 other Guyanese ministers were meeting with Exxon on a ministerial visit. He had flown first class, was staying at a pricey hotel nearby, and would dine at Exxon exclusive restaurant, Wolfgang Puck, all on the company's dime. The company being referred to being Exxon. It continues, mostly in keeping with a hurried schedule. Negotiations for the license in June 2016, Trotman signed Exxon's new deal. It went on well, apparently. Exxon got largely the same tax terms as before oil was found. Now you come and you say that a minister acting on the direction of cabinet has too many powers. You ignore that every dime obtained from the petroleum sector by law has to be disclosed by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashni Singh. Every dime has to be gazetted and disclosed in this assembly. So how exactly and why exactly do you want the Petroleum Activities Bill to direct and dictate about the contracts and the payments? That's already provided for. Now, this is because the so-called best alternative from the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsaru, involved issues that I'm not sure can be understood. Speaking about the forestry sector, about the mining sector, GGMC, and every other sector, comrade, is unhelpful. We are speaking about the petroleum sector. Speak about that. Tell us your views about that. Now I can't help you when you want to speak about everything irrelevant, but understand, Madam Speaker, that in framework style legislation, which is common throughout the Commonwealth, you would have legislation that provides the overarching, and then you would have other pieces of legislation that fit. So this is the overarching bit of legislation that Guyana so desperately needs. Exploration, production, geological surveys, these are the things that need to be addressed. We have a National Resource Fund Act that provides for that part. We have a Local Content Act. The Honorable Minister said that we are going to bring to Parliament a commission. Now, these all have to fit together. So, if you would appreciate that what has been happening step by step, the Local Content Act, the National Resource Fund, now the petroleum activities, it's all steps on a ladder that will get Guyana to the top. With those few words, Madam Speaker, permit me to indicate to you my absolute support for Bill number 16 of 2023, the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would like it to be on record that the Clerk of the National Assembly did not give me poor advice. He has provided me with a list of unparliamentary terms, and the advice was rightly given for the record that foolish is
Madam
not
Speaker, it is a
acceptable.
poor attempt at sarcasm. Forgive me.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wish to make the point immediately that the last speaker attempted in a very rambling fashion to indicate that step by step we are going to get there. Well, the steps should not be that you put the cart before the horse. You have a regulatory framework that you went to the constituents that voted you in, and you promised them a regulatory framework in which indeed the politicians are going to be subtracted from. And I have here the same official report of the proceedings of the debates as quoted by Mahipal. And all that is there, Honorable Member, all that is there shows quite frankly, as he said, the two-facedness, the double talk on this matter of the governance of the oil sector. And I want to tell Mr. Ben, Honorable Member, too, that we have had precedents set long time that when it comes to natural resources in this country, we always took it away from government departments and we gave it to commissions. The Geology and Mines Department in 1977 became Geology and Mines Commission, and almost all the powers of the then minister was then taken away and given to that commission. He should know that. Honorable Member, Mr. Ben, in addition, prior to 1977, we had the Ghana Forestry Commission. Ghana Forestry Commission, another natural resource organization, was established because you wanted to do away with the government's minister being in charge. And you got basically the formation of a commission. What the commission does, it makes an insulation or a depoliticization of ministerial powers granted onto a body that knows about forestry, that knows about Geology and Mines Commission. And it is the body that grants all the mining concessions, all the forestry concessions. It's not a minister does it, is you go to the commission. When it comes to lands, another natural resource, when it comes to lands, another natural resource, we created the Lands and Surveys Commission. And all matters concerning state lands go to that commission, not the minister. And you just seem not to get it when we indicated that, listen, in 2017, for the better, what you call arrangement and governance of the most important mineral, oil, and natural gas, we have to set up a commission. And by the way, that commission was endorsed by every single member of the opposition then. Yes, every single one of them endorsed that. And that is where the answer that was quoted just now by Minister Mahipal so clearly delineated that a commission is required. You know what was the problem that the PPP had at the opposition then? Was that that commission was going to be appointed by the minister. Well, I would like to indicate that almost all the commissions, Land Surveys Commission, Forestry Commission, Geology and Mines Commission, they are appointed by the minister. But what you do when you appoint the commission is that you make one step away from the politicization by the minister. And that one step away is what we were doing in 2017. I was in there, and the trouble is because you want to bring the cart before the horse. And all of this important as it is relevant here in connection with what you do with your activities. In the Geology and Mines Commission, who it is, not the minister. Lands and Surveys Commission is the commissioner, Forestry Commissioner. And so you have one step away, this thing called that technical body. Not a politician who know nothing about oil, but people who would know a thing or two about oil. And that commission was supposed to then be constituted with members, as we said. The board of directors shall include chairperson, a petroleum commissioner, and not more than 8 or 1 persons appointed by the minister, and so on. And I would wish that Mr. Joe Hamilton, honorable member, is talking plenty. And he's giving the impression that inside of this, we never catered for what? Health, safety, and environmental standards. In section 10B, we have that being stated there, that in the Petroleum Commission, that function will be exclusively a matter for those commissioners. And more than, yes, the other members of the commission shall have proven experience in petroleum and health, safety, and environmental matters. So we were making it clear there. And in addition to that, what we had is that section 4(2)(f) indicates that this commission's powers include ensuring compliance with health, safety, and environmental standards. But he didn't read the bill, the Petroleum Commission bill. No, he didn't read that. But he come here and said, the first time we're talking about health, environment, and safety is inside of this bill that they bring here today. Madam Speaker, it is all in the context of what? Their omission. Their omission here is what is important and significant. Because, as I have said, when it comes to natural resources, we wanted it because of the potential for so much corruption and all kinds of things that could go on, move it around to a commission. Lands and Surveys Commission, land is a resource. Forestry, geology and mines, sand, gold, diamond, everything. This is oil. And all of you across there, when you're in opposition, agreed a commission. And now, all of a sudden, I wouldn't use the word hypocrite, but I will say that indeed you are beguiling the nation as to what indeed was your intention. Your intention is not to have a depoliticized body made up of experts in geoscience and a whole host of other things, including health and safety. All of this. We wanted that to happen, and you agreed with it. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is important, just like Mr. Mahipal did, to indicate who and who supported, before you bring the activities bill, that you bring a commission. It included, quite frankly, Mr. Nandalal. You know, it included Honorable Member Mr. Nandalal. He had said, while we were in opposition, we had some fundamental conceptual problems where it was felt that there was an over-concentration of powers to politicians. As a result, we withheld the support from the floor. The minister at the time, Raphael Trotman, expressed some reservations too about the bill, and he asked that it be sent to a special select committee. Nandalal stressed the importance of having a bill that reflects the best for the people of the country and also the benefits of the establishment of a commission. Yes. We also have Mr. Jagdeo, Vice President and Honorable Member. He told Stabrook News in August 2020, this is a long time after 2017, that he hoped that as soon as the 13th Parliament began, the Petroleum Commission bill would once again be tabled, as his government believed that it was needed for the sector to be insulated from political interference in accordance with their manifesto promise. Before major decisions of the sector are made. Now, Mr. Jagdeo is a sensible fella. He would not have meant that you're going to get the petroleum activities bill first and then the commission bill. He said this, it should be insulated from political interference before major decisions for the sector are made. Gosh. And now you want to say that, as Mr. Sanjeev datted in just with all the theatrics in the world, say, where must executive power lie? Well, it lies in the minister, I agree. But there are checks and balances that is part and parcel of our constitutional substructure and even infrastructure. That is important. And the check and balance on ministerial powers for natural resources by virtue of the three precedents I named just now, in oil is a petroleum commission. And that is why you must have the commission before major decisions are made. And that is why I indicated, cart before the horse, when you now come and say, well, we bring up activities bill. Your omission to do that which all of you had promised is a big thing. And it goes not only to show that probably you don't know about the oil sector, but it goes to show the intention. I have been here for a long time after being expelled from the PPP. And I came up with this word, control freakism. This, what you're doing here, is but a vindication of being control freaks. That is exactly what it is. And you come now with baby faces indicating that, yes, oh, we have the power. It is a terrible indictment on how the PPP wants governance in this oil sector. Mr. Speaker, a very flimsy pretext was given just now that, you know what? We bring this bill, and then later on we're going to bring the Petroleum Commission bill. Well, I am going to stand here and make this statement. Once this is passed, Petroleum Activities Bill, you do not have anywhere to ever find a Petroleum Commission bill. The skirt was lifted by Mr. Sanjeev Dattadin, and we saw it through when he asked the question, where must the power reside if not in the minister? Where must the power reside? They don't have no intention of bringing a Petroleum Commission bill here. Never. And they were talking a lot years ago. So they're not going to bring any bill to that extent. And you know, on some very flimsy terms, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Jagdeo, in another debate, raised the issue, and this was another answer that I have, I think the 78th sitting of the December 2017. This was a couple months after we had debated the Petroleum Commission bill. The first has to do with the Petroleum Commission. We saw a bill being brought here. This is Mr. Jagdeo. And now we are hearing that it may be amended, because Mr. Raphael Trotman had indicated that you, the then opposition people, had wanted certain amendments to it, as mentioned by Mahi Paul, even with Mr. Irfan Ali and all of them. A bill which states that the minister has the right to appoint a board to the Petroleum Commission. The minister has the authority to fire the board, and the minister can become the board if a board is not appointed. What does that tell you about the orientation of the APNU AFC government? I am reading from Hansard, Friday, 8 December 2017, Mr. Jagdeo saying all of these things. What does that tell you about the orientation of this APNU AFC government? It speaks a lot about their words surrounding transparency, accountability, and fighting corruption. Because the minister had the power to appoint the board. Now look what you got here now. The minister got let me not cuss, but all the powers in the world in relation to exploration, production, transportation, everything. 333 times, you said? Yes. Yes. And what Jagdeo is not here, honorable member, to come and say, well, I didn't mean what I said. Typical of Mr. Jagdeo. We're going to reduce this parliament. We're going to reduce the minister's salary that we had increased. Y'all decrease it? We're going to decrease the salaries. Y'all decrease it? We're going to renegotiate the contract. It was the most rottenest contract we ever had. Y'all renegotiate? Now you're putting an interpretation on your manifesto that what is it? Renegotiation doesn't really mean renegotiation. The word renegotiation there is implicitly stating that there was a negotiation and you're going to renegotiate. And who we negotiate with? The Exxon. So it meant you're going to renegotiate with Exxon. Don't come and tell me, Mr. Charles Ramsden, honorable member, that that is not what it meant. What kind of lawyer you are? That's what you said. It didn't mean that. These fellas come here, Mr. Speaker, and want now to make volte-faces all around the place in relation to the promises they made with the electorate in 2020. And so it is disastrous what we have here now. Disastrous in the sense that they are going to make this, sign it, seal it, and it's a done deal. Minister got the power. You didn't even think about even what you had said in your manifesto. You didn't even think about what you said, in your Hansard. You didn't think about what you said in relation to some of the press statements that you made in connection with the Petroleum Commission. And my friend Joe did not seem to read about health, safety, and environmental standards. Mr. Speaker, it is wonderful to have seen Mr. David Patterson at least put maximal effort into a bill with those amendments that he brought here. Nobody can deny that indeed that constituted a studied approach into ensuring that we get a better bill. Petroleum activities cannot by itself be in that vacuum alone. It has to be there with a governance structure. And that is what you fail to understand and comprehend. And you now come in and say, well, this is the petroleum activities bill, speak on that. No, the entire context, text, as a matter of fact, context contains text. And always contextually, you'll regard what transpired before. We have, as I said, so many precedents all around dealing with commissions and when it comes to natural resources. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate too that it will be in the interest of all Guyanese that we show, like Mr. Ben was asking for, a bipartisan approach to the thing. But he was going away with what is called his gaze only as if the PPP, the APNU AFC do not want to have that. And he was giving the impression as if we want to create trouble. We don't want to create trouble. We want to stop trouble. And it includes transparency. It includes accountability. It includes good governance in a sector. And a lot of them do not really appreciate, again, the context in which we signed that agreement. That agreement, I was a member of cabinet, and I know a thing or two. Indeed, Exxon came and indicated that they found oil, 2 billion barrels of oil. Oh, good news. We never had it better with such news. Same time, Maduro then gone, president of Venezuela, mark a line and say, all that oil belongs to Venezuela. Exxon is an American company. There are geopolitics involved. We then indicated that we don't want this 1% royalty. And there it is, Exxon came and indicated that there is a model agreement done by the PPP government in 2012 that said 1%. Today they come with an agreement that's saying 10% royalty. But they had an agreement that said 2012 agreement, production sharing agreement model that says 1%. They want to talk about that. And when Exxon produced that, we now calling up some of their ministers, begging them, please, what kind of model agreement? This is not model, this is a model. This thing modeling us here. Boss, and not one of them could have come, Mr. Speaker. None of them to come and say what did this get signed on to, because Exxon was indicating. We call, as far as I know, we call Mr. Jagdeo and a whole set of them. Mr. Granger was trying to get on today. He was leader of the opposition then. Then they come in just to explain why you did what you did. All of a sudden, we told the people that we got to get more than they want. And we got 100% more. And now they're saying it was rotten. We had geopolitical reasons to have an American company. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they can't go renegotiate nothing about that contract. And then in that model agreement of 2012, it got a whole set of thing about ring fencing and tax exemption and all of that that was in that agreement. So you are caught now by the web that the PPP had spun in 2012, and we are there. We now had made a decision that we got to right-size sugar. Sugar not bringing in income. You needed the revenue stream from oil. How early could you get the revenue stream? We can do it in 4 years. And so many other considerations, just like a judge has to make a decision, we made the decision. And that was it. Now you had indicated that it was rotten, we're gonna renegotiate. You can't renegotiate. As a matter of fact, if I may say, your relationship with Exxon certainly has gotten very incestuous now. And to that extent, you're not gonna touch nothing. You're not even gonna bring a commission. You know why? Because the commission, as I said, will be made up not of politicos. It will be made up of people who know science, oil, security, environmental standards, and all of these things. And they, like a Vince Adams, Dr. Vince Adams that headed the EPA, they can argue with the operator. But what you got here, I ain't so certain that Mr. Vikram Bharat gonna argue with Exxon. I am not so certain. Because there is not the insulation of one step away, as a commission and its set of members would have done. And that is why it is disastrous for putting the cart before the horse and getting this thing so badly structured in a regulatory framework that has seen no petroleum commission. I urge, Mr. Speaker, I urge that all the amendments as proposed, because indeed, notwithstanding the first set of amendments dealing with Petroleum Commission, those amendments are important for Amerindian land rights. And we mustn't come here as a lawyer to say that, oh, we're going to put in the criminal law bill, criminal law act inside of the agreement, this bill. Oh, what kind of ludicrous argument is that? A ludicrous voice. Mr. Deputy Honorable Member, we want to see that which will be in a collision course with the petroleum bill being at least mitigated to the extent of you stating that wheresoever there is a collision course, like in the Amerindian bill will take priority. That is all that Mr. Vincent Henry was saying, because we have seen collision courses already, like in the Marudi, like, was it the Marudi, where the United Nations Chinese landing? Yeah. And we have collision courses like that. In law, there is a principle that says the latest act, if it contradicts an earlier act, the later act apply. So it would necessarily mean that this Petroleum Activities Act, because I'm certain y'all gonna pass it, will now do damage to the Amerindian land titles that were granted, and if oil is found in onshore. So it is important that we get all of these things straightened out. We don't, we will get it to the detriment of the country and the various peoples that live here. Mr. Speaker, I urge that the amendments be approved and passed. We don't have any objections to even it going to a select committee. Our governance structure in the APNU AFC was that, what do you think, Mr. Opposition, or the various opposition members? They wanted to go to a select committee. And we carried it there. Circumstances then befell the country, and it was died whilst in there. Don't let this one do not have the scrutiny that can come from a select committee. If we do not carry to a select committee, please support the amendments as presented by Honorable Mr. David Patterson. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Mahabir Anil Nandlal, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with the morning sun to offer my contribution to this morning's debate. I listened, Mr. Speaker, being very low down the batting order. I had the benefit of listening to a large number of presentations. And if I may begin with the Honorable Member, Mr. Kemrad Ramjatan. So, Mr. Ramjatan, Honorable Member, one listening to him, with all the knowledge that he espoused, with all the experience that he referred to, with all the expertise that he made reference to, at the end of the day, Mr. Ramjatan, Honorable Member, admitted calmly that he was in cabinet and was part of executing what has now been accepted as perhaps the most lopsided contract on planet Earth. The simple question that Mr. Ramjatan cannot answer and did not answer with the Vince Adams and all the personnel that he spoke about, why you didn't use that knowledge and get the people of Guyana, when you had an opportunity, a better deal. Mr. Ramjatan's excuse, his explanation is that they were bound by a model document executed or drawn under a PPP government. That's the excuse. You are a sovereign government. You found billions of dollars, billions of barrels of oil, and you are bound by a contract signed years before when there was no certified finding of oil. That's what you're telling the country. A government made up of so many lawyers. You question somebody's legal competence just now. As a lawyer, you couldn't go to the bargaining table and say, look, that contract there, we don't agree with it. We have 11 billion barrels of oil. We want a better deal. No, you didn't. You accepted the model agreement according to you, and now you throw your hand up in the air and you blame us. You blame us. And what is worse, I didn't know, and the country didn't know, that the entire cabinet knew about this contract. We thought it was Raphael Trotman alone. But Mr. Ramjatan has helped us to clarify that this thing was at cabinet and they all sat around and they all knew the terms and they went down to execute and then did not disclose it. For 1.5 years, the country did not know. Shame. Mr. Ramjatan, you just said how important this contract was for Guyana, that we were doing bad in sugar, we were doing bad in rice, and you executed, according to you, the most lucrative contract in the country's history, and you kept it quiet and a secret for 1.5 years. And you coming now to tell us at 4:30 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning about transparency, and you hid this contract? How many times you approached the press? How many times you spoke to the press? How many press conferences did you do? So let us assume that you put it online. You don't think that Guyana finding all these barrels of oil out there, millions, you signed a contract, a production contract with ExxonMobil. You don't think that's newsworthy? You kept that away from the public domain for 1.5 years. And you are telling us about transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, when the press began to probe the issue, they denied. We had to go to the Deeds and Commercial Registry and got a copy of this contract. And Mr. Speaker, it's only when we got the copy of the contract, then we knew of this clause. I'm gonna tell you the clause. Hold on, just now. Don't bother when it was registered. Don't bother when it was registered. No, not the stability clause. I reached there yet. The signing bonus. It is hidden at the last page. $18 million you received, and you kept that away from the people of Guyana. You kept it away from the accounting measures. You did not bring it to this parliament. You did not bring it to the parliament. You did not put it in the consolidated fund. You did not tell the people about it for 1.5 years. And you're coming here to lecture to us. We only knew of a signing bonus when we got a copy of this contract from the Deeds and Commercial Registry. Mr. Speaker, that is the history. That is the sordid history and track record of those who are now going to protagonize transparency and accountability and lecture to us here. Born again champions. Born again champions. Let me tell you what you sign on to. Mr. Speaker, this is what they read. 5 lawyers in the cabinet or more. This is what they signed on to. Except as may be expressly provided herein, the government of Guyana shall not amend, modify, rescind, terminate, declare invalid or unenforceable, require renegotiation of, compel replacement or substitution, or otherwise seek to avoid, alter or limit this agreement without the prior consent of the contractor. That is what they've given the country. That you have condemned the country to this. I'm going on. After signing this agreement and in conformity with Article 15, the government shall not increase the economic burdens of the contractor under this agreement by applying to this agreement or the operation conducted hereunder any increase or any new petroleum-related fiscal obligation, including but not limited to any new taxes whatsoever, any new royalty, duties, fees, charges, value-added tax, or other imposts. That is what you have imposed on the backs of the Guyanese people. I will continue. If at any time after the signing of this agreement there is any change in the laws of the government of the Guyana, whether through the amendment of existing laws, including hydrocarbon law, the customs code or the tax code, or the enactment of new laws, or a change having the force of law in the interpretation, implementation, or application thereof, whether the change is materially adverse to the economic benefit, and such change is adverse to the adverse effect on the economic benefits, including those resulting from fiscal regime provided by this agreement, accruing to the contractor hereunder during the term of this agreement, the government shall promptly take any and all affirmative actions to restore the lost or impaired economic benefits to the contractor, so that the contractor receives the same economic benefit under the agreement that it would have received prior to the obligation. That shall include an obligation to resolve promptly, by whatever means may be necessary, any conflict or anomaly between this agreement and any such new amended legislation. That is what you have condemned the people of Guyana to. Yes, you, to this contract. And there is another one. If there is any change of government, if the third one is, even if there is a change in government and there is a change in the law and a change in the legal system of the country, this contract shall prevail. This is the most sovereign and supreme document you have made in this country. That is what you and your government condemned the people of Guyana to. And you expect us to go renegotiate? That is what you like. When we said renegotiate, we meant renegotiate in this context. And I will show you how we have reformed the entire licensing regime. We have imposed, we cut the environmental permit that you give for 20 years in excess of what the law permits, and we brought it down to 5 years. That is a renegotiation. The terms of the license now, look at Payara and look at the other one and look at the one that you give, and you will see that there are material differences. That is the renegotiation. We have outlawed flaring. We have made that a fine, and they have to pay for that. Mr. Ramjitan, Honorable Member, those are only some of the changes. But let me deal with the Amerindian Act, as you have made a big issue out of it. Mr. Patterson, the Honorable Member, spoke. Now, Mr. Speaker, as lawmakers, you have to be economical with the use of language, especially in a complex and comprehensive legislation. So one had to do that in this case. The Honorable Sanjeev Dattadin made the necessary references of not including in this act what is provided for in other pieces of legislation. But since the Amerindian Act seemed to be a persistent worry for you, let me explain to you, Mr. Ramjitan, and you must know this, that, and the bill says it, all natural resources of a country belongs to the state. That is always the position, is a universal rule across sovereign nations. So even if you have a transported property and there's a gold reserve at the bottom, you don't own the gold reserve, my friend. You don't, yes, that is the power of the state. The power you own, you don't own the subsurface rights. That belongs to the state. And the law governing, and Mr. Ramjitan, let me complete my statement. So if to access that subsurface rights, what law will govern your particular property? The Deeds Registry Act, that shows the power of your transport, make you absolute owner, and then the government will have to go under the Compulsory Acquisition Act now to negotiate with you. You want us to put all of that here if they find an oil reserve under your bottom house? That is what you're telling the country? So if there is an oil block in an Amerindian community, it belongs to the state. The oil reserves will belong to the state, and how the state will have access to it and be able to deal with it are set out elaborately in the Amerindian Act. Jesus, man. You said gosh just now. Gosh. You didn't know that? So, Mr. Speaker, let me go one by one to deal with all these issues that they have raised. I will deal with the Petroleum Commission frontally at the later stage because that seemed to be the big issue. So I dealt with that. So, Mr. Speaker, there are different models. First of all, let us recognize, and I believe that we all have sufficient knowledge and experience to recognize the oil and gas industry as a peculiar industry. And let me recognize the efforts, one time before I forget, of the bright, young, diligent, and hardworking professionals within this government that have produced this bill, and they are right here with us at this hour in the morning. Bobby Gosai, Michael Moore, not Moore, sorry, Monroe, Kiran Matai, Shoshana Lal, Visal Satram. They worked tirelessly, bright, young people, and they produced this document. And I want the National Assembly, sir, with your permission, to recognize them. Mr. Speaker, we many a times while we were working on this bill, we had to go for drafting instructions. There is nobody that directed what to be put in this bill. We were given free rein along with an American consultant who did the first draft. And I have the notes of the American consultant here as well. And let me tell you the countries that we consulted before we arrived at this model. We looked at the United States, the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act of 1961. We look at United Kingdom. We look at Norway, Ghana, Ireland, Angola, Brazil, East Timor, and right here, Trinidad and Tobago. Those were the models that we look at. And just let's go to Trinidad. Now we can argue from now till tomorrow whether Trinidad has managed the proceeds, the revenue generated from the oil and gas sector prudently, and there's a matter of opinion, depending on which side of the fence you sit. But no one can dispute that Trinidad has had a successful model as a production center for the past 100 years. Trinidad has all the powers vested in the minister. There is no commission, there is no authority. All the power vests in the Minister of Energy in Trinidad and Tobago. And for 100 years, the sky did not fall. For 100 years, the sky did not fall. So let me deal with ministerial power frontally. I have listened carefully. 90% of the criticism against this bill seem to center around the minister having the power. The minister having the power. 90% of the problem that you have is the minister having the power. So, well, the executive reserves a prerogative to determine the governance structure for one of the most important industries in the economy. And this executive, elected by the people of Guyana and given the mandate, has chosen the model where the power is residing in the minister. And we stand and fall by that. It's as simple as that. And we have put in the bill a mechanism that if whenever the minister has to make exceptional decisions, the minister must consult with cabinet. Cabinet. And my friend, under our constitution, a provision that you ought to be very familiar with, the cabinet is collectively responsible to the Parliament of Guyana. That is democracy. So hold us responsible. We were elected to govern, and govern we will, and hold us accountable. We decide at this point in time not to give this power to non-elected people in a commission, and that is our prerogative. Non-elected people in a commission, because you can't hold them answerable. We can't hold them answerable. The people can't hold them answerable. We are holding ourselves out as being answerable to you and the people of Guyana, and that is the model that we have decided to choose.
Well said. Well said.
That is the model that we have decided to choose. So, Mr. Speaker, once we get that out of the way, I think we have a general support for the bill, because there is no other argument. Mr. Patterson, for example, wants the commission. Let's entertain Mr. Patterson's Honorable Member Patterson's amendment at this hour of the morning. So Mr. Patterson asked us, Honorable Member, to establish a petroleum commission. The Honorable Member, you could wake up. I'm addressing your concerns. He wants us, Mr. Speaker, to establish a National Petroleum Commission. And all the members who spoke in support of him, they called for that commission to be established. And they all claim that they read and they were duly impressed by what he has written. But I have examined, and I had to ask when I have all the pages, I have examined the commission, the amendments, and you know, nowhere in the amendments is there any provision as to how the commission will be constituted, who will appoint the commission, how many members will be part of the commission, how long they will be acting for in the commission, what is the tenure of the commission. Nothing like that. Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, is asking us to create a commission. Read it. You read it and see. Tell me which provision, and I will draw it right away. Tell me which provision here says how the commission is going to be appointed, who shall constitute the commission, what is the tenure of the commission, how the commission is going to be funded. Mr. Speaker, you know how empty commission, it has nobody, there is no person to appoint, there is no tenure of the commission, and that is the problem. When you scramble together these amendments, and I have to say that again, I said that to be established, but when? How are you going to establish it? No, you have to establish it in the bill. There shall be a national commission, and that is it. That's it. No other provision of the bill. No other provisions of the bill. I am the expert. Yes, I am the Attorney General. I have never seen a bill, a law in this country that provides for a commission but doesn't say how the commission is going to be appointed, how it's going to be established, who will constitute it, what is its quorum, how many people will be part of it, and their tenure of office, how they're going to be funded. I've never seen that. Point to one piece of legislation. Look, go. We'll wait. Look the law books there. Point to one piece of legislation where that is, where you can find that. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendments were only put here for the platform. It was only put here for the gallery, so that they can tell people and they get a 2-3 news story. But you know, they know that the journalists will not go and read it properly. So I saw one news story already. Honorable Member Patterson proposes wide-ranging amendments, but they're phantom. 90% of the amendments deal with the commission, and it's empty. It's empty. And here he being insulting now. He drafts something that does not make sense and accuse all of us on this side of being silly. It does not make sense. What part of that statement you don't understand? So, Mr. Speaker, we promised this country 3 major pieces of legislation in relation to the oil and gas sector. We promised this country that we will protect the local workforce, because if we don't regulate the employment environment, Guyanese can easily be booted out and not be able to compete effectively in the sector, because we know that the petroleum industry is one that is peculiar, it's one that is sui generis. They come with an entire apparatus, and unless we protect our local population, Guyanese can suffer tremendously. And we promise to put protective mechanisms in place by way of a law. We heard a lot about draft policy, about draft this, about draft that. We put a law in place called the local content law. That's the first measure that we put in. The second measure, sir, we promised the people of Guyana that this is a multi-billion-dollar industry, that if Guyana ever had a potential of realizing the dream of all its people, in a short period of time, the oil and gas industry provides that possibility. And to guard the revenue stream, to protect the revenue stream, to make the revenue stream accountable and transparent to the world and to all the people of this country, we promise to create an infrastructure of a legislative nature to guarantee those imperatives. And we produced and passed in this House the Natural Resources Fund Bill. And you will recall the passage of that bill itself was historic. Your mace was taken from there and broken. Your staff were assaulted. They were dancing and singing and gyrating and blowing of whistles in the well of the court. They broke the microphone system. That was their contribution to one of the most important pieces of legislation in this country. And that is how history will record you. That is their contribution to that most important bill. Mr. Speaker, this only sets up the administrative framework. The Guyanese people that can't eat from this, they can't get the wealth from this. It is that bill that guarantees them and ensures them the wealth. And rather than contribute, they're knocked down and brought down in this parliament, nearly assaulted by distinguished and honorable brother, Dr. Ashley Singh, as he tried to pilot the bill successfully through this House. That is your contribution. After condemning the people of Guyana with a contract that may be comparable to servitude from a different era, and then hide the $18 million bonus, that is a contribution to the Natural Resource Fund. And today, rather than go through this bill and try to walk with us through to examine the framework, and that is what we promise in this bill, the third bill. It's a bill that will set up a robust, transparent, and accountable framework for the sector. And that is what this bill encompasses. And they have, as usual, they have prepared in a haphazard manner. The bill from the beginning says that the bill will be read or must be read and will be applied along with the agreements, the profit sharing agreements. And we have put model profit sharing agreements out there for months now. They have not contributed, not a word. Not a word. I don't believe that they have read it, because many of their presentations indicate that they have not read the bill, the PSCs. No, I'm not at all. So, Mr. Speaker, one has to read the bill and one has to read the model PSC to get the picture. Because the bill, no singular bill can outline everything. And that's why the bill continuously makes reference to the PSC. And Mr. Speaker, the bill sets out that regulatory framework. And as I said, in important matters, yes, the honorable member Patterson reading it for the first time. Read. We have the PSC or the bill. No, he's reading the bill. He's reading the bill. So we said the buffer for the minister. The minister, the bill says at several places, clause 5 for example, the minister in the exercise of powers and the performance of duties of the minister prescribed by this act shall conform with any general or specific directions given to the minister by cabinet. Let us examine if the minister puts a commission, the minister will appoint the commission. The commission will be directed by the minister. Policy, yes. Operational matters will not be done by a commission. That is your lack of understanding. The operational matters of any given undertaking in a structure cannot be done by the commission or the board. It has to be done by the executing authority. The CEO, that is not the commission. You see, Dr. Singh? Dr. Singh, basic. Basic. Commission is like a board. You think the Forestry Commission runs the forestry? That is why you all bankrupted the place. That is why you bankrupted the place. You think the Guyana Revenue Authority board runs the Revenue Authority? Oh my. The level of incompetence here is staggering. Really staggering. Even what you're calling for, you don't understand how it works. What you are calling for, you don't understand how it works. That's what I'm saying. You all are attractive to concepts that you have in your head. Yes. You have an allergy.
Honorable AG, I understand the concept of time. You need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give the honourable member 5 minutes more to conclude.
Honorable AG, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when compared with the 1986 law, this one is far more expansive, far more robust, and far more modern. The previous one had only, what I think they call it prospecting license. This has exploratory license, how one qualifies for those license, the length of the license, etc. In fact, the licensing regime is far superior to that. You have now an petroleum exploration license, petroleum production license, pipeline operations license, geological storage license for carbon dioxide. Far superior licensing regime. Then, Mr. Speaker, if I go quickly, we have introduced into the whole architecture now, for the first time, public bidding for the oil blocks. Under the previous administration, the minister could have signed off. Now you have public bidding, and only in very, very limited, identified special circumstances, the minister can do direct negotiations. And he's only permitted to do so upon the directions of cabinet. So the whole government will fall if the minister misbehaves. That's the point. That's the responsibility that we are putting on the line. Mr. Speaker, then we have the qualifications. First of all, for potential licensees, a clear regime of qualifications, companies only of a particular financial standing, and they have to show their track record, etc., before they qualify to even begin to apply for either exploratory license or production license. And then in terms of transparency and accountability, we have a whole section, a whole part of the law that says that government officials, MPs, and family members are prohibited from holding license. You hear that? Government officials, MPs, and family members prohibited from holding license. And all these are defined in the bill. Then once we have a license, once a license is granted, any of the license, the minister is obliged to publish the details in the official gazette. The entire world will know who the licensees are and the terms and conditions of the license. What is more transparent than that? What is more transparent than that? Every single, what commission? You put two, let me tell you who you put on the commission. Are you render the commission? Waste of time. So we are giving you real, every single person now can look at the gazette, know who are the licensees and the terms of the license. Then the minister spoke at length about unitization. So that is there. Then I heard criticisms being made about absence of financial assurance. As you are aware, the Environmental Protection Act and regulations contain a very stringent regime of assurances and guarantees for protection of the environment. This bill also has its own fiscal regime in terms of financial assurance and guarantees as well. And that is set out in clause 54. The trading fee, we have trading fee, we have rental fee, we have a whole set of fees. They are listed here, but the sum is not fixed. I hear the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, asking us to fix the trading fee at 1.5 million. The PSA has a fixed sum already. That's what I'm saying. I know that you didn't read it. All these things are stipulated in the PSA, and that is why we are asking you to read the PSA. The PSA, it will be part and parcel of, just like how we are bound by this document, our PSA, our model PSA will be as binding as this one is on the backs of the Guyanese people, Mr. Ramjitan. And that's why you can't read half, I'll leave the other half. So I dealt with financial assurance and then tax. Under this bill, Mr. Speaker, under this PSA, you exempted all the laws of Guyana. All the laws you exempted. Even what the law did not permit. What the 1986 Act did not permit. Here, VAT will apply, corporation tax will apply, and I believe income tax will apply. And the minister will fix the rate by an order which will be laid in the assembly. Mr. Patterson said that nothing will come to the National Assembly. Another inaccuracy. I can't say a lie. So, Mr. Speaker, then you have the decommissioning part. There's an elaborate way by which wells are going to be decommissioned, and there's a decommissioning fund. I hear Mr. Patterson spoke about the absence of a fund. I don't know which bill he read. There's a decommissioning fund where the money will go in there, and from the beginning of the operation, that's how it works. Any fund, it will be amortized over a period. Is that when the operation finished? So, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by commending this bill to the National Assembly, and I urge that it be passed without any amendments. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. And now for the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Coming Speaker, first of all, let me put on record that I believe this entire process that started 10 o'clock this morning is an abuse of authority to the extent that you can organize or not properly organize parliamentary sessions so that staff from the ministry, who we all congratulate, the parliamentary staff, the members of parliament, all of us, we cannot organize sessions to have people here from 10 one day, and at this point we are at 5 to 6. If the other two bills are to go, we will go way past 10 o'clock. And I believe that is unreasonable and unconscionable. And therefore, I wish to make it elusively clear that at the end of this bill, we will go. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister Barrett, in his presentation, made a statement which I want.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I was trying to signal you that I wanted to respond because your observation about abuse is now centered to me. I run this house. So thank you for putting the blame at the Speaker's feet. The business of the House is conducted not only by me, but by all sides. So let us all share in us with this prolonged 67th sitting of the National Assembly. Go ahead,
I hear you, Honorable Speaker, and I hope when we object to this kind of behavior, it will be recalled that it is not you alone or the government and the opposition side, it's all of us. I just want that to be noted. Honorable Speaker, I want to refer to a statement made by the Honorable Minister Barrett. But before I make that comment, I want to say this. When the Honorable Minister started this debate, I thought he was putting us on the correct path in terms of trying to solicit support from the other side of the House. Unfortunately, some of your colleagues changed the direction and undermined what you were doing. This is more so good. So having said that, you made this comment. Our forest is no longer a national asset. It's a global one. Now, it may sound innocuous, but it isn't. Mr. Speaker, throughout the entire debates on international environmental relations, this question of our forest being a national asset is critical. I think I get what you wanted to say. The truth of the matter is it's a national asset, but it also contributes to the global commons. And we have to be very, very careful in making that point. Because if one runs the history of the evolution of the attempts at creating a forest convention, one would recognize that they ended up with an authoritative principles on forestry because the developed world and the developing world differ on this question of whether it should be treated as a national patrimony or contributing to the global commons. I believe it is in Guyana's interest for us to treat it and always state that it is a national patrimony that contributes to the global economy. You couldn't even answer the questions, man. Mr. Speaker, this would pass over both of you heads. Mr. Speaker, I want to put something else in context. The honorable member, Mr. Ramsey, inferred or allowed us to infer, since he implied that we could have taken the matter with CGX to the international court before, but it took the PPP to do it. May I correct the records historically? The negotiations on the United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea lasted from 1973 to 1982. Having covered that period, the law stated that they had to get 60 signatures before anything could have gone before the International Court of Justice. I want to remind the honorable member that it is in 1993 that Guyana became the signatory that gave us 60. And so there was absolutely no possibility of that matter going before the International Court apart from the PPP, because by 1994, it was the PPP in office. And I want to remind him that we supported it going and was very clear. In fact, I want to remind this House that previously I had to remind the Vice President Jack, the honorable member, that that was the case. And so I think we need to correct it so that people listening don't go out there believing the things that are peddled. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say to the honorable member, Minister Vikram Bharat, that I think you should engage the foreign minister. And I made this point in the parliamentary debate, that there is need, in the budget debate, that there is need for an element of foreign policy that speaks to international environmental relations. And I'm saying this because, Mr. Speaker, there is a concept called environmental space. And our foreign policy should create environmental space for us to be able to exploit our resources while at the same time pursuing sustainable development. And I do believe it's a useful concept, and there is a role in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for creating the enabling environment to ensure that we can explore our resources and at the same time not be condemned, develop the environmental space and give us the opportunity to develop our resources. Mr. Speaker, well, this would pass way over your head, I won't worry. Mr. Speaker, I really do appreciate how Minister Barrett started this debate. And I think one of the things that should have happened, and he hinted to it, was that for us to recognize that we spent 3 years learning, all of us, and that to the extent that we spent 3 years learning, we should use the lessons and experience of that period of both the APNU, AFC, and the PPP to improve our output. Too regularly, we end up fighting and making everything APNU, AFC, PPP. This is a matter of national importance. This is a matter for the people of Guyana. And therefore, it is incumbent on us as members of parliament to focus on this issue in a non-partisan way. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, while I know the trend is towards not going to select committee, I believe we should go to a special select committee with a timeline. And don't tell me about recess. The law provides for important matters, national matters. You can be called out of recess. But I think we need to have this matter addressed. Because let me tell you what happens in this country. The PPP comes to power and we change everything the APNU does. And then the APNU is going to come to power and want to change everything the PPP does. It's bad politics. It's bad for the development of the country. We need to work out these arrangements so that when there is a change of government, whenever, the critical issues are issues that would have agreed on by both sides of the House and will allow us to progress. And so I urge very much that we ensure that we build that continuity. It is very critical. And it is more so because it is oil and gas. It is our natural resource. And it is for that reason I want to comment on the commission. We should not be focusing on the commission based on whether we being in power, we could do it, or it should be done now. We should focus on whether the commission is the best thing for us at this time in terms of ensuring that we put in place a governance structure that will allow us to promote the interests of the people of Guyana. And I say from that standpoint, Mr. Speaker, that a commission will give us some opportunities that we might not get in the present structure. I'm not here gainsaying the fact that the minister has responsibility for the sector. We're not going to doubt that. You come to government tomorrow, the minister will be responsible. You're in government at present, the minister is responsible. But that does not mean that you cannot have a commission that is independent and that insulates the oil and gas sector from the political partisanship that we see. And we need to insulate it from the political partisanship. Let us be clear. Who will doubt that if you have a professional core managing the oil and gas sector, that you will, one, have less of the rancor that comes from this. Two, you will have the opportunity to put together a multidisciplinary group. You will have the opportunity to be guided as minister by technical, competent people based on the law. And so the call for a commission of a petroleum commission is not a case of, oh, you've been in opposition, you ain't had the idea, now you're coming with it. That side of the house was in opposition. And while that side of the house was in opposition, you advocated for a petroleum commission. And we have no problem with that. What is important is now that you are the government to understand that you put into the records, this is what we will do. I invite you now to do retrospection and to ask yourself if what you said then is correct. And if it is correct, ask yourself why you don't want to do it now. That to me is a more rational and reasonable approach. And I do believe if we can move in that direction, then we will really and truly place this country oil and gas sector on a proper footing. Do we want at the level of our oil and gas sector, which is now the largest income earner, to be fighting over it? Like when we say you paint the bus shade in green, and when the PPP come, they paint it in PPP colors. There are some things we have to get past as a nation. And I recommend to you, Honorable Minister, and members on the government side, that this bill provides us a good opportunity for us to show our maturity to the people of this country and to ensure at the same time that we get the best through discussions, not only from us, but when we put it in the public domain and the public is able to contribute, we will have a piece of legislation that all of us can say is a Guyanese legislation that protects the interests of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, you know, two things are facing us. We have to make the decision as to whether we want total domination and control, or we want the evolution of a governance structure that will serve us in its stead. I am of the view, Mr. Speaker, that we really and truly should develop such a structure. There are other issues of concern to us. I want to make this statement. We are a small nation. We are a vulnerable nation. And when you're a small and vulnerable nation, the powerful can take advantage of you if what you have is a lot of discretion rather than clear laws. And therefore, I want to suggest though we would have come out of a British gentleman type agreement law, we need to become a little more legalistic as we have to deal with multinational corporations that are powerful. For instance, I believe that in any legislation, there should be full liability coverage. So we got to get into any argument. This is what the law says, and all and sundry will be expected to live by the law. The same is true about full parent company guarantee. And more importantly, if we accept, Mr. Speaker, that our benefits will be based on profit oil, then it follows axiomatically that we need to focus heavily on auditing. And therefore, all the issues surrounding auditing should be rooted in law, including the time frame in which the auditing should be done, as suggested by the Honorable Mr. Patterson. Now, if we can do that, Mr. Speaker, then we don't have to come and rumble and grumble in here about who audited and who didn't audit. The law will say to us in real specific terms, this is what should happen. And therefore, all we will have to do is to comply by the law. So one of the underpinning philosophies I want to advocate as we move forward is for us to move in a more legalistic direction to give us, as a small state, coverage. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, I'm uncomfortable with discretion. And discretion sometimes play against us as a small state. It is in this context, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that we should have clear laws governing recoverables. For instance, a law that says royalty must not be recoverable. A law that says as companies exercise their corporate social responsibility, it must not be recovered. So that the law gives us the framework in which to operate. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this piece of legislation is an improvement on 1986. There's no doubt. If it isn't, then I'll be stupid. But the opportunity must be taken not only to accept. I'm happy and willing to congratulate all the young legislators or legal draft people I see up there. I'm happy that they are there. But I don't think you will doubt that they themselves will benefit from a wider consultation that will allow them to give us a better document. So I don't see us making this demand as belittling them. I see it as ensuring that the wider cross-section of the society participates and that they will get the opportunity to benefit from the wider cross-section of the society. I know I heard that is American, some American law informed, etc. But a lot of times we underestimate our own people. And when we consult with our own people, we tend to do better. I beg of this House that we do more legalistic approaches to ensure that we do better. Mr. Speaker, I think we also need to remove the government to company arrangement. All the matters dealing with the oil company should pass through Parliament. We as parliamentarians, and I can speak while I am leader of the opposition, our interest is not to obstruct. Our interest is to see the best governance framework for our people, and that from whatever exists, our people benefit. That's my major objective. I do not want to know that 5 years from now we're talking about some course and disease. I want us to be able to say as a people, we have worked together. We have put our best foot forward. And we have produced a piece of legislation that we can all proud of. And I don't have to come and abuse about what the PPP do and what the AP and UAFC did. Because at the end of the day, when we finish abusing each other about who did what when, it is our people that will suffer. We have been here very long. I had more to say, but I just want to close on this note that this bill offers us a good opportunity to rethink our approaches politically. It offers us a good opportunity to work together. It offers us an opportunity that will allow our people to respect us. I lay my case and say to you, I offer a proper partnership in terms of ensuring we get the best legislation to serve the people of Guyana and be efficacious. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition. And now for the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat, to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have been at it for over 6 hours now. But permit me, Mr. Speaker, through you, of course, to join with the other speakers, including the Attorney General and the Leader of the Opposition, to congratulate the team from the Attorney General Office and the Ministry of Natural Resources that would have worked tirelessly on the drafting of this bill. I think we have Bobby Gasai, Michael Monroe, Kiran Matai, Shoshana Lal, Visal Satram, Ranetta Sargent, and Joanna Simmons. That's the team that worked tirelessly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to recognize the team from the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Attorney General Chamber, as well as the Attorney General himself and the Honorable Vice President, who would have worked tirelessly and putting this bill together to ensure that we have a modern piece of legislation that will take this very critical and important sector forward as we continue to develop our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, my intention is not to delay the House for too long. We've already heard a lot from both sides of the House, and I want to thank all the members who spoke from the opposition as well as my colleagues on the government side for making our case and to have support in the passage of this bill this morning. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Leader of the Opposition when he mentioned that it is a difficult task, or it is our responsibility to ensure that we responsibly explore and produce our natural resources, but at the same time maintain and preserve our environment. And that is always a very difficult task. And it is a task that I think we would have handled very well as a country, especially with so many natural resources. And now with the addition of oil and gas, we have still managed to maintain sound environmental credentials. And I would have heard a comment from Honorable Member Patterson, I think Honorable Member Hall as well, to say that Guyana is probably the highest emitter per capita. But I want to say to you that Guyana is probably the only oil producing country in the world that is a carbon sink. As a matter of fact, that is carbon negative. Maybe the only oil producing country in the world. And because of our forests, we contribute nothing to the destruction of the ozone layer. And our contribution to climate change is basically zero. taking into consideration that the government is still putting measures into place to ensure that we cut our emission even further with the gas energy project, for example, with the 33 megawatts of solar power, with pursuing of the Amila Falls Hydro project. We are still working towards our commitment of moving towards renewable energy by 2050 and to cut our emission even further. Mr. Speaker, most of the comments that we heard, especially from the opposition this morning, centers around the power of the minister with responsibility for petroleum. And we have heard many arguments from both sides. We have also heard the argument of a petroleum commission. And we wish to state that we are in support of establishing a petroleum commission, that we will do so. We will do so at the appropriate time to set up a commission so that it can assist in the monitoring of this important sector. So it is something that we're still committed to, and it's not that we're saying as a government that we're not saying as a government that we're against setting up a petroleum commission. So I just want to put that on record. Mr. Speaker, this bill would have went through a lot of consultation, which should have started, I believe, under the previous administration, because you yourself would have started consultation with bringing a new bill to replace the 1986 Act, because we all agree that we have to replace it. It must be replaced. It's too old, it's too outdated, especially in this modern era. So you yourself would have started consultation. It continued when we took over government. During those local content consultation, which was held countrywide by the high-level local content panel that was established, headed by Mr. Sham Nakta, that included Mr. Carl Greenwich, Floyd Haynes, and a number of others. So consultation was ongoing since we took over from 2020, right up until when this bill was published online for 2 weeks. Nevertheless, the opportunity was always there for us to receive any suggestion, comments, ideas, or amendments that we could have included at that point in time. However, the amendments must be reasonable too. I agree fully with the Attorney General, and I must agree with him, he's the Attorney General, that amending it to have the Petroleum Commission now, when there is no mechanism in place as to how we're going to establish that Petroleum Commission, I don't think that is something that we can consider at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. But as I mentioned, we as a government, we are committed that there will be a Petroleum Commission. So it is not a closed door on that. Mr. Speaker, I agree to that we must audit the expenses of oil and gas operation. And I agree too that it must be clear that royalties, that CSR programs and others are not cost recoverable, because this is in the interest of all of us as a country and as a people. So these are some of the comments that I would like to make, Mr. Speaker. I know it has been a very exhausting debate for a number of hours. We've been here since 10 yesterday morning. So I would like to close by thanking everyone, not only for staying true, but for the comments and for the participation in the debate. And I now ask that the bill be read a second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023 Bill number 16 of 2023, published on the 2nd of August 2023, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Petroleum Activities Bill 2023, Bill number 16 of 2023.
Honorable members, we will now resolve ourselves into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. We have a number of amendments proposed by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. So just give me a few moments to get Honorable Members clause at part 1, we are being asked to insert National Petroleum Commission. So I propose the question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I put a question that clause. Honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, part 1, sir, there is a proposed under the Preliminary Interpretation Act, sir. That's listed alphabetically.
Just repeat that for me.
Sir, there is not, of course not. Sir, there is an amendment, sir, on the part 1, which is preliminary. Right, sir? Preliminary interpretation. Okay.
Yes, honorable member, but on the preliminary has a number of clauses.
Correct, sir, and they're listed alphabetically, sir. So I will tell you, sir, it will go right after minister and before national territory. They're listed alphabetically, not numerically. That's why.
But clause 1, I'm dealing with part 1 preliminary, clause 1. I think your amendment will have to go in clause 2. So, honorable members, I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Yeah, ayes have it.
Division.
Honorable Clerk.
Comment Chair, I withdraw, sorry. I thought that this was the one that had to do with the inclusion of the National Petroleum Commission. Clause 2.
Honorable Member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, good morning. Perhaps it might be useful if we put all, we assume that we all saw Mr. Patterson's amendments. We put all the amendments in the bill because we can assume that we know where they are to go, and then we vote on all the amendments.
Honorable members, let me consult with the clerk.
And so I can tell you where this was done, Mr.
Let me consult with the clerk, please, Honorable Minister.
I'm just advising the clerk, recalling his memory to the fact that this was done on all the children's bills. We put all of the clauses, the amendments made together. and then voted on them.
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister of Education is correct. It was done before, but it was done, I'm advised by the clerk, with the approval of the House. So I'd have to put a motion to the House that all of the amendments tabled by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, be taken together by motion. So, honorable members, I propose that we put all of the amendments tabled by the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, together, and that we move a motion to put them all together. So I put that to the House, that all of the amendments proposed by the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, be taken together. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division, sir.
Thank you. Division is called. Let's ring the bell and give persons an opportunity to get into the chamber. Mr. Clerk, you may proceed.
Dr. Kisoon,
Yes.
Mr. Sears,
No.
Mr. Sinclair,
No.
Miss Allard,
No.
Miss Philadelphia,
No.
Mr. Jai Prashad,
No.
Mrs. Flubes,
No.
Mr. Rajkumar,
No.
Mr. Mahipal,
No.
Mr. Figuera,
No.
Mr. Cox,
No.
Mr. Patterson, Miss Finance,
No.
Miss Ferguson,
No.
Mr. Singh Lewis,
No.
Mr. Sarabo Ali,
No.
Dr. Cummins,
No.
Mr. Henry,
No.
Mr. Ramsaru,
No.
Miss McDonald,
No.
Mrs. Walton Desir,
No.
Mr. Jordan,
No.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Hastings Williams,
No.
Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence? Mr. Duncan?
No.
Mrs. Chandon Edmund? Mrs. Chandon Edmund? Mrs. Hughes?
No.
Mr. Hula?
Yeah. No.
Mr. Ford? Mr. Ford? Mr. Ramjatan? Mr. Norton?
No.
Ms. Kunja?
Yes.
Ms. Veersamy?
Yes.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Dr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Jaffer Ali?
Yes.
Dr. Westford? Dr. Ramsaran?
Aye. Aye. Yes.
Mr. Pearson Fredericks? Mrs. Pearson Fredericks?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan?
Yes.
Mr. Dattadin?
Yes.
Dr. Mahadio?
Yeah.
Mr. Charlie?
Yes.
Mr. Siraj?
Aye.
Mr. McCoy?
Yes.
Mr. A. Prasad? Mr.
Yes.
Anand Prasad? Mr. Indar?
Yes.
Mr. Rodrigues?
Yes.
Ms. Parag?
Yes.
Mr. Ramsden?
Yes.
Dr. V. Prasad?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mr. Bharat?
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
Ms. Sri Sukai?
Yes.
Mr. Mustafa?
Yes.
Mr. Manik Chand? Dr. Anthony? Bishop Egil? Mr. Todd?
Yes.
Mr. Shearer? Mr. Nanlal? Mr. Javiu?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Oh my God, Mr. Phillips. The man is absent.
Honorable members, the clerk will announce the results of the division.
Mr. Chair, 34 members voted for the motion with 27 against.
The motion is carried. Honorable members, I now propose the amendments proposed by the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, and which is entitled Amendments - Petroleum Activities Bill, received at Parliament Office on the 8th of August at 12:40 p.m. Honorable members, I now put the question that all of the amendments received from the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson and seconded by the Honorable Member Mr. Dionarayan Ramsuru, and entitled Amendments Dash Petroleum Activities Bill, received by Parliament Office, 8th of August, 2023 at 12:40. And I put the question that these amendments form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Division, Mr. Chair.
The nays have it.
Mr. Chair, I call the division. Just to the clerk.
Mr. Clerk, division, please ring the bell. Mr. Clerk, you may proceed with the division.
Dr. Kissoon. Dr. Kissoon. Miss. Mr. Sears.
Yes.
Mr. Sinclair.
Yes.
Miss Alert.
Yes.
Miss Philadelphia.
Yes.
Mr. Jai Prashad.
Yes.
Mrs. Flubes.
Yes.
Mr. Rajkumar.
Yes.
Mr. Mayu Paul.
Yes.
Mr. Figuera.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Patterson. Ms. Fernandez.
Yes.
Ms. Ferguson.
Yes.
Mrs. Lewis. Mrs. Singh Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Sarah Bohali.
Yes.
Dr. Cummins.
Yes.
Mr. Henry. Mr. Ramsuru. Ms. McDonald. Ms. McDonald. Mrs. Walton Desir.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan,
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Hastings Williams, Mrs.
Yes.
Hastings Williams,
Yes.
Mrs. Lawrence, Mrs. Lawrence, Mr. Duncan,
Yes.
Mrs. Chandan Edmond, Mrs. Chandan Edmond, Mrs. Hughes,
Yes.
Mr. Holder,
Yes.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford, Mr. Ramjatan, Mr. Norton,
Yes.
Mr. Skunja,
No.
Mr. Veersamy, Mr. Williams, Dr. Smith,
No.
Mr. Japarali,
No.
Dr. Westford, Dr. Ramsaran,
Nay. Nay.
Mr. Pearson Fredericks,
No. No.
Mr. Narayan, Mr. Datadin,
No.
Mr. Dr. Mahadio,
No.
Mr. Charlie,
No.
Mr. Siraj,
Me.
Mr. McCoy,
No.
Mr. A. Prasad,
No.
Mr. Indar,
No.
Ms. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Barab,
No.
Mr. Ramson,
No.
Dr. V. Prasad,
No.
Mr. Crowell,
No.
Mr. Bharat,
No.
Mr. Hamilton,
No.
Mr. Sukai,
No.
Mr. Mustafa,
No.
Ms. Manik Chan, Dr. Anthony, Bishop Edgil, Mr. Todd, Mr. Shearer, Mr. Nandlal,
No.
Mr. Jabio,
No.
Mr. Phillips.
No.
Mr. Clerk, no.
Just let us identify the person who just said no.
Mr. Clark, Honorable Member MacDonald, I was having some difficulties. I was saying no, but it seemed as if my mic was not being muted.
Ms. Gordon.
And that would be the same for me, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mr. Jones said no, and the Honorable Member Ms. McDonald.
Yes, sorry, it's a yes, not a no.
It's a yes, it's a yes.
Honorable members, we have allowed the honorable members who we missed, but who to call them after. So could you just formally call them again for me, please?
Miss McDonald.
Yes.
Jones.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That ends the call. The clerk will now tally the results. Mr. Clerk, you can announce the results of the division.
Mr. Chair, 28 members voted for the motion, 33 against, 1 member declined to vote.
Honorable members, the amendments are defeated. Honorable members, the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023, Bill number 16 of 2023, has 98 clauses. And I now put the question that clauses 1 to 98 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 98 now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Member, Mr. Vikram Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023, Bill number 16 of 2023, was considered in the Committee of Supplies, clause by clause, and was passed as printed. I move that the bill be now read a third time and passed as printed. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the Petroleum Activities Bill 2023, Bill number 16 of 2023, published on the 2nd of August 2023, be read a third time and pass as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Petroleum Activities Bill 2023, Bill number 16 of 2023.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the Data Protection Bill 2023, Bill number 14 of 2023, published on the 20th of July 2023. The Honorable Member, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Mahabir Anil Nandlal. And just to let members know that breakfast has been ordered and should be here by 7:30.
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members from the gallery, you're not allowed to come into the assembly.
I rise to begin the second reading of the Data Protection Bill, which is before us this morning. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is long overdue, as we have been for several years now moving at the level of the government as well as in the private sector towards digitization. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, in our individual and personal lives, we have been moving in this direction as well. Mr. Speaker, all of us have access to the internet, and at the level of the government, we have launched e-governance initiatives on various platforms. We have a digital identity card, which we will debate later this morning. We are offering ICT hubs across our interior regions. Soon we will be bringing a telemedicine bill. The Ministry of Health has already begun to accumulate our medical records and storing it in a digital information system. We have passed recently the Electronic Communications and Transaction Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is well on its way into traversing the digital age. And this bill, therefore, is of utmost importance as it seeks to establish a framework to support the accumulation, storage, use, dissemination, etc. of data. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it sets out a protective framework through which the data collected and used on our behalf, and when I say our, I mean the collective, the people of Guyana, that data is protected. Mr. Speaker, a person's data invariably consists of very personal, inalienable biometric and biographic information peculiar to that person. And a person is entitled to the privacy of that information in the same way that we have a right